Welcome to Sunday morning here at Formula Student, and the most notable thing this morning, Cheryl, is one thing, and that's the weather.
It's not raining. We're not completely damp all day and shivering.
Yes. I think we finally dried out almost 24 hours later, but the thing with the weather, it didn't dampen spirits or performances because it was a very impressive day yesterday. So my question for you, coming into the final event here on Sunday, was who was the team that stood out for you yesterday?
In all honesty, Oxford Brookes. But
it is Oxford Brookes, yes.
They've been like a main team this entire weekend. They won Acceleration, didn't they?
They did,
yes.
They did. They did very, very well in sprint. I want to say they were around about the top 5. Also, shout out to Modena, our friends from Italy. Incredible performance there. Bit of a last gasp victory towards the end there. Great performance. Obviously, Yui always doing really, really well here. So going into endurance, of course, like this is the big highlight of the weekend. I'm going to get you to plant a flag in a team now. You've got to pick a team. You've got to dedicate to your team. We know F1, it's McLaren, it's Lando, but I want you to pick a team this weekend that you think might take the lot.
Who are the biggest McLaren fans?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. In all honesty, Oxford Brookes have really caught my eye. They're a really lovely team as well. I had a chat with them before, and honestly, I am kind of rooting for them. Not just because they're doing really well, but because they're lovely people as well. Yeah,
shout out to Brian Jimenez from Oxford Brookes. He's been talking to us all weekend. He's involved with the aerodynamics there as well. Awesome interview. I'm going to be a little bit biased as a South Welshman.
Of course.
I'm going Swansea because, of course, we saw the amazing piece where Swansea literally had to carry their chassis of a car onto the track on Friday for their team photo. I have seen it's got wheels now, so
nice.
I'm very excited that Swansea are going to get on the track today and do really well. So I'm picking Swansea. But for you guys at home that are currently watching the stream, why don't you tweet us at Formula Student and let us know who you are backing. Of course, I'm sure that won't be biased at all.
That will not be biased at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
All right, well, thank you ever so much for joining us here in the morning, and hopefully you sit back, relax, grab a cup of tea, and enjoy all the footage from today.
And good morning from Silverstone for day 2 of Formula Student UK 2023. We're moments away from the first car hitting the track for the all-important endurance event on Sunday. I'm Giles Cosgrove, and with me in the commentary box is Jess Bull. Thank you very much for joining us. Plenty on the stream already, and a lot of love for car number 110, UMD. Cheering from Copse Corner as well for the German entry. Very excited to see what is going to be an absolutely excellent day of time trial racing. Remember, the endurance event is all important. If you can finish well in endurance, you will finish well in the competition. Thank you for bearing with us. It's a little later than we had initially advertised. We wanted to get more cars through scrutineering. Plenty of cheers going up around the back of Copse Corner as people complete the noise and brake tests, which are crucial to finishing scrutineering, meaning they can compete today in the opening event of endurance. We'll have those cars that competed in sprint yesterday later on. Those 13 cars that competed, they will be in their timed positions. Right now it's open season for those that didn't complete sprint yesterday, have only got through scrutineering today. So the first of those cars, 110 UMD, it's their second electric car. Last year was their first time with an EV power unit. They competed at FS check, completing 2 of the 4 tests they needed at FS check. They're hoping for a better result today. Jess, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, it's a be-all and end-all in terms of the endurance going on currently, and like you said, if a marshal hits or touches the card, then that's game over. And the overall length of endurance is 22 kilometers, and a lap is around 1 kilometer each. So basically, they have 2 drivers in each team. And they do a driver swap halfway through. So they do 12 laps for first driver, then they come in for a driver swap, which hopefully they should do no more than 3 minutes, and then they'll allow 1 minute for a restart, and then once that car restarts, they're able to do 12 laps on the circuit in Copse Corner. Hopefully they can do that. If not, that will mark as a DNF. And 25 points are awarded for any team that completes endurance, which could make or break their points overall in the competition as well. And this circuit quite similar to what we saw in the sprint. Now, straights no longer than 80 kilometers. Now we've got 50-meter diameter with the turns that we got, the constant turns. Hairpin turns, we've got a minimum of 9 meters outside diameter of the turn. We've got quite a few slaloms as well, 9 meter to 15 meters spacing, and the minimum track width is 3 meters long. So we should be in for a good one, but I'm excited for UMD because they got through scrutineering today, and I heard the cheers as I was going up and down the paddock exploring what the teams have to offer. But there's still more teams going through scrutineering at the moment, so we could see some more out on track soon.
Someone on the stream has said OBR versus Modena is the new Hunt versus Lauda. That comes in from James. And James, I could not agree more. I've been thinking about this all day. The pendulum of momentum swinging between the two hot favourites here at FS UK 2023. Modena, I can only apologise. I was pronouncing that wrong all day yesterday. And it wasn't until we came off air that someone bothered to tell me. Mike, one of the dynamic scrutineers, was having a bit of a joke. Every time I said Moderna, he was saying, and up next on track, it's Pfizer. No one bothered to actually tell me it's Modena, which is, of course, the region in Italy where Ferrari are from. So plenty of motorsporting heritage from them. Oxford Brooks, meanwhile, determined to take victory at FS UK, having not appeared on track since before the pandemic. So this really is a huge deal for them. They're desperate for the win. We've been talking today about their approaches, and neither team willing to give each other an inch. This really is a grudge match for the ages, so do please stick around if you're watching at home or if you're here at Cops Corner in the stands, because trust me, you are not going to want to miss this. Oxford Brooks versus Modena. It really is Hunt versus Lauda for 2023 here at FS.
And apologies if you didn't see it on the stream yesterday, but I know a few of you were watching in Cops Corner yesterday. The final moments of the sprint yesterday was absolutely amazing, with Coventry the last team to take on the circuit. We were expecting Modena to top the timing sheets. Coventry came across the line. They managed to win sprint, and we were absolutely over the moon for them, and they managed to get some crucial points for their overall championship. So later on, they will be the last team out of the ones that qualify from the sprint to run endurance, which could be even more crucial. And then we've got Modena in at second. We'll go through the 13 teams that have gone through in just a little bit later on as well. And UWE did well yesterday, narrowly beating Oxford Brooks yesterday as well. Obviously, doing very well in the sprint. Maybe they can do well here. We'll have to wait and see. But we're still waiting for 1-1-0 to get on to the circuit currently at the moment. Each of the teams had a chance, I believe, to have a track walk. I did see a few of the team members go for a track walk earlier, so they should be aware of the circuit, even though it's slightly similar to yesterday. But there's certain chicanes that could be different throughout today's endurance.
Absolutely. I think what's worth noting is that each individual lap of endurance is timed, and those cone penalties that were in effect yesterday will also have an effect today. Talking to Robin, one of the Dynamics volunteers, about those cones and the precise nature of how they are penalised. So if you tap it and it doesn't move out of its little box, you're fine. If you tap it and it drops over, that's a drop and you'll be penalised. If it moves outside of its box, that's too much movement, that's where you're penalised as well. So you can clip them, but you don't really want to, because you really do run the risk of invoking a major penalty, which will ruin your lap times. And the times and the efficiency of the cars does come into how endurance is marked. More on that very shortly. Keep your comments coming in, plenty of love in the stream. Adrian Ward quoting Steve McQueen with some very wise words. Motorsport is life. Anything before or after is just waiting. Yes, when we are just waiting for car 110 UMD to take to the track. Behind them,
I think it was
the
35.
hybrid Modena. Very, very loud car. Be interested to see what they can do. Slower than anticipated in both acceleration and sprint, I can't lie. And then in the background there, car number 15, is that? Could that be 15? Let's have a look.
Yes, don't forget, even though Modena did the sprint yesterday with their hybrid car, they did not finish. So technically, they are allowed to do this open session because they didn't say a lap time. So it would be hard to judge them on where they would be in the running order later on this afternoon. And the teams that did qualify for the sprint, they'll be starting at 1 o'clock until around about 4 o'clock to see who would win that. But with the track this dry at the moment, we don't know what the weather's going to be like this afternoon. The ones that are running now could have a huge advantage, and I was speaking to quite a few people in the paddock as well. We could see a huge upset, but the ones that are waiting to go this afternoon are hoping the track's going to stay the same as it is right now.
Exactly. Now, this is a really interesting point you're making there, Jess, because the track right now is the driest it's been throughout all the dynamic events across the weekend. And the drivers that are sat waiting to go, none of them qualified for this. It's a free-for-all at the moment in the opening session of endurance, but they might be getting the best track conditions you'll see today, because the chance of rain this afternoon is increasing. So therefore, could we see a real change in the order, with those cars competing this morning getting better track conditions than those who were very clearly faster, got through scrutineering earlier, competing on a wet track later this afternoon? Do stick around. If you're on Copse Corner, give us a wave, because we can actually see you all, because we've been moved from where we were last year, so we can see everyone. We can see Cardiff there with a fantastic Welsh bucket hat going on.
We see a few waves in the grandstand as well for a few people, so give us a wave, you in the grandstand.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much. UMD then, their electric car will be first to take to the track here at Silverstone on Copse Corner for endurance, the site of some major drama over the years, this Grand Prix circuit. The first to hold a Formula One race in 1950. 25 years of Formula Student UK also to this year. Very exciting stuff. We've got commemorative caps going on.
I've got mine on at the moment. And actually, interesting fact as well, after the endurance, we've got 3 cars that have took part in FS UK going to take to the track, one of which won last year, University of Glasgow. They're going to be taken to the track, of course. They've got to go through scrutineering as well. And of course, we've got the track from the very first Formula student going out on the circuit as well. We had a quick glance at the paddock earlier, myself and Monty, and it's just crazy to think how much change the Formula Student cars have overcome since obviously the start of the Formula Student campaign. And yes, there'll be 3 universities. I think there was one from 2022, obviously Glasgow, and then one from 1998, and another one we'll find out just a little bit later on. But excited to see those ones. But for now, we got the main competition. Exactly.
It does make me laugh that we've got a car from 1998 that's going to run around Silverstone. And
I think it's Birmingham, University of Birmingham.
There are teams that do struggle to make a car work in 1 year, let alone 25. Anyway, UMD lining up, behind them Modena with their hybrid, and then behind them car 35 from Bolton. Looking forward to seeing them out on track. Reliably informed by Jonathan on the stream that they will have an aero package next year. So currently Bolton without an aero package. UMD on the line, the red light showing. They're away slowly, a controlled start from UMD. You can see them on board there on the stream. Fantastic angle from the onboard camera going towards the first corner. Cheers from the German team. They're very pleased to see their car out on track, and so they should be. A reserved pace from the team, but they're out on track. They're excited to be here. That's exactly what they need to do. I think those are relatively fresh tyres. You can see the chalk mark still on them, going through that first slalom, down towards the top hairpin of the course here for endurance. Sweeping round there, taking it nicely, just getting the apex, very good. It's a controlled drive this, the driver getting their eye in. Will we see more pace? Time will tell. They've got 24 laps to complete in total, with a driver change halfway through, stopping the car for 3 minutes. The power must be disengaged during that driver change. They must turn the car off and then restart it once driver number 2 is behind the wheel. Is a bit of a test of the cars. Coming past the commentary box down on the far side of the course for the first time are UMD car 110.
I've noticed they've taken a cautious approach, and sometimes it's critical, but for some teams, they haven't had a go at this circuit, so they haven't had a chance to go at the sprints. They didn't do scrutineering yesterday, and it's just to get a feel for it, really. And sometimes taking it cautious for some teams is better than taking it faster, because every time the cone is hit, you do get a time penalty, and if you don't finish, you get a DNF, and you still get points if you finish the race. So sometimes it's a lot better. So he's about to do his second lap of endurance, so he comes past the start-finish line as well.
Their time is a 1:43.79. That is the time, the first time set for endurance here at FS UK 2023. Plenty of action still to come. Can they beat that time on their second run as they charge down towards the first hairpin? Round the corner they go. Looking very neat and tidy. No drama at all here from UMD. The precise engineering one would expect from a German outfit. The red light flashing away on the roll hoop above the driver's head, letting all involved know that that car is under its own power. You can hear the electric motors driving away like an egg whisk, supercharged.
I think it's
Very different noise to the IC cars, but it's a noise we're going to have to get used to here at FSUK. The first time this year, more EV cars entered than IC units. Round the final hairpin, last few corners to go. The good news is we can see the start-finish line directly from the commentary box, and what is this time going to be? Round the final corner, across the line, the time there, 1:29.30, a significant improvement.
That's a lot
Of
better.
14 seconds. The UMD driver clearly getting to grips with the track very nicely.
Yes, and bearing in mind as well, I think it'll probably get quicker and quicker as they're used to it as well. And I think UMD is just probably happy just to be here. Most teams I spoke to in the paddock today, their main goal was to get through Scrutiny to take part in the endurance race event in the first place. So this is probably a shining moment for them, and they can use this as confidence for next year as well, 2024. And who knows, we can expect better things for them this year right now. But it looks like that their lap so far is a lot faster than their previous runs. He's definitely confident as well going through the slalom.
Looking really good here are UMD. The next car to enter the circuit will be Modena, the hybrid. Behind them, Bolton are lined up. Loving the gold alloys, giving me late 90s, early 2000s Subaru WRX. Remember, there is a Colin McRae behind the wheel, an absolute genius.
Interesting fact about the drivers, actually, they're not allowed to do wheel-to-wheel racing around this circuit, because for wheel-to-wheel racing, you'll need a motorsport racing license, and all these students, they can't have a professional driver on their team, so they're amateurs racing in the car. So if they're passing another team around this racetrack, the slower car will be blue flagged. They will have to let the faster car through in the passing area, and then they can carry on their merry way. That's just very important at FSUK, just to note that there's no wheel-to-wheel racing here. That as soon as they pass another car, they have to let them through.
The time trials, talking of time trials, the last lap set by UMD, a 1:31, so 2 seconds slower than that best lap set at 1:29, but the time's definitely averaging out now as the driver finds a comfortable sweet spot to make their way round for the first 12 laps. There is your next car to enter the track. That is Modena, the hybrid power unit. UMD, meanwhile, settled into a rhythm. There is the roar in the background there of the Modena car as they set off, looking very, very quick. We will inevitably get our first pass of the day, undoubtedly. Remember 2 years ago, one of those passes went very wrong and we had one almighty collision between Coventry and Staffordshire. All mended though.
Their last lap,
It's all good.
is a 1:31 point. Oh no, it's a 1:23.5, so they improved yet again.
They are improving very consistently, are UMD. You're on board with Modena on the stream. If you're watching from Cops, you can see it all happening.
The hybrid one, don't forget the internal combustion one. They were the one that did well in acceleration and in the sprint as well, scoring some decent points for that team. It's going to be an intense battle between themselves and Oxford Brooks for the overall championship.
They may not have managed to complete sprint, but my days are they looking planted. I want to see this. I want to see what this time is going to be from the hybrid of Modena. They come round the final corner and across the line. What is the time going to be? It is a 1:08. The fastest time we've seen so far, undoubtedly.
they made it a lot further than yesterday. I think they made it halfway through the circuit and then their car just stopped. So a lot better from them. They must have fixed the problem overnight and into the morning, and they got their car together. So well done to the Modena team.
Oh, hello, hang on. I think we've spoken too soon.
Oh, no.
No! Oh my days, I cannot believe what I am seeing here. Headbutting against the headrest is the driver from Modena. The hybrid has stopped, and I don't believe what I'm seeing. UMD carrying on their way. Now you can see the onboard footage on the stream. Where have Modena stopped? You can see the yellow flags. They've got 60 seconds to restart. Do the hybrid team from Italy. You can see them there, parked on the right-hand side of that first slalom. UMD crawling past, just trying to squeeze through the gap. Absolute heartbreak for a team that were looking so promising with a time of 1:08 on their first lap, but where's the power gone when they need it most?
Oh, they got going again.
They've got going again.
That is brilliant.
Drama already here on Crop's Corner. And I think that's a team member there just trying to work out what's going on. The media member of the Modena team had his hands on his head and then raised them when he saw the car continue. And now we've got another pass to come because UMD came past whilst Modena had no power. Modena have got all the power now and they are a lot faster, so we've got our first overtake to come. But that overtaking zone is not going to be anytime soon. Modena have got to follow behind UMD until they get to the blue overtake. They've got to go round that hairpin, and that's going to slow them right down. Not to mention, of course, they lost power for a fair old while, just managed to get it within the 60 seconds. UMD pull through, Modena go past, no drama there. Modena looking very quick, but clearly that power unit is as consistent as they need it to be.
Yeah, and I think they've got to take it a bit more cautious probably in two laps time potentially to make sure that they can get their car to the end, because if you don't finish and if you don't restart in 60 seconds, then that's your car out of it. And it's better to finish than not, because decent points on offer, and it could make a difference on whether you get into the top 10 or not, because there may be certain teams that want to get some more points after them doing so well in the static events that took place yesterday. A few awards were presented about those last night with the AI class as well. Shout out to Warwick, I believe, as well. They were the first AI team to get through scrutineering as well, so nice to see some more AI teams getting out there as well.
Best of luck, SAF's uni today from Matty and Sue, says Matthew Holford. A team that seemingly didn't need luck until just now are Modena. The Italians looking so in control. Look at how fast this is. The team coming around the corner now to complete yet another lap. The time 1:09, not quite on their best of 1:08, but we know that car is very quick, but also a little loose in its consistency. Meanwhile, UMD come across the line to complete their next lap. The time, lap 7, 1:24.56, just a second shy of their best time. They've completed 7 laps thus far. They're on their 8th, UMD, the German team. Calm, collected, efficient, no drama from them at all. You're on board with them on the stream now, weaving through that first slalom up towards the hairpin. The electric car nice and consistent here.
Sometimes it's bad to be consistent and not be too fast than be fast and maybe the power unit can go or something like that. So I think that what UMD is doing is very smart. I think they're just happy they got through scrutineering in the first place. As we've got Modena, who came up to the line for their last lap. 1:07. 1:07, their fastest lap time.
But they did hit a cone, and it's knocked over, so that will be a penalty for Modena, who are just rapid. Meanwhile, it's Mike putting the cone back up, or picking the cone up.
He's holding it up. That's the time penalty.
Cheers, Mike. Meanwhile, on the chat, Glasgow is in town, baby, says Ian McLean. Does that mean they've got through scrutineering, I wonder? UMD just posted their best lap time of 1:22.76, getting pacier and pacier. 8 laps completed, on their 9th. And oh no, look what this is. Yet again, the hybrid crawling to a stop from Italy. Modena, the hybrid team, having issues as the scrutineers and the marshals head over to have a conversation with the driver.
They've got 60 seconds to get the car restarted, otherwise it will mark as a DNF for that team.
The scrutineers and the marshals cannot touch the car within those 60 seconds, otherwise it will be a DNF. One of the marshals having a conversation with the driver, trying to work out what to do here as UMD have slowed down to go past. That's going to slow their lap times down again, gutting for this team who really are looking nice and consistent at UMD. Yellow flagged to ensure they've got to pull in to let Modena pass. Modena now under power again. Don't know what happened there. It didn't look like they just went away. It was like the power came back immediately. UMD had to slow down to let them get back ahead. Very interesting.
He's cutting. It kept cutting off. I did notice that Modena car kept cutting off.
And there's some very aggressive driving from the first driver behind the wheel for endurance for the Modena hybrid. They've already clipped one cone, squeezing the power as much as they can, getting the tail out a little bit. The best time from them is it's a 1:07. Added 50 seconds with that drop in power all of a sudden. You can't take your eyes off this for 1 minute. The weather has significantly improved. The drama still peaking. UMD crossed the line with a time of 1:38, completing lap 9. Oh, a tyre squeal there from Modena around the hairpin. They are really pushing it. Clearly not entirely fussed about that inconsistent power unit in the back.
And
Down Under Gaming says hello from Down Under.
It seems to me that the Modena driver, it seems to be the similar the place where the engine keeps cutting off. So it might be the characteristic of the corner, maybe, potentially.
Sweeping down to, you can hear the tyre squeal coming off the Modena car. That's a great angle there as they come flying past the tyre wall, across the line with a time of 1:02. Wow, 1:02.16. That's faster than anything set during sprint yesterday, and endurance is a slower course. My days. Who's driving the Modena car? The stick?
Bearing in mind the track was damp yesterday, it was very wet, whereas today it's pretty much dry with some damp patches, so that's probably why.
Elsewhere, UMD come across the line to complete their 10th lap with a time of 1:19, their best time thus far. They are headed towards a driver change. So efficient and calm are the UMD team. They're just getting on with it. We're busy talking about the Modena car and the exuberant driving going on there. But meanwhile, you're on board on the stream with UMD, who are headed towards a driver change as if it's just a walk in the park.
Yes, it will be the driver change very soon. They've done 10 laps so far. Their best lap time already was a 1:19.6. Modena across the line, 1 minute 1.0. We could see a sub 60-second lap from the Modena hybrid team.
This is utter madness. We are 1 second away from breaking the 60-second barrier. In endurance, we don't see this usually. At least I haven't seen this myself. Last year feels like a very long time ago, especially when you've done the Masters. If there were faster times last year, do please correct us here in the box going through the slalom. Are UMD, that red light consistently flashing on the roll hoop, the power nice and consistent, the driver cool, calm and collected, but on the approach now, I can see just crossing past us is the Modena hybrid. UMD have just completed the second hairpin at the top of the course. Modena could catch UMD before their driver changed. UMD crossed the line to complete their 11th lap with a time of 1:19. Yet again, not exactly 0.3 of a second slower than their last. They found that sweet spot, has the driver from Modena. Meanwhile, what's the time from Modena? 1:02, not exactly as fast as 1:01. The UMD driver, one more lap to complete, I think, before they have their driver change. Will be the first driver change today. You're on board with them now. It looks so much faster when you can see the driver's view of the track, of the road from the car. Rather pleased I'm not behind the wheel because I just stalled it off the line. Even an electric car, I don't think I could manage, but clearly the UMD driver can, and in impeccable style, tasteful driving from the UMD driver.
And they've only been
Modena on the approach then, rocketing along. This is ridiculous in endurance to see someone of this pace just going for it, full send, and no cones thus far. One cone thus far, I've stand corrected.
But that was on one of their faster laps, I believe. But
and you can see here on your screens, you can probably see it on Cops as well if you're live. Modena go through, UMD pull out the way. UMD have got the black checkered flag, and they pull in for their driver change. The black and white is out for UMD for their driver change. You can see them pulling into the pits, directed by the Dynamics volunteers in purple. You can see their team member there in pink. The power cut. Congratulations to the Germans who have completed the first half of endurance. Very well done indeed. Brilliant stuff. You can see now the drivers swapping out, getting that first driver undone in their seatbelts, getting the second driver helping out. It's all about teamwork, and they're doing a very good job of it. The stream going mad for UMD. Someone else saying, Modena, please finish it. Good luck, Modena, says Michelle. Modena.
104.09 was their last.
Through those final few corners, past that hairpin, headed towards the really tight right-hander. There's that little straight that just encourages drivers to really put the power on. Then all of a sudden there's a 90-degree turn. It's 101.50 for their 10th lap from Italy. Not quite their best, but not full send mode.
Full commitment mode, and I really like to see it. I think I saw a glimpse of it in the paddock earlier on, and this is a lot better for them compared to yesterday as well. So we know roughly.
That car is right on the limit. You can see it twitching in every corner as the power is just put right on the limit. Braking late, power early.
Up to the line.
What is the time going to be? This could be good. And it's a 1 minute. 1 minute. Near enough dead from Modena. The Italians are very pleased with that.
I hear a few cheers in the grandstand. It's really great to see.
That
one more lap.
Though, hang on
yeah, it's cutting off once again. Uh-oh. Oh, it stopped
there,
again.
yeah. That, you can hear it. Just listen to that. The revs going up and down and up and down. I stand corrected. That might be another car getting ready to go out. But Modena clearly having power issues. That just does not sound healthy from the hybrid. It's a very unique powertrain. And all of a sudden that power is just dropped right off, hasn't it? We've seen the pace, a 60-second time, but I don't recall.
They're going very slowly.
That is very slow indeed. On what is their 12th lap? This will be the last lap this driver does before coming in for a driver change. And all of a sudden, the car is looking very, very poorly. I like that, Taizan. Someone's commented on the stream saying that Modena car is a glass cannon.
I like that saying as well, I'm not going to lie.
That's a very, very apt description of this car from Italy. It's running on its electric motor, hence the change in the noise coming out of that power unit. It was mighty.
I think we can hear
Meanwhile, it sounds to me like Bolton are revving up and taking their place on the start line. Great to see Bolton here. As Modena crawl along. Very uncharacteristic from them. Bolton brought up to the line. Black and white flag out from Modena. They've got their driver change. Will we see them again, though? Currently running on only electric power. Seriously inhibited. The time down to a whole 1:57. That's going to be 2 minutes, a whole minute. Bolton revving up and away. Their first lap of endurance. Loving the tyre choice from Bolton. Thank you very much for that brilliant nod, I hope. Oh, a big backfire there from Bolton. Wow.
I like that car. I like the way they designed the front wing as well, but we haven't seen him in the sprint, so we'll see how they tackle this technical demanding track currently as well. I hear some more revs currently as well, and I think we got the 110 going on the start line, so they're good to go for their second driver to do their 12 laps. So we're keeping our fingers crossed for them. 22 kilometres is how long the teams have to complete, 11 kilometres for each driver. Very conservative from University of Bolton currently, it looks like. But
And look at this. UMD off for their second stint. Congratulations to the team from Germany. The driver, yet again, just taking a cautious pace. We know the approach the Germans are taking, a sighting lap for the driver and then consistently improving across the course. And a cautious approach as well from Bolton. Huge love for them in the comments. Lily E, go Bolton! Ian McLean says Bolton are about to smoke Modena. Meanwhile, Taizan says Bolton, let's go! Up the Blue Beast, says Jonathan. And Kraken says good luck, Bolton. They're on track now. You can see them on your screens there, going through the final few corners of their first lap of endurance. What is the time going to be then? Across the line they go with a time of 1:28.39. Getting the power down there before the first corner are the guys and girls from Bolton. Meanwhile, in front of the commentary box, double denim's back. Well, there's some denim, not all denim.
It seems to me that everyone on their first runs take it more conservatively, wants to get us out of the track, and after that they push even harder, and that's what we're seeing Bolton doing at the moment, and they're doing a similar approach to what we saw UMD, and that's how well UMD are doing currently right now, as UMD is also going through the slalom as well, but that's why we're riding on board now.
Interestingly enough, the only car not to take it cautious on that first lap was Modena, and well, we've seen them having the most issues of any track car we've seen out on track thus far.
Exactly.
I've sent Monty out to have a bit of a scout and work out whether the Italians will be returning to the track. Meanwhile, UMD quite happy to just cross the line with a time of 1:53. Their driver, brand new to the circuit, hasn't driven it before, just working out a blue flag out for them as Bolton are on the approach with a much faster car. You can hear it, just the power down. Their best time of 1:21.93. UMD blue flag to let Bolton pass. Nicely done from everyone involved, nice and clean. And oh, dearie me, because Bolton have just gone past and then stopped, which is not what you want to see. The driver head down, gone through the cones. Is that an off for Bolton? Looking like the driver head down in the cockpit, trying to work out what's gone on there. UMD casually driving past. Sunday afternoon drive for them. German efficiency at its finest. Extreme, very disappointed with this sudden lack of power for Bolton.
Yeah, it looks like they're just driving, going on a summer holiday, you know. And it looks like Modena are, I think, waiting to get going again, so that is good news. The red light is on for them, their second drive is about to get stuck. Green light is on, revs are flashing, and we are go. Modena is back on the circuit. That is great for them.
Sounding to me like the IC unit in that hybrid is back. A yellow flag out for them as they crawl on past the stranded Bolton. Not sure what's happened to them. You can see as Modena go past, Bolton stranded there for whatever reason. Go UMD, German efficiency at its finest indeed, says Alexa. Meanwhile, Sploddy says, can we get a shout out for Rowan McLean, please? Big 21 yesterday. Happy 21st birthday, Rowan. Bexby says, go on, Bolton. David Frigerio points out that Modena are the only hybrid car on track. They are indeed, and you can see there they're coming past Bolton, who are being wheeled away. That's gutting. That is Bolton out then. The marshals touching the car, meaning that is a DNF for Bolton. Gutting for the Blue Beast. A round of applause, please, for Bolton. Getting a car out on track at any point in FS UK is difficult, so a huge congratulations to them for getting this far. Heartbreak, though, at this stage. Gibbo wants a shout out to Bill Cosgrove, who is apparently an absolute legend. The fact that Gibbo's been spending time talking to my dad is terrifying, but anyway. Those who know, and those who don't need to. Modena then crossing the line for the first time with their second driver behind the wheel. What is the time gonna be? A 1:26.93, a severely more conservative approach from the second driver from Italy. Lily E saying, we love you, Bolton. Yeah, heartbreak for them as they managed to only complete 2 laps. They were on their third before the power units went away. You can see there on your screens, Modena looking to be back on the power a little more as the driver gets to grips with the circuit. Their second driver behind the wheel. Meanwhile, UMD just getting on with it. They're on their 16th lap. Their best is 1:19. But at this stage, especially with an electric power unit, efficiency on that is going to be absolutely spot on. So if they finish this, they know they're just going to do well anyway. It doesn't necessarily need to be the fastest thing in the world. The Italians, meanwhile, quite happy to be very exuberant as Moderna approach UMD yet again, this time with the second drivers behind the wheel of both cars. You can see the two cars there on your screens as they go through the hairpin, looking nice and tidy there for Modena, as UMD cross the line in front of the commentary box, heading on to their next lap. Their 17th lap is complete. It was their 16th lap, I should say, with a time of 1:45. Modena right down to 1:14, halving that deficit as the driver got to grips with the track. And UMD pulling away, Modena flying on through. They've completed 15 laps, have Modena. Their 16th is in progress.
And we do have a comment in the chat saying, from Jack London, saying, fair play to our team at Bolton, first time to pass scrutineering. So they haven't passed scrutineering up until this point. So I think just to get on the track is still quite amazing. Even though they didn't finish endurance, they still managed to make their way onto the track. Good confidence for next year. They may be disappointed that they didn't make it through endurance, but they've got past scrutineering. That's the most crucial bit. So well done to Bolton. I think they can come with their head held high. As Moderna going up again, more conservative approach this time around, going through the hairpin, very tight from them as they want to try and finish this endurance event. 25 points are on offer if you do complete endurance for your university as well. 110.5 for Modena, that's a lot better than them. As we've got UMD coming up to the line as well.
Oh, here we go again. This is beginning to look a little familiar. I'll give you one guess what's happened. Modena have stopped, and they've got going again.
They must have stalled.
What is going on? It's fast, it's rapid, but it's not consistent either.
And the 110 up to line, it's a 1:42.8.
So we should point out, just here in the comms box, some of the lap times. But once they go in, they're down a lap on what we're seeing. So UMD currently on their 16th lap. Have completed 16 laps, are in progress of their 17th. Modena have completed 15. So there we are. But what is going on with Modena? Everyone wants an answer, and the man who has the answer is Monty. So Monty, pray tell, what on earth is going on?
Thank you, Giles. Morning, everyone. Hope we're all enjoying it. So I've just been having a chat with the Modena team to find out what's happening. In short, it's an ECU matter. It's engine mapping. They're right on the limit of, with regards to the fuel, as to what the engine can do. So every now and then we're watching it getting a bit too rich as it comes out of a slow corner. It chokes itself to death and stalls. I've been having a chat with them just to find out more about this engine, because obviously it's one of the only hybrid entries we have. But it's an unusual one because on paper it's a V-twin, but only one of the cylinders are working because the other half of it is using the electric motor. So V-twin, one cylinder, ECU, petrol mapping, everything like that on the absolute limit. Very, very ingenious. We've never seen anything like this before. So, 10 out of 10 for creativity and for the engineering solutions into this car, because it really has impressed all of the design judges. But that old cliche, it's been designed and built by students, and here's the end product that we're seeing on the track at the moment. Kind reminder, guys, these are all prototypes, essentially, all built by students. So, as I say, it's fantastic to see how creative they get. And I really hope this isn't the only time we see this engine, because there's so much developmental potential in this engine in the years to come. But yeah, a couple of teething troubles with engine mapping, and that's why we're seeing them splutter to a halt every now and then.
And the most important thing is they're learning every time they go on the track what is wrong, so they can improve for future endurances, and they can come back next year fighting, as we've got Modena going up to finish their next lap, 1:09.56.
That's the best time for the second driver from Modena, and I am absolutely stunned by the engineering in that power unit. That is ridiculous.
Crazy.
That's only the Italians. Only the Italians. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant there's love on the stream for that power unit setup.
Yeah,
So
quite a lot.
absolutely fantastic. We know, meanwhile, that Cheryl, who is part of our presenter team, is looking forward to seeing OBR, Oxford Brooks Racing, out on track. So a good morning to Cheryl and Matt.
And
Matt
Pat-
supporting Swansea.
Paddy saying, let's go Monty.
Can you wish my friend Dixie an enormous happy birthday from Cardiff, says Foxzoom. Yes, of course we can. UMD, not far away from completing endurance, also not far away from the front of Modena, who are approaching again for yet another overtake. Two very different approaches here from the German and Italian teams. The Germans pull in, the Italians go by. Green flags out on circuit as Modena fly on through, followed by UMD, both now on the same number of laps. But you can see the difference. It's 20 seconds between the two teams. Modena, the time there of 1:13, 1:44 for UMD. But with the efficiency, I'd be interested in this. What's going to be more efficient then, the hybrid or the full electric power unit? Squealing through the hairpin. Go Modena.
And sometimes it's not just about the fastest car in endurance, it's whether you can get it to the end. As we've got so a lot of love for Harriet Watt as well. No cars, just fives apparently. And someone's asking if there's any live timing info. All the results will be posted online after the event tonight, so after the awards concluded as well. And Bergmeister said, can we get a shout out for all the women at FSUK? There's quite a lot of women volunteers as well taking part, and also some women in the teams as well. And there was a Diversity and Inclusion Award that took place yesterday as well, hosted by Racing Pride and Aston Martin. And what was their last lap for Modena? 1:10.4. So slowly getting back to the time that they set them. Again, they just want to get to the end.
Both of these teams look then to be able to complete endurance, one faster than the other by a fair margin. Modena squealing their way round that top hairpin at the top of Copse Corner, looking absolutely rapid. Only, as I have it, I reckon there's two or three laps left for both drivers to complete endurance. Thus far, Bolton, the first and only DNF.
They
I've
teach
been
you the
reliable.
map.
Yes, okay, so that's really interesting. The mapping crucial to the power unit behind Modena, driving them forward, rear power there, and they have detuned the map, making it less rich on the fuel with the hopes of finishing endurance. And I must say, there's only been one stoppage from them so far, and it was very brief, crossing the line with a time of 1:07. You can see the effect that change in the map is having on the times, because the car is still looking rapid and looking on the ragged edge of what it's capable of, but we can see then the effect that the change in map is having on the lap times, not close to the best time from them, which is a 60 seconds, near enough dead.
Don't forget, each lap of the endurance event is individually timed, so the corrected elapsed time is determined by subtracting the extra long lap for the driver change from the total time and adding any penalties they got for cones, which a few teams have had so far in this endurance event. Not long to go till both teams will complete endurance, and they will secure themselves 25 points already before the final points get totted up.
So those 25 points are a baseline for anyone who completes endurance. Talking of completing endurance, UMD looking very nice there on your screens, completing with time of 1:33 on their last lap. They're on their penultimate laps now, both teams. And oh, that's just a pull-in. That is just a pull-in. UMD, you had me worried for a second. Don't
Yeah, you had me
scare
worried earlier on as well. I was like, oh, they start to might. No, they're just letting each other through.
Modena, rapid.
1:05 was their
UMD
last lap.
consistent.
And their final run now, Modena, currently through Copse Corner. You're watching the 25th anniversary of FSUK this year, 2023. We've had the dynamic events yesterday in the wet, but it is nice and sunny here at Silverstone as well.
at the moment, I would say driver number 1 for Modena could be on track for the most entertaining driver award, because exuberant doesn't even come close.
Exactly. They've got a few more elements of the track to go, going through the hairpin, very tight from the Modena car. And it's the last lap, and it's probably going to be cheers in the grandstand up to the line.
Yeah, they've got one more lap to complete.
One more lap.
One more lap through the first corner of the last lap for Modena. We weren't sure whether they get this far. The power unit, experimental and highly tuned, right on the limit of what it's capable of. No, 2 more laps. I knew it was.
So lap 13 was the pits apparently, so what we could see will be 25 laps, I believe.
We're getting used to this.
Yeah.
Usually we have Andrew Mather guiding us in here. Unfortunately, he wasn't available, so you're going to have to do with us two instead.
He's at Cadwell Park this weekend.
He is indeed. Do stick with us, though, because, I mean, forget Lewis Hamilton's first pole in years. This is where it's at. Modena look to be crossing the line for endurance in a brilliant way, because if you'd wound the clock back 10 minutes ago, I don't think we get to this point. Modena then, with their impressive hybrid unit, and UMD with a full electric unit in the back of their car, calm, cool, collected, taking it like it's no big deal. No big deal. Crossing the line then go Modena with a time of 1:04. And back on the pace is the team from Italy. You can see on your screens there, UMD likely to get caught yet again by Modena, and that is going to affect both of their lap times. It's the reason why sprint is so crucial to endurance, because as teams get more competitive, their lap times start affecting their results in endurance, and you do not want to be held up by a slower car. And nor do you really want to be pulling in every 5 minutes to be overtaken by the faster car, which is why it's run in reverse order in endurance. For those that qualified in sprint, the slower cars go first, and then you make your way towards the faster car. So everyone's of a very similar pace. And we saw a lot of that. There were a lot of cars bunched in the 110s, a lot of cars bunched in the 107s. Remember, conditions yesterday not nearly as good as they are today. In fact, probably the most appalling I've seen out on track in my experience. The UMD team member encouraging their driver to put their foot down a little bit.
Checker flag is waved for the 38. They've completed endurance. Cheers in the grandstand for them. We thought that their car would never make it to finish, but their determination, their grit to make sure their car was running even with the technical issues, and they've done it. Their fastest time right now is a 1:0.5, and they've got 25 points in the bag from the get-go.
Absolutely stunned. They're over the moon with that. The Dynamics volunteer shaking hands with the driver there. They've got to be pleased with that. Yes, they are. The yellow jumpsuit flying up in the air as the team celebrate the Rebel Alliance symbol from Star Wars on their helmet. And they really did skywalk their way to finishing endurance. Thank you very much, ladies. I was rather pleased with that as well.
Can we give them some extra points for just not giving up?
None of these teams are giving up. Not a single team here today will give up until they've done everything they can to get their car out on track. Talking about on track, UMD have got, I believe, 1 lap left.
Yeah, 1 more lap to go.
Crossing the line there. Can the Germans match the Italians? This is really, really exciting. We've seen 2 cars complete endurance within the first hour and 10 or so. And within the first hour, that doesn't usually happen, which is brilliant. We've had 1 DNF, gutted for the Blue Beast from Bolton. Big congratulations to them for just getting out on track. Meanwhile, you're on board with UMD as they go through the last throws of their final lap to complete endurance. That electric motor has only got to hold out for a few more meters. Their best lap time on your screens there, a 1:19.18. Laps completed 23. This is their 24th. All they have to do is go through the slalom, round the hairpin, the last, I should say, final few turns, and they'll have done it. The red light providing confidence to all involved that the power unit is still there. Round the hairpin, Last few corners then for the Germans. UMD car 110. I can see them from the commentary box. The checkered flag is waving. The Germans are over the moon and across the line. With a full time of 42.20.94. 42 minutes, 20 seconds, .94 for the Germans. That is preliminary. No cones penalties added in there yet, but bear in mind, I don't think there were any cones. That was the most efficient driving I've seen for a while.
And don't forget, they only had a chance to look at the track today because they spent the last few days going through scrutineering. So for a team to go through scrutineering today and then go straight onto the track, complete it with hardly any problems, absolutely brilliant from them. And I think we have a little bit of a word from Monty, who's going to talk a little bit about the point situation.
Hello, Jess.
Hello.
Yes, hello, I'm back again. Just before I talk about the point situation, I thought I'd give an update on the scrutineering
Yes.
status, because I've been having a wander around, having a chat with people, just to see what's happening. So, guys, currently we have 17 teams eligible to take part in the endurance series, the endurance race at the moment. I've been advised there's about another 10 teams currently on their final stage of scrutineering. So fingers crossed, they hopefully get that one done. That means that they'll then be eligible to take part in the endurance and then score some big points there as well. So potentially we could see perhaps 20 odd universities taking part. Obviously everyone we're seeing on the track at the moment, they're the ones who passed scrutineering either first thing this morning or at
last thing yesterday.
Yes, at some point yesterday. So they did not take part in the sprint. We're going to see those guys later on this afternoon in reverse qualifying position. So as Coventry were fastest yesterday, that means they're going to be last out on the track. So everyone you're seeing at the moment didn't take part in any of the other dynamic events. They've just got past scrutineering, and hopefully we're going to see a couple of other teams get through there as well. Now, points. We've already seen 2 teams get past at the moment, so that's 25 points to them at the moment. Those aren't the only points that they're going to be earning for this event.
There is more. The maximum is 250 points for in endurance, but there's also efficiency of their fuel measured during endurance, which is worth an extra 100 points. So that is huge in terms of the points that they gain just from the endurance event alone.
Absolutely, and with that making up potentially plus 30% of your overall score. Endurance is pretty much everything. If a team hasn't had a great run so far in statics and the other dynamic events, but they can finish here, that can almost guarantee them a top 10. The flip side of it, we've seen so far, for example, Oxford Brookes, they've managed to get into the top 3 in just about every single contest so far this event. If they have a DNF today, all for nothing. Could be all for nothing. So, you know, fingers crossed. They've got to finish the endurance because this is where the big points are.
Yes.
If you can't do this, you're going to fall down the order. So it'll be interesting to see what happens later on there on that point of view. However, just to explain to the viewers who perhaps haven't had a chance to read the 192 pages of the rule book, because I don't blame you, it's a horrible thing to do.
We have to do that.
It was horrible as a student, it's horrible doing it as a commentator, and yeah, you guys don't need to go and watch that either. However, in layman's terms, this is how they will be calculating the score. So obviously, every team which has now passed the finish line, they get 25 points. Great. Reason for 25 points is because they do technically 25 laps. They do 12 laps on the track, 1 lap in the pit, and another 12 laps. There's your 25. Done. Simple maths. However, afterwards, endurance score based on their times. This is a ratio calculated between the fastest time, which has been total time. This is not fastest lap time, but the fastest total time of that run. They'll essentially do a ratio of that against the team's respective lap time. And a maximum of T-max is essentially 145% of whatever that fastest time is posted. That's how you will then determine how to distribute the points to the teams. So for example, the second fastest team in the endurance, it's not a set score, so it wouldn't be like 20, hypothetically here, it wouldn't be 20 for the fastest, 16 for second, 14 for third, etc., etc. Your score is based purely on what, once you've finished, of course, your score is then based on the percentage of your time against the fastest team out there. So it's a little bit hard to calculate on the top of your head. If there's anyone who's good at maths out there and has a stopwatch, give it a try. I'd be intrigued to see what you guys can come up with on the comments. But yeah, it's a lot of calculations needs to be done afterwards before we publish the final results and announce, of course, who the overall winner is. Of course, there's the efficiency scoring as well there. Any team who finishes, but their time is above that 145% fastest time, they won't be eligible to score in the efficiency test there either, because they've essentially been driving too slow to well, really use their car to their full potential. And just like us on the road, you know, if you're driving at 30 mile an hour against doing 90 mile an hour, maybe 70 mile an hour, sorry, you're obviously going to use up a lot more fuel at 70 than you are at 30. So, well, if you're plodding around, well, of course you're going to use less fuel. That's just basic laws of physics. But anyway, that's me rambling. That's essentially how the point scores work. The rule books are available to download on Formula Student's website, as I say, in case you want to read through the full 192 pages. I don't recommend it, leave that to us, and we'll try and layman's terms it to you throughout the day. However, I hope that helps for all the new people, including Jess here. How are you finding this so far, Jess?
This is my first year of discovering Formula Student, and I have to say, the atmosphere in this paddock is absolutely amazing. It's good to know about the event itself. It's not just about the dynamic event, it's about the static event as well, and it's been really nice. Me and yourself, we had a chat with quite a lot of teams in the paddock, and the one that caught my attention was Oxford Brookes. They started from a low point just before the pandemic, tried to get their car through scrutiny during the past few years, and they struggled, and this year their main goal was to get through scrutineering. They were one of the first teams to do so, and they have obviously been in the top 3 in every event. And we didn't broadcast Skidpad yesterday, but for those of you that weren't watching the awards ceremony last night, they actually topped Skidpad yesterday, which was great for them. It was either Modena, Oxford, or it was Coventry winning the dynamic events. And then, of course, we obviously got endurance a little bit later on. I'm actually going to try and find the running order of which teams are going out when. And then straight after that, then if we have time, there'll be more teams that potentially would have got through scrutineering at lunchtime. They'll be having a go potentially to try and get in as well. So we've got quite a while before we start. I think we're due to start endurance again at 1 p.m. So the order that the cars are going through will be the University of Marlborough. They'll be up first. Then there'll be University of Wolverhampton, University of Adgar, Cardiff University. Then we've got University of Leicester, University of Sheffield, Staffordshire University, University of Vigo. Then we've got Oxford Brookes University, University of Strathclyde, which did very well yesterday as well. And we've got UWE up next. We've got Modena, the internal combustion engine, and Coventry University will be up last. They must do the endurance event in that order. Teams that do not start in that order will receive a penalty as specified in the rules. That's very important.
Penalties, penalties, penalties. Must remember those penalties, guys, because you can be quickest on track, but if you fall foul on something, no one likes a negative score, do they, Jess?
No. So, yes, we won't be starting again until 1 p.m, but we've got a few comments in the chat. Matthias said, congrats, UMD. Andrew said, smashed it. Lucas saying, amazing job, UMD. A lot of love for UMD in the chat. But, and I believe we got a VT coming up. Just a little talk about the wet weather that happened yesterday, because there was quite a lot of it.
Welcome to trackside ahead of our sprint event here on Saturday. And Cheryl, we just wanted to let everyone know a little bit behind the scenes of what the conditions are here today. It's wet.
Very wet.
It's very wet.
I'm very grateful to be lent a waterproof, because I did not prepare for this weather.
Well, this is it, but this is going to be the journey that our drivers will be taking for the sprint event, and they'll be passing a couple of bits here behind the scenes. So in this cabin here on the left-hand side, that's actually where we are broadcasting live right now to you guys. And beyond that, the taller building, of course, it's the taller building because it's the important building. It's where our judges will be assessing the action on the racetrack. So ahead of this, in the conditions, we watched the acceleration. We saw an incredible performance by Oxford Brookes. How do you think it's going to translate from going in a straight line in this weather to going around Copse Corner in this weather?
They're really going to have to avoid puddles, and from the looks of it, it looks like one big puddle at the moment. They're all going to have to switch to wet tyres. A couple teams even mentioned that when they tested their cars, they didn't have a drop of rain. So this is going to be very new for more teams as well.
Yeah, it is a really big test for our drivers out here today. So all the best to our drivers, and hopefully we keep it on the track and we keep it safe.
Interestingly enough, there in the VT, Matt and Cheryl were talking about a lot of teams testing in the dry and then being completely thrown by the conditions we had yesterday. One team I know for a fact who tested in the rain because it does nothing else in Wales was Cardiff University, who tested out at the bay, so right on the edge of the coast, in the pouring rain. And we only had slicks available at the time. We had to go and buy wets. We had slicks on. Car stayed fairly planted. James behind the wheel, held a spin, looked great. So if you want to test in the rain, come and visit us in Wales. Come and visit us at Cardiff. We'll take you testing in the bay. Anyway, myself and Jess are going to go for our lunch. We'll be back on the stream very shortly. Stick around. The teams that qualified during Sprint for Endurance will be joining us on track. A whole 13 cars. If you thought that was exciting with Modena and UMD and Bolton, you ain't seen nothing yet. Stick around. We'll be right back.
For the 2023 Sim Race Series, as well as the monthly races, we've added an engineering challenge that runs between the rounds. So as well as the drivers who are competing in the monthly races, it gives an opportunity for more of the team members to get involved within the Sim Race Series, and it also allows us to dive much deeper into the engineering and the fundamental vehicle dynamics that the students, we want them to understand, both for helping them perform better in the races during the series itself, but it's developing skills that they'll be able to go on and use in industry, whether that's in mainstream automotive or in racing itself on the race engineering side. James, do you want to explain a bit more about the different content we've had in the challenge this year?
Sure, absolutely. So each challenge has been set on a different theme. Essentially, we're going into this as if the students are having to deal with a client, a racing driver, or a race team, and the client is coming up to them saying, saying the car is doing X, Y, Z. So for example, one of the challenges will be that the tyres aren't behaving as we would expect it to be. So one of the challenges would be based on tyre pressures, camber and toe-in adjustments. One of the other challenges would be talking about gearing, downforce levels. So we're focusing on specific points on a car's behaviour and getting the students to look through the data to try and understand the actual vehicle dynamic characteristics of that car and understand how they can make the car go quicker. It's not necessarily about having the fastest lap time at the end, but it's about being able to provide the information and the data to the judges to show sound reasoning as to why you believe this is the correct solution to adjusting that handling ailment of the car. We've come to the final challenge now, which is we're opening up all the parameters. It's going to be at Spa-Francorchamps. We're focusing on that classic cliche which every engineer faces at Spa-Francorchamps. Do you create a car setup prioritising top speed, or do you focus on sector 2 and maximise the downforce and go slow on the straights? Looking forward to see what the students can come out with.
I'm James Tatham. I'm a former University of Portsmouth student. I competed in Formula Student for 7 years. I've been a design judge for the last 2 years at Formula Student UK, and I've been sim racing for 11 years. I'm a design engineer with previous experience in aerospace. Now I work for Kenwood designing kitchen machines. So, James, we've been running the engineering challenges this year. You've essentially been leading the judging criteria on this and, for a better word, putting together the challenges in the sense of defining what it is we want the students to learn from this. So would you mind giving us a description of what it is we're looking for and kind of how the challenges were built? So we created the engineering challenge to encourage the students to apply their engineering principles and practices into their sim racing. So the students are given a realistic brief, putting them in the position of a race engineer who has to engineer the car, varying the setup parameters in order to improve the lap time. So we've asked them to use the Motec software, which essentially is a data logging program within sim racing, so then they can analyze the car performance using actual engineering parameters and then applying that back into improving their lap time. So the judging is split into 4 categories: engineering approach, rationale, justification, and the lap time, which they set their time using the setup that they created. So the teams are asked to submit an A4 page, and that can effectively communicate the work that they've done to understand the car's characteristics and how they've improved the lap time by adjusting settings on the car, whether this is suspension, aerodynamics, tyres, or gears. This helps the student to improve their engineering communication skills, but being able to communicate complex data in a quick and efficient manner is a vital skill. It also helps develop their analysis skills, encouraging them to become more rounded engineers. And the engineering challenge scores go towards the Sim Racing Series championship points, so it helps the teams climb up the championship rankings. What are we looking for? What are judges looking for in these challenges? How do the students submit the challenges for a start, and what is it we're looking for in these submissions? So the students submit an A4 sheet of paper with a template that we set out that will then be split into the individual categories of engineering approach, rationale and justification. And we really want to see that they take an iterative approach, looking at the data and using data-led decision-making to improve the lap time. The students may have to compromise on their setups, where, for example, if they're looking at aerodynamics, they can adjust their front and rear wings. Obviously, if you increase your wing angle, then it will impact your top speed. And if you decrease your wing angle, you'll have a higher top speed. So maybe in some corners you want more angle, and other corners you don't want as much. So we want to see them analysing the car throughout the whole track and actually determining what's the best setup, what's the best compromise throughout that lap to get the best performance out of the car. Right, but they've only got a single page to put all this information down in, so is there a magic way of being able to get this information relayed? There's no magic way to present it. It's just like an elevator pitch. In engineering meetings, you don't have much time to actually convey your message across from all your engineering analysis. So this is a great example where students can learn these skills already, where they have to do an elevator pitch essentially to us, communicate that information. So we want to see lots of graphs, because a graph is a really good way of presenting a lot of data. And it's up to the students to be as creative as they can to think of how they can communicate that information as effectively as possible to us.
What good and what bad examples have you seen so far this year? Without naming and shaming, but what has really stood out to you as being a good example of someone submitting their work? What didn't appeal to you best? Why were they given a weaker score?
We start on the positives. So the teams that have submitted the best entries have just been very clever at the way that they're communicating their information. They've been really clear and concise, and you can look at it and literally within 10 seconds you can pick up exactly what they're trying to communicate to you. And I think that's the most important thing. The analysis that they're doing, some of the teams are going into a lot of detail, which is very impressive. But obviously if you can't communicate that information, then it doesn't actually come across very well. So the best teams have been the ones that have communicated the best information across to us, and we can clearly identify what they're trying to show us. And they're looking at every single parameter, and they're really understanding the principles that they're applying. And it's not just guesswork, it is actually, you know, applied theory into an engineering practice. So I think on the flip side of that, what you'll see is some of the teams that aren't as good maybe haven't done their homework and researched actually what the core principles are, what are the fundamentals that cause a car to understeer or oversteer. They really need to understand that, so then when they look at the data, they're looking at the right bit of data, and then when they're communicating that back to us, they're communicating it in a really efficient way. They've got a nice graph. You know, some of the worst teams, maybe they don't even have a graph to show us, and so we can't take anything from that. It's just a load of words, and you know, we can't just assume that their words are correct.
That's a very valid point you make there, and I think some of the feedback we've had from some of the judges this year is some of the submissions have been very word focused, and 1,000 words will speak 1,000 words. However, a graph, a chart can sometimes do those 1,000 words for you without iterating a single word.
Exactly, yeah. Actually being able to quickly glance at a graph, you can take so much more information from it than a big body of text. Especially as I'm dyslexic, it's not so easy to read. I think if it's just really to reiterate to the students how important this challenge actually is, it might look like a bit of extra work on the side, but really it's learning a lot of key skills that you need in industry. And those skills, once you're in the workplace, they'll take you further quicker, because you can already do something that it's very difficult. It's very difficult to communicate that data that you've collected and to churn that then into a result and communicate that effectively to your wider team. It's very important, and that will help you going through design reviews, going, you know, through all your stages in your engineering technical career.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, James.
That's all right. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to the Williams Experience Centre, where we're going to be hosting the final round of this season's Formula Student Sim Racing Series in their eSports Centre. I'm joined with Michael Preston, the eSports Chief Engineer for Williams eSports, who's going to be showing us around the facilities. Shall we go?
Yep,
let's go.
So welcome to Grove, home of the Williams Esports Lounge. So here we have some of the simulators that the students are going to get to use for the final round of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We have the Williams Esports Edition Playseat Formula. We have a Fanatec Direct Drive steering wheel base and a Formula V 2.5 rim. We also have load cell pedals and a 32-inch curved monitor. As you can see, there's 10 rigs here. We also have 10 rigs in the back room as well. So we can have up to 20 people racing in the same race at any given time. In the background we also have our pro level sim rigs, so these are the sim rigs that our Williams Esports Pro drivers would use if they're preparing for events or if they're taking part in events. So this year we've used those for taking part in the Le Mans 24-hour Le Mans Virtual Series. We've used iterations of those rigs for F1 Esports as well, and we also have a F1 style pit wall which we use to provide a professional engineering capacity, which I will show you now. So here we have our F1 style pit wall. The first thing you'll notice is the abundance of screens that we have. It seems excessive, but as soon as you start adding onboard telemetry, timing, the screens quickly fill up, especially if you want to be watching the race as well. Like we have a replay from the Le Mans Virtual Series race here. This has capacity for 4 engineers to be working during the races. We also use this for running events in the Esports Lounge as well. So if we're running LAN events or corporate events, then this is somewhere that we can run those events from if we're running session lobbies or doing admin for that kind of stuff as well. On the screen we have Motec open at the moment, so that's a tool that we use to analyse telemetry. So this is something that most of the students in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series will have become accustomed to using throughout this year, because Motec natively has the ability to analyse data coming out of Assetto Corsa, the simulator. So that's where there's one real area of crossover between sim racing and real life, is that this is a tool that's used in professional level motorsport, and the students can be using it, getting data from their sim rig at home and learning everything that they'd ever need to do using this software at a racetrack. So here's one of our pro level rigs that our Williams Esports Pro drivers would use. As you can tell, there's a bit of a step up in hardware between these and the corporate level simulators that we have over in the rest of the Esports Lounge, and the main differences from this are coming from much heavier braking pedals, the higher forces coming from the direct drive wheelbase, 3 screens, so that you can use your peripheral vision a lot more to see the cars around you. Also, the much stiffer chassis for the rig itself. That's necessary to cope with all the forces coming out of the steering wheel base and going through the braking pedal. So the Husingveld Ultimate pedals that we have on this rig are capable of going up to 120 kilos of braking force. So that's capable of matching any or the majority of real racing cars. So a lot of force. Yeah, these are a really good tool for professional drivers as well, testing for real-world racing, as well as our drivers in their professional sim racing capacity.
This looks impressive. Dare I ask the cost?
Yeah, so the rig in its totality with the one PC included will put you back about just over 10,000 Great British pounds.
Worth every penny, I'm sure.
Yep, especially when you're looking for those marginal gains.
Absolutely. No, definitely. If it gives you an authentic experience of what you feel in the car on the real track, then no, definitely it's there with a purpose.
In the late 1800s, a small country between France and Italy was pretty strapped for cash, so they came up with a neat idea: make gambling legal. In no time at all, this idea had worked, and worked rather well, and soon the playboys and dilettantes needed something to spend their cash on. By the 1920s, the thing to spend your money on was a fast car. Some things never change, and it wasn't long before someone had the bright idea of racing them against each other. Thus the Grand Prix was born, but there was one rule: the race had to be in the country's borders. That's fine when you're France or Germany, or even England. Not so much when you have an area of 2.1 square kilometres. Not to be perturbed, the citizens of this little country came up with the biggest race on the planet, the Monaco Grand Prix. But what about the other 364 days of the year? Well, that's what I went to find out. We start, as ever, at the start-finish line, which, when precision-engineered single-seaters are belting down at over 200 kilometers an hour, looks pretty hairy, but when they're not, looks more like a zebra crossing. The pit lane isn't permanent and is taken down or put up in a matter of days. Pulling 4.8G, the drivers brake from flat out down into second gear for the near 90-degree right-hander that is Sander Voort, which, as you can see, plays host to a roundabout for the rest of the year. Then it's straight back on the power, reaching speeds of over 260 kilometers per hour up the Beau Rivage hill. Changing down, the drivers swing through the left turn of Massenet past the Monaco Opera House. It's a crucial corner to get right as it affects the entry onto the next turn through Casino Square. It's an iconic part of the course. So iconic, in fact, it was full of tourists and the best shot I could get was everyone's feet. Out of the exit at Casino Square, there's a lot to think about. The drivers have got to get back on the power, down the hill, whilst also ensuring to avoid the notorious bump in the road with a bit of right hand down. All in 4th gear, clocking over 200 km per hour. Off the power and on the brakes for just over 2 seconds, pulling 4G as drivers turn into the right-hander of Mirabeau High. It's here in 2014 that Nico Rosberg had his controversial off in Q3 of qualifying, sealing himself pole and the win. It's slow then down towards the Grand Hotel hairpin, where space comes at a premium and the racing line is everything, at least during the race. The rest of the time, the hairpin is dwarfed by the Fairmont, and the biggest problem you'll have is taxis dropping off guests. Out of the hairpin, the course descends towards the harbour, through the lower Mirabeau and onto Poitiers. It's here in 1988, Ayrton Senna, with a 55-second lead on Alain Prost, made an uncharacteristic mistake and ended up in the barrier. Out of Poitiers and through the sweeping right-hander that takes drivers into the iconic tunnel. Regardless of what era you prefer, there is no denying the sound of a Formula 1 engine at full chat through its hallowed walls is like nothing else. Most notably for me, however, was the savage change in lights from artificial to natural upon exit. Fairly blinding, and it was pretty noticeable on foot, let alone at over 200 km an hour. Upon exiting the tunnel, the drivers are immediately faced with the new chicane, following a savage 4.7G deceleration out of the tunnel ready for it, down to 55 km an hour. 2 high-speed changes in direction follow as drivers sweep left, hugging the harbour and keeping above 100 for the most part. If you can't take the heat, the swimming pool is on the other side for a quick dip. Not that anyone seemed to fancy it when I was there. Keeping close to the harbour, drivers thunder down towards the iconic last corner, La Rascasse, where in 2006, Michael Schumacher had an infamous off in qualifying that cost him pole with a back-of-the-grid start penalty. And if you were too busy trying to get around the final right-hander and you forgot where you were, the local VW garage on the corner is a lot different to my local dealer. And there it is, back on the power and across the line. A fast lap here can send you into racing immortality. A mistake can be pretty costly, in every sense. And welcome back to Silverstone for live coverage of the second half of today's endurance event at Formula Student UK 2023. Giles and Jess with you live from Copse Corner, lining up on the track. The first of those who completed sprint yesterday, car 111, it's Wolverhampton. Cheers going up from Copse Corner from the University of Wolverhampton team. They're very excited to see their car hit the track. What lap time can they be producing during endurance? The best lap thus far from the Modena hybrid car, which has got a best lap of 1 minute, near enough dead. We're going to go with 1 minute dead.
Yeah.
It's like, what is that, like 5/100ths of a second? You can't even blink in that time.
Yes, and endurance is slightly longer than yesterday, but yesterday, as you saw in the VT that we shown just before we went on our lunch, it was quite crazy on how wet the conditions were yesterday. But a quick reminder about the endurance for those of you that just tuned in for the afternoon. So each team that's taken part in endurance, they will run in reverse order that they took part in yesterday in the sprint. And any drivers that have just completed sprint today, they'll have to compete later, but these are the ones that have gone through the sprint. They each complete 12 laps per driver, and then 1 lap for the driver swap, each requiring 3 minutes. Then they're only allowed 1 minute to restart. If they stop on track at any point, they only have 60 seconds to get the car restarted. If the marshal touches the car, then that's it, that is done. But they do get points for every lap that they complete. So with Bolton, that's what they're doing, and we're underway.
Wolverhampton on track then, car 111 taking off down past the first corner. Little bit of a stall as they attempted to get lined up, but a very quick restart, so nothing to worry about immediately. Going through that first slalom, looking very planted through there. No aero to worry about. The track 3 meters wide, no front wings that could cause those cone penalties. Listen to that. I know the electric revolution is here. It's very clear. Oxford Brooks are doing quite well, but I do love the sound of an IC engine. Don't know about you, Jess, but I do just love that noise as it barrels down through the S's, headed towards the second slalom. Can they complete the 20 kilometers needed for endurance? Wolverhampton then, the slowest yesterday of our cars in sprint. I don't remember them being that slow. They look very consistent to me. The team from Wolverhampton giving their uni a big cheer as they head round that last hairpin for the first time. Through the S's. Now this straight really does trick the drivers. It encourages exuberance, and then there's that near enough 90-degree angle right corner across the line then. What is their first time? A 1 minute 13.75. Very good from the University of Wolverhampton. On to their second lap now.
Interesting fact that the team that was meant to go first was Maribor, the 135 car, and they've all stated teams must be ready to start in order when it is their turn. Wolverhampton went before them, so 135 unfortunately may receive a time penalty.
Have to see where Maribor have got to. Monty, if you can hear us, you can find that out, that'd be great. Wolverhampton on track, and on track, doing rather well as things stand. I do always get nervous up in here because every time we say something positive about a team, it all goes wrong. The
like
commentators curse. The amount of times I've said stuff this weekend, and in the instant I've said it, it's all gone wrong.
It wasn't just you. I think I had more my fair share today, and you had your fair share yesterday. So
yes, indeed. Round the hairpin, tight through there, very good. Through the S's and around that final very tight right-hand corner to complete their second lap to Wolverhampton with a time of 1:14.41. Just under a second slower, so they seem to have found their pace right out of the gate. And that should suffice for now. Just nice and consistent. We saw two very different approaches in the first session of endurance today. Very systemic of the Italian approach and the German approach from Modena and UMD, respectively, both completing endurance in very different styles.
I think we still see in the chat a lot of support for FMD as well, and I did like their consistent approach throughout. They weren't necessarily the fastest team, but at least they completed it, and if they do complete it, that is 25 points. Why 25 points? Well, you got 12 laps per driver, and then another 12 laps, and obviously you got one in the pits. That equals 25 laps in total.
So they've got to stop for a minimum of 3 minutes, but of course they can stop for longer. For instance, UMD stopped for a 4 minutes 47 in the pits. That's a minimum, though, of 3 minutes per team for that all-important driver change, which does necessitate a hot start to test the hot start capabilities of each car around. Oh, there's a cone gone there, clipped it just around that really tight right-hander we've been talking about. It's a 119. That's a cone away, held up there by the marshal, and orange replaced in its rightful position. Meanwhile, as we watch Wolverhampton try and complete endurance, one team who were unfortunately not able to were the Blue Beast from Bolton. Monty, what went wrong for Bolton?
Hello, Giles. Sorry for being late. I was doing that most British thing, cup of tea and having a chat. So, having a chat with the Boltons, find out what happened there. Snap chain.
Snap chain.
Snap chain, that's it. 3 laps done, and the oldest cliche thing, left it a little bit too tight. Got off for the first couple of laps, went around the hairpin, bing!
Oh.
Just like that.
That is
Absolutely heartbreaking for Bolton.
Alas, hopefully, they were quite happy with how the car was running. Just something as simple as that, and that puts them out after
And they get
3
2
laps.
points, though, because they did 2 laps.
Yes, you're quite right, Jess.
So that is the important thing. So at least they get something. So at least they did 2 laps of endurance. Neil Williams saying, show them how it's done, Staffordshire racing. They'll be competing a little bit later on. But we still got Wolverhampton out on circuit. What's their last lap time? 1:22.8. A bit slower than their best run right now as they start their 4th lap.
5th lap it will be. They've completed 4.
Oh, 4. Their 5th lap. Yeah.
Interestingly enough, that's 9 seconds on their best time. Now, what is the reason for that? Because it didn't particularly seem, visually at least, any slower. So, wonder what's going on there for Wolverhampton. Hopefully nothing wrong. Looking very consistent, planted there. Did clip a cone, but there, bear in mind that near enough right-hander, that 90-degree right-hander is not pleasant. Comes straight after a straight, so you're encouraging the drivers, go across the line, and then all of a sudden they've got to brake for that right-hander.
University of Edgar is queuing up, ready to go next, and they've gone in a slotted time, so that's all good. No penalties for them.
You can also see Leicester, one of my favourites of this weekend. I've loved seeing Leicester out today, and they are queuing up to be doing...
Love the livery, the 95 as well.
Yeah. I do really enjoy that. Also enjoying seeing Wolverhampton belting down that straight right towards that right corner, just as I've been talking about. The driver going for it down the straight, crossing the line with a time of 1:22.65. 5 laps completed. On their 6th now are Wolverhampton. 12 laps to complete in this first session, so almost halfway there for the first driver.
And I think we're about to get started with our next team, the University of Edgar, who was the first team to start the sprint yesterday. And they're the 3rd team to start now.
They're known as Align Racing as they align themselves with the start line and set off on their first lap. They're an electric car, the red light there distinctively flashing away so that you know it's under electric power. Meanwhile, they shout out to Lana Rhodes, says Ella Kite. Yes, shout out to Lana there. Wolverhampton belting down the far end of the circuit. It was soaking wet yesterday, nice and dry now. Conditions near enough perfect for driving. It's not too bright, not too warm, not too cold either. The sort of conditions the drivers would have been crossing their fingers for.
And bearing in mind, obviously, it'll be a lot slower. And the most important thing that we got to mention, now we've got 2 cars on the circuit, I know some of you may not have tuned into this morning. You see the blue areas of the circuit, those are called passing zones. And if there's a faster car approaching, then the slower car will have to go into the passing zone, move out of the way in order for the faster car to go through, because they don't have racing license here, and they're not allowed wheel-to-wheel racing unless they have a professional license. And as a student team, they're not allowed to have professional drivers in their team. So that is the rules of FSUK Endurance. So you'll see that very, very soon, actually, with both the cars.
may not be professional drivers, but you will see some drivers who've been appearing in the British University's Karting Championship, otherwise known as BUCS. So you'll see some people who do really know their way around a car. Talking about knowing their way around things, Align Racing, Agder University, a time of 1:20.67 for their first lap, onto lap 2 for that university. Shout out to Leicester celebrating their 10-year anniversary for their team, says Rohit. So yes, big shout out to Leicester. Really enjoying seeing them in the competition today.
Rock saying, why didn't Maribor go first? We don't know. We sent Monty, who's going up on the paddock now, to find out what's going on with them. So as soon as he knows, I'm sure he'll be able to tell us in the commentary box. So we'll keep you updated.
Wolverhampton then, making their way around, as are Align Racing. On your screens, Align Racing, just coming past the commentary box to complete their 7th lap, are Wolverhampton with a time of 1:20.04. Has slowed down a bit. I wonder whether the drivers have been instructed to do so by the team, hand signalling them on Copse corner.
Looks quite tidy from Wolverhampton so far. It's not going to be that long before they go and do their driver swap. It's halfway through the first driver's first run, so this is very critical. And that was Adger coming across the line in their best run, 1:15.75. 2 seconds slower than Wolverhampton so far, but not the fast time overall that we've seen. So it is down to time, but each individual lap is timed, and that's how the scores take into effect. Don't forget, additional points get scored for efficiency in terms of the fuel. So fuel is another factor in this. That's probably why some teams are taking it a cautious approach. So they've got to think about the fuel as well.
Post-race
additional point for that
is another one to bear in mind.
Yes.
Yui competed over in Europe and fell foul of that, having completed a full endurance distance over in Europe, and unfortunately they got penalised and were disqualified, even though they completed the distance, which is very disappointing for them. Maybe they can go one better, complete an endurance and pass this post-scrutineering. Wolverhampton crossing the line, and it would be now that the timing screen has bottomed out on us here. We'll bring you that as soon as we can get it. On your screens, Wolverhampton not far off their driver swap that last time from Wolverhampton to 1:21.73, 8 laps completed, 9th in progress. Across the line again go Align Racing now, completing their 3rd lap with a time of 1:13.35. That electric power unit with its instant torque just providing that extra bit of speed. Bear in mind, that's not too far off. In fact, that's just a little faster than the best time posted by Wolverhampton. Their best time, 1:13.75. Align Racing, 1:13.35. So the best pace here at the moment during this session is approximately similar, but we know these teams can go faster.
Like I say, we're near each other in the sprint yesterday, so it's not surprising to see closer times between the two.
Absolutely not. Modena, though, setting the lap record today with a near 60 dead. Lining up on the start line now is car number 5 with Aaron Farmer behind the wheel, CR19. I can feel my heart and my stomach. I'm not biased, I promise, just, you know, I feel like a nervous parent. Anyway, Wolverhampton on your screens at the moment. Cardiff away then with a very exuberant start from Aaron Farmer. Wolverhampton crossing the line to complete their 9th lap with a 1:21.18. 3 cars on track then on your screens. Car number 5, the red 5 of Cardiff Racing. Established 21 years ago. Aaron Farmer behind the wheel. Won one of the races during the sim racing final at Williams Esports on Friday. Came 4th in the final. Can they complete endurance? It's been a difficult road for Cardiff, having not finished endurance over the last few years for various different reasons. The wings on the car making the car far wider than any of the other cars on track at the moment, who aren't really running aero. Aaron in the running at the moment to win the prize for furthest travelled cone, having picked up a cone halfway round and it just stuck on the front wing and went all the way around with an entire lap near enough. So
that award will be announced tonight at the pavilion tonight at 8 o'clock, I believe.
Indeed, going far round that final corner. The time from Cardiff, a 1:13 dead. That is the fastest lap we've seen during this session from Aaron Farmer. Wolverhampton crossing the line for their 10th lap with a time of 1:23.18, and Align Racing following suit very soon after with a time of 1:17, completing their 5th lap. All systems go here on endurance. How long can those systems remain going is the question. Those wings on Cardiff. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
And as soon as the event takes place, we're going to see more and more cars on the queue ready to go, which means more and more cars on the track at any one time, which is going to get quite busy, but they've got to be wary of the cars around them. They will be looking quite closely as Cardiff very nice around that hairpin. And they're going to come up to the line. What is Cardiff's best lap time? Is it quicker than 1:13?
109.62 from Aaron Farmer. 2 laps completed, the 3rd in progress. We've seen Cardiff have plenty of problems in endurance 2 years ago. They got up to lap 8 and then an oil leak onto the exhaust. Black, blue smoke pouring out the back. Red, black flag, end of last year. Electrical gremlins as well. Align Racing go past Wolverhampton now then. Can they catch up to Cardiff? Align Racing's best time is a 1:13. That time there, a 1:21.94. The best time for Wolverhampton, a 1:13. That, though, having to be blue flagged to let Align past them. That time was a 1:32. They're coming up now for their 12th lap. That will be the last lap for this driver, who will then come in for the driver change. Align Racing halfway through the first stint and their first driver's session on tracks in the 7th lap in progress. Cardiff coming through then to complete their 3rd lap with a time of 1:06.74. Aaron Farmer just sending it. Aaron, slow down.
We have a message that remaining cars that completed sprint, they need to join the endurance queue right now. So if you're in the paddock, all remaining cars that completed sprint yesterday to join the endurance queue now.
Wolverhampton and Align Racing also on track. You can see Wolverhampton there on your screen going through the 2nd slalom, headed towards their driver change. So this is the key thing. They will pull up. Only the 2 other volunteers from the team, the 2 other team members, can get the driver out. They've got to help the driver get their seat belts off. They've then got to get driver number 2 in, bolted up, make sure they're nice and there. The black and white flag going out for Wolverhampton. Checkered flag out for them. They've got at least 3 minutes. They've got to turn the power unit off. They cannot move for at least 3 minutes. If they need to take longer, they can do. Not too much longer though. Pulling in there. Aaron Farmer going through with an even faster time of 1:05.03. 4 laps completed.
And the University Leicester is
And away go Leicester, sounding monumental. The orange, black and red, 10 years of Leicester this year. That car has been a labour of love for all involved. Sat there on the line, I am speed in the car number 95, Kurt Chow.
Lightning McQueen, as is the number 95 in cars as well, for those of you that know that reference.
Thank you for the signpost there. Anyway, car number 95 in their 1st lap. Wolverhampton in the pits for the driver change. One of the vital components of that driver change is a hot restart. Will the car restart for its 2nd stint? Align Racing, meanwhile, coming over the line to complete their 8th lap with a time of 1:16.63. They are in their comfort zone. Their fastest time is a 1:13. They have found a rhythm and they've not got much longer to go. Cardiff across the line with a time of 1:05.35. That is consistent from Aaron. Only 3/10 of a second between that and their fastest time. But then again, it's not all about speed, it's about mechanical endurance. Can the car hold together for the distance? And I don't know. Meanwhile, there's Leicester, looking lovely. A really simple effort. I was talking to the team from Leicester earlier today. Brilliant bunch of lads. and their approach was keep it simple. Keep it simple. That's exactly what they've done. You've got your tubular space frame chassis there, carbon fibre body panels over the top, engine on the rear, radiator to the side. Meanwhile, something a little more complicated, but almost just as simple, is the Align racing car there, car 142, and you can see in the background there the big wings of Cardiff Racing. CR19, 21 years of Cardiff Racing this year. Cardiff will have to slow down as Align pull in for them. That will slow Aaron's time down. What's it going to be? Across the line they go. Only a second slower, 106.06 for Cardiff. Align Racing completing their 9th lap with a time of 1:19. Bear in mind they were overtaken and had to sit in. Should also make a big shout out to James Wakefield's grandmother. I've been asked to do so by James's parents. He'll be taking the 2nd stint if Cardiff make it, and James's grandmother is watching at home. So, hello, James's grandmother. Aren't you such a love James's grandmother? She's brilliant. Anyway, more laps coming through as Leicester crossed the line with a time of 1:14.62. That is their fastest time, nearly 10 seconds off there. Don't forget, if you have completed sprint and you're going to do endurance, you need to be in the queue now. If you've completed, if you've completed sprint and you're going to do endurance, get in the queue. Across the line goes Cardiff with a time of 1:03.19.
This is a lot faster than yesterday, but bearing in mind the track is drier and we will see faster cars potentially come up very soon. I'm very excited to see.
Aaron, don't push it, you'll just tempt it to do something bad. Across the line go Align, completing their 10th lap with a time of 1:15. On their 11th lap, they've got 2 laps to go before they come in for their driver change. Right now, there is car number 95. Black, red and orange of Leicester. Really do admire the team, keeping it tight through that hairpin. A nice racing line through there, through the final court, through that final chicane, towards the 90-degree right-hander, across the line that it will send them. What is the time from them then? 1:13.68, yet again improving by a second. Wolverhampton away then for their 2nd stint. Driver number 2 behind the wheel of the 111. It's not a non-emergency, it's just Wolverhampton, don't panic. Cardiff across the line, a 1:03.84. Aaron seems to have found his rhythm as well. Wolverhampton on track now for their 2nd stint, the first of the IC cars in this session to complete a driver change. First car, in fact, to complete its driver change in this session. A little bit sweety through there. Align Racing coming across the line, headed towards their final lap for this session. That time there, 1:15.41. 1 lap left for Align. Leicester on track there as well. Wolverhampton under pressure now from Cardiff. The big wings just looking rather intimidating for those slower drivers behind, but how long can Cardiff keep this pace for? I don't know. Oh, just about holding it through there, Aaron. Please just don't do anything drastic. I know you're a fast driver, mate. Leicester crossed the line then for their 4th lap with a time of 1:11. Yet again, improving consistently are Leicester, finding their feet through the chicane, go Cardiff, past the tyre wall and around that right-hand corner. The time is 1:08.22. On to lap 10 are Cardiff.
Cardiff are the fastest so far in the endurance, but again, it's not about how fast it is. As Wolverhampton's past our commentary box, that was at 1:31.5, so obviously they just had their driver change. And it won't be that very long before they do there as well. A lot of love for Leicester in the chat.
I don't know whether Anthony Langridge is racing today. We don't know the identities of the drivers beyond Cardiff, just because I'm also not only a commentator but a member of Cardiff Racing.
I do know.
Oh, dearie me, the door's just swung open.
We do know the Oxford Brook driver.
Meanwhile, more to the point, whilst we're busy chatting about doors and everything, Align have come in for their driver change. Massive congratulations to them as they complete their 1st stint. No mean feat. Across the line go Leicester. Time of 1:11.75, and again an improvement for Leicester. on their 6th lap now. Cardiff go across the line with a time of 1:06, not quite their fastest, but yet again, just, you know, a fair bit faster than the others. Wolverhampton looking a bit squealy there. Cardiff on their penultimate lap of this first stint. Wolverhampton go round that hairpin. I can see them coming into my vision now here in the comms box.
Looks committed, that Wolverhampton car. Are going up to the line, and we can't see the timing, so we don't know what time it's going to be. Hopefully we can get that very, very soon. But next up, Wolverhampton, and a lot faster it looked like.
I don't know about you, Jess, but the gear transmission on Wolverhampton's car just looks a little laboured compared to what it did in the first stint. Cardiff on the approach to Leicester now. Wolverhampton there on your screens going through the first slalom at the top of the course, heading for that first hairpin turn. Leicester will be under pressure from Cardiff, if not on this lap, on the next. As Cardiff go past the tyre wall, and through that right-hander they go, onto their last lap of this first stint. Of 1:06.37 is the time. One last lap for Aaron Farmer behind the wheel of CR19. On the approach now to Leicester, you can see the two cars there if you're watching on the screen. If you're watching from the grandstands in Cops, you'll be able to see Wolverhampton coming towards you. They're on their second stint. They are on lap 14.
We've got quite a few birthdays as well. Will Jones says happy birthday for Sheila and Millie, and we also got happy birthday for Connor Leo for Imperial Formula Races. A happy birthday to you as well. Sheila's birthday as well is from Sheffield Formula Racing as well. So happy birthday to you guys, as we've got Cardiff Racing and Leicester on the track.
This big shout out to Molly Gadd. She says, woo Cardiff, and hi Giles, hi Molly. I think you and I are both going to be very interested in this next bit. Through the final chicane, past the tyre wall. The checkered flag is out for Cardiff. Aaron Farmer completes his stint behind the wheel of CR19. Into the pits for the driver change. Leicester stay on track to continue. Their time for Leicester is a 1:12.50. That last time from Cardiff, 1:06.22. Just beginning to relax a little bit was Aaron. Bring it home. Please just don't break the car.
They have 3 minutes minimum in the driver swap zone, and they have a minute to start the car. And then if they don't get it done within that minute, then they will get a DNF. 2 points, no, 25 points if you finish endurance, and a point for every lap completed. So even if you DNF, you will get points for every lap you completed. So some decent points for them so far.
Smanny says, let's go Sheffield. Looking forward to seeing them later. Leicester going across the far end of the course, at least from here in the commentary box. That's just, as far as I'm concerned, when you're designing a Formula Student car, especially if you're trying to make that transition to electric vehicle, just keep it simple. My personal opinion, I would go with a rear-mounted, rear-wheel drive single motor for the 2 rear wheels. I'd do something exactly the same as what Leicester have done, this with an EV if you're making that transition. Do keep it simple, don't worry about all singing, all dancing. Leicester on the approach now to Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton have seemed a little slower this session. Last lap, 1:26, their best, 1:13. That's a whole 13 seconds there. Wolverhampton having completed 16 laps. They're on their 17th now. Align Racing back on track after their driver change. And that just looked a little bit slow, and the driver raising a hand, wondering what the hell's going on. And I'll be honest, so are we. The red light is flashing, but the power just does not seem to be there all of a sudden for Align, whose best time was a 1:13.35. Are Align Racing suffering from problems? Now the Heritage Suites, meanwhile, are closed, we should add. The Heritage Suites are now closed. What's also looking closed is the amount of power getting through to the wheels on the Align car.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned about what's going on. Maybe it's just getting a feel for the track, but if it's a getting feel for the track, it's a lot slower than you were expecting, so I'm sure the 142 team will be wondering and crossing their fingers that they can finish it as well. Or maybe, like we've seen with the other teams this morning, maybe it can just be a cycle lap as Leicester come across the line. That looked like a decent lap time for them.
Their best lap time, 1:09.37, the best time thus far from Leicester. 9 laps completed, on to their 10th. Not far off them from finishing that first stint. Align Racing still on track, still looking underpowered. Wolverhampton looking tentative as well. The nerves setting in for these drivers. They know how key endurance is to a good finish overall in Formula Student UK, and they will be determined to get across the line no matter what it takes beyond the Flintstone method. A line racing there, going round the final hairpin through the chicane. It's a great guided tour of the circuit, so you can keep up with everything that's going on the way a line is going, but probably not at the speed they want to be going at. Through that chicane, down the final straight and through the right-hand corner to complete their lap. Lap 13 completed for a line with a time of 1:57.24. That is 44 seconds slower than their usual. Leicester go past the commentary box. I'd love to be able to tell you what they did.
106, their best lap time.
106.59 is the time for Leicester. Wonderful stuff from the Northerners. Wolverhampton, though, are the closest to completing endurance with 17 laps complete, 18th underway on your screens now. Leicester, who are just improving and improving, and they've only got 2 more laps to go. Oh, hang on, is that someone stopped there? Or was that just a car? What was, hang on, there was some... Oh, hang on.
Oh, no, oh, no.
Where's a line gone? Where's a line racing? Hang on a minute.
Looking at... oh, their car's stopped.
A line have stopped. We can see it here in the comms box. We've got a full camera feed, and there it is on your screens. The red light's flashing. The wheels are not turning on the Align car.
They have 60 seconds.
Head in the hands of the driver. Oh, that is such a pity. The amount of effort that goes into these things is unreal. I've spent 2 weeks just with Cardiff.
They've done 13 laps as well.
I barely slept. And then try and apply that for the whole year. It's been mad. Absolute heartbreak then.
There will be a yellow flag.
Adger. Meanwhile, James Wakefield takes to the track for his first stint behind the wheel of CR19. As a line are sat there, the yellow flags waving to let other drivers know there is a car stopped on circuit. Trying to work out where that is. We can't see it from the comms box. Wolverhampton haven't yet gone past it. There's Leicester in the rear of
Cardiff's
Wolverhampton.
gone past.
Leicester going past. Oh, hello, that was an interesting stoppage. Oh, hello.
That's Wolverhampton.
Why have they done that? Is that because Wolverhampton have stopped? Wolverhampton have stopped. That wasn't a blue flag, I don't think, and they're letting Leicester through. That won't be a breakage of the track limits because that's under instruction for the marshals.
Oh, that Adger's out. Align Racing's out. They touched the car.
You wait for one bus and 2 come along at once. Align are out and Wolverhampton are without power. Cardiff going past them, breaking the track limits to do so, but will be allowed by the marshals because Wolverhampton have stopped in a very awkward position, probably through no fault of their own. You can't really choose where you stop in these situations, but we've gone from
They do so well.
to checkered flag then. Checkered flag for Leicester as they come in to finish their first stint. Come in for their driver change. A round of applause echoing around Copse Corner, and rightfully so for the team from Leicester. And Wolverhampton are out as well.
2 teams out already in this afternoon's running of endurance. These were the ones that completed sprint yesterday. And that's where we got a maximum points, 250 for endurance, and then for the efficiency, 100 points. So that's a chunk of points lost, but they're still going to gain points for every lap that they've completed. They completed quite a lot of laps, so they're still going to get some points, but not as much points as if you finish. So Align Racing and Wolverhampton, a bit unfortunate for them, because this is the last dynamic event of the weekend, because we already had Skidpad, we already had Acceleration, and we already had Sprint yesterday. This is the last dynamic event, so not much time to get some points now, really.
This is the last opportunity for points in this weekend. You can see Cardiff Racing there under the very talented hands of James Wakefield, whose parents were intending on camping, and then the weather got so atrocious they just went home and have driven back. Thoroughly respect that. Why would you choose to camp? Why did I choose to camp? I was offered a hotel and I chose to camp with Cardiff. Gibbo's food is just that good. Meanwhile, Cardiff then coming across through that last chicane, down the last straight, round that last right-hand corner to complete another lap. and that is a 1:13.04 for Cardiff. 14 laps completed, they're 15th underway. Sheffield on the line. Meanwhile, Monty has been out on the pits. What can you tell us, Monty?
Well, Giles, I was having a nose at the pits for both Cardiff and for the University of Agder. I tell you what a stark difference in pit stops, one being an EV, one being an IC, and just as I'm saying that, it looks like we've got an engine cutting out on the track there, so I'm going to hand back over to you, Giles, and do my update afterwards.
Someone stopped. Who is that?
Sheffield have only just got on. Sheffield entering as we were getting an update from the pits from Monty. And all of a sudden, one of my favourite cars of the year is just stopped. Why has that happened so soon in their run of endurance?
They haven't done any laps as well, so if they don't finish, 0 points.
Absolutely gutting. Going round the hairpin is James Wakefield, looking a little bumpy there, the tail and the big wing on the back of Cardiff's car, up and down like a jack-in-the-box, bit Zebedee-like there, if you're of a certain age. Cardiff go through them. Across the line with a time of 1:10, lap 15 complete for Cardiff. The yellow flag is out.
The marshal's coming, so I'm guessing that it might be it for Sheffield before it's even begun.
I'm really surprised by that, really surprised by that. Sheffield winners 2 years ago, looking very good this weekend.
They were looking good in the other events as well this weekend in quite a lot of the classes, so...
I'd be interested to know what's gone on there. Monty, you will be able to go and find that out at some point. He's already nodding at me. He wants to know, you want to know, we all want to know. You can see Oxford Brookes in the background of your screens there. They will be on track soon to complete endurance, or they intend to do so certainly, but on screen now is Cardiff, CR19, James Wakefield behind the wheel. Myself and his grandmother sat on the edge of our seats watching this. Oh, my days. Anyway, let's go to somewhere else. Is there anybody else on track, or do we have to watch Cardiff?
And I think we can have the Monty pit update back again whilst we've had stoppage on the track. Monty.
Yeah, provided we don't get another breakdown. Okay, so update from the pits here. Just to continue Giles's brown nosing of Cardiff, I have an update on Cardiff as well. So I was watching their pit stop. I was also watching the University of Agder as well, the Norwegian team. What a stark difference, because one's an EV, one's internal combustion. EV sitting there, swap the driver around, hit a switch, off they go again. Cardiff, oh, there's a bit of panic going on there. 6 times they stalled on the way back onto the starting grid. Anyone who runs an internal combustion engine will completely get this. It's one of the scariest things you do, because you do your engine mapping, it works perfectly for the track. Cold starts, not a problem, but trying to get that engine to fire up again when it's nice and warm, sometimes that can be a team's endurance race finish right there, because it just is too hot to get the engine started again. So,
and they only have a minute, don't they, Monty?
Exactly. So for the EV teams, you know, they're just flicking a switch and off they go. But for the internal combustion teams, that was a really scary and very long 60 seconds. And I can see Sheffield's are walking. Well, the driver of Sheffield's are walking back into the pits now. So Giles, I'm going to hand over to you and see if I can get a word from the team to find out what they think has happened.
And we got the number 4 that are going out on circuit. That is Staffordshire, that's doing their first endurance run, their first 12 laps.
Look at this on your screens now. You're on board with Staffordshire. It's an absolutely cracking view. Only 2 teams weren't keen on having the onboard camera on the car. You can get a great view of the vehicle dynamics from here, which will inform the teams in future as to how best to set up their cars, especially suspension-wise. You can see the impact the aero is having if they're running aero. Staffordshire aren't at the moment. But this is just really impressive. Look how quick Staffordshire are going. It feels quick just by being on board with the driver. It looks way faster than it does when you're observing from the outside. Down through the chicane they go, heading towards the second slalom. Are Staffordshire on their first lap. They've already got further than Sheffield did. Wonder what went wrong for Sheffield. Really gutting for them. Through that chicane, headed towards the hairpin turn. At the end of the course, Cardiff have got cones. Oh dear. Back on the power of Cardiff, cones away. We're staying on board with Staffordshire though. As they come past the commentary box, you can see us there in the screens giving us a wave there as they go past. The team cheering very loudly. The time then for Staffordshire, as I just said, a 1:09. Not hooking up a little bit on the front right there. Through the slalom they go. Looking very firm. I'll tell you something, the two teams that just weren't exactly keen on having the onboard camera on their cars, Modena and Oxford Brookes, tells you everything. The rivalry between those two teams is so intense today, so intense. Neither of them willing to give each other an inch. Might disrupt the airflow a little bit, might add a few 100 grams to the car, that GoPro on the side of the car, and neither of them willing to give either the other advantage. So therefore, we've got Staffordshire with the onboard now, and this is just brilliant. You can see how intense the driver has to focus on every single moment. Corner. Oh, that was close round the hairpin. They clipped it with the rear wheel. Cone gone there. Did it move enough? Cardiff through then on their 19th lap gone. On their 20th now. 1:12 for Cardiff is their time at the moment.
107.05 for Staffordshire, as we heard cheers across the line there. Very good lap time from them. 1 second slower than Leicester as well, which is on their 50th lap. We've got Cardiff that's done 20 laps, bearing in mind one of them was in the pits as well, so technically it's 19 laps.
So they're on their 20th lap now at Cardiff. Yes. Currently on their 3rd lap are Staffordshire. You're on board with them now. Who's that in the distance approaching them? That might be Cardiff. Staffordshire on the approach to overtake Cardiff. As we've been saying all weekend, those that qualify in sprint, you get let out the faster you are later on in the day, so you're with cars of the same pace. And Staffordshire are coming up to overtake Cardiff. By the looks of things, you can see the big wings on the back of Cardiff's car. They go, yeah, there they are. It's not too far apart are Staffordshire and Cardiff. Cardiff coming across the line to complete lap 20 with a time of 109.05. Staffordshire across the line with a time of 106. Cardiff gonna come under pressure then from Staffordshire, who are going to force an overtake. Through the slalom go Cardiff. James at the wheel, on the power there out of the hairpin. You can see that little blur. It's not a little blur, it's a big problem for Cardiff. It's Staffordshire behind them, and they're going to want to overtake.
They do, and look at this. They've got to stay behind. They have to wait until they see the blue cones to be let past. But until then, they've got to stick behind each other. So for Staffordshire, it's going to be very hard at this point in the course to make sure they get a good lap time. All their laps are scored. The number 14 is out on circuit. That is Vigo doing their first endurance run. Let's see how they do.
Cardiff round the last hairpin, under pressure from Staffordshire, through the final chicane, down that straight, slowing down. They're going to let Staffordshire through. Can they get back on the power though? Yes, they can. Cardiff crossed the line. One more lap left, I think, for Cardiff. And quite honestly, my heart is in my mouth. Just do some talking, please.
They got 3 more laps because it gets up to 25.
Well, there we go. I'm already just far too nervous. Can you tell which team I'm with?
Yes.
Leicester, meanwhile, looking very solid on their second stint here.
Oh,
and there's a green bag that's got away from on the other side of the barrier, and it's just floating across the track.
Careful. There's got to be a yellow flag there, sure.
I shouldn't have thought so. It's too difficult to catch as Leicester pile down towards it and just send it straight out of the way. No worries there from Leicester.
I wonder what shop it was.
Yeah, it does give you a real example of how the wind is, that bag being carried right across the track. I say that, these cars are so delicate, as Monty's been saying earlier, they are prototypes. Staffordshire are just on an absolute bender. Brilliant stuff from Staffordshire as they pass Vigo now. Cheer going up from Copse Corner. The time from Vigo is a 1:26, but Leicester have posted a 1:09. Cardiff crossed the line with a 1:09 as well. You can see the abandoned Wolverhampton car in the centre of the track there as Leicester carry on for their second stint.
2 laps to go for Cardiff.
Don't remind me.
Thank you for those of you that are watching on the live stream or the channel. This is the FS UK 2023 25th anniversary. We're on the final dynamic event, the endurance. So far we had a few teams compete this morning and 2 managed to compete endurance. Who will join them And as Leicester comes across the line, Leicester look very good, 107.4. And Vigo's last, that was 126.18. We got Cardiff now.
Hairpin.
I can tell
Staffordshire getting a huge cheer here from Cops Corner.
I can tell when they're about to cross the line because they start cheering.
They do indeed. They're right behind us here in the commentary box across the...
Any team. Oh, what's gone on with the number 14?
Vigo slowing down as are Leicester.
Leicester has to slow down for them.
Leicester slowing down for Vigo then. What has happened there? Back on the pace a little bit of Vigo, and look who's on the approach now. It's Staffordshire, who are just rapid at the moment, and we're going to get a concertina of cars behind Vigo.
And then comes Cardiff as well, so it's going to be 4 cars. It's going to be like a queue on the M25.
It really is, and I've got my heart in my mouth.
It's Leicester,
Just don't know
Leicester, what time is it going to be? 107.44, Staffordshire comes across the line. Vigo's going so slowly.
The checkered flag is there. The checkered flag is there. I don't believe what I'm seeing. For the first time in 2 years, 3 years, Cardiff finish endurance! I can't believe it! For a team that's had so many problems this year, 2 weeks ago, we didn't even know whether Cardiff would be at Silverstone. And James Wakefield has taken CR19 across the line.
Total time at 32 minutes and 39 seconds. That is the total elapsed time.
If you look on the side of the car, you can see the phrase almost intentional. That was the phrase. James just exhausted. The Dynamics marshals over the moon, many of them graduates of Cardiff University. We haven't seen a Cardiff car finish endurance since before the pandemic. Their best lap time, 1:03, their last lap, 1:08. Their first driver, Aaron, handing his helmet to James. I'm going to have to stop because I might cry. I can't believe that's happened.
I'm trying to see about the other teams as well. This is the fastest time of the day so far combined. The fastest total time currently.
We'll be able to get you those numbers as soon as we can. The total time for Cardiff, 32:39.72.
And Modena was a 34.03 and UMD was a 42.2. So those were the total times. All three, the 3 teams that have finished endurance, they get a maximum of 25 points because you know what? They completed it. Leicester, they're not far off of reaching that target as well. Been looking very consistent so far. The last lap is 1:10, but you're watching the onboard of Staffordshire, and Leicester's go behind them as well. That looks very planted from Staffordshire. Been looking so consistent all weekend, performing very well in all events in this championship for Formula Student, which has been going on since Wednesday and Thursday. They've been up and at it throughout all of those days, and obviously spectators coming to see it on Saturday. Staffordshire and Leicester coming across the line. Staffordshire looking quicker every lap. It's their best lap time.
But Staffordshire have got Leicester behind them, and this is really intense. This almost feels like racing, and it's a time trial.
Exactly.
Brilliant stuff. 95 and number 4 going head to head, wheel to wheel. Their times 0.03 seconds apart.
Leicester's fastest at the moment, 1 minute 3.16. They're a few thousandths faster than Cardiff, but that's not the time that matters. The time that matters is the elapsed time. 0.03 of a second separating Cardiff and Leicester. Leicester putting Staffordshire under pressure now on the endurance course. Cardiff have finished with a time of 32.39, the fastest time to finish endurance thus far we've seen today. There, meanwhile, are Staffordshire letting Leicester pass. Leicester flying now. The confidence clearly with the driver. They've done an excellent job of getting a car simple and complete on the endurance track, and they've got a handful of laps left before they finish endurance as well. And I think a lot of support in the chat and in the grandstand will be cheering them on. And it's like what Lewis Hamilton was saying a few weeks ago, Lando Norris, the crowd just spurs them on. And it's not to do with them, it's to do with that. And I can tell there's a few cheers for Staffordshire, but we also got Oxford Brooks about to start their endurance.
Here we go then. This is vital for Oxford Brooks Racing. They know that they will be up against Modena to take the whole event. This will be crucial. So do not take your eyes off that four-wheeled electric car, the pink, blue and black of Oxford Brooks Racing. It all comes down to the next 24 laps. and 1 pit stop. Meanwhile, Staffordshire and Leicester, very little separating them. Leicester just ahead, but Staffordshire unwilling to let go of their tail, quite possibly following their line. Okay, they've said, you're pretty fast, I see what you're doing. And it seems to be improving the times for Staffordshire. Meanwhile, Oxford Brookes through the first chicane on their first lap. Round the chicane they go, round the hairpin.
Those are the drivers for Oxford Brookes. They're all wearing white suit and red helmet. It's Tor and Anif driving for Oxford Brookes today for the endurance. Obviously, we don't have it in the commentary box unless we go and find out ourselves. And we had a nice chat with Oxford Brookes yesterday, and we got an update from Monty about what has happened to Sheffield and Wolverhampton. Monty.
Hello, guys. So, Sheffield, sensor issue. They have a sensor for the pedals for a trip switch when the throttle and the brake are at different points. For example, if you hit the throttle and the brake together, that's supposed to be meaning brake failure or jam throttle, so it should cut the ignition. The sensor's screwing around, and so when they came off the throttle and the brake, it cut out the ignition and they couldn't get the car going again. So sensor issue is what happened to Sheffield. For Wolverhampton, not 100% sure as to what happened to the car, but I tell you what, this is the part of Formula Student I really do not enjoy watching, because you see the passion in the whole team come through. And there were some members there crying. They did a fantastic job, Wolverhampton, to get here. As I say, they're one of the smallest teams with regards to people in the whole grid. And that's Leicester just finishing. That's 14 seconds. Congratulations, University of Leicester.
25 points in the bag for Team Leicester as Oxford Brookes comes across the line. 1 minute 5.71.
Over the moon for Leicester with that. Brilliant stuff. Only 30 seconds separating them and the fastest endurance completion time thus far. Cardiff, bearing in mind cones haven't been added in yet. But that's brilliant from Leicester. Just goes to, oh, hello, there's a tyre squeal there. What was that? We're looking at Leicester who've finished, but there was a tyre squeal elsewhere. Is that Staffordshire really sending it? Quite possibly. We know there's a lot of love for Staffordshire on Copse Corner. So then, Oxford Brookes on the approach to Staffordshire. The instant torque off that car is going to do well for them in terms of the lap times. Not to mention electric cars are just so efficient. They'll knock anyone else out of the water when it comes to efficiency. I was talking to them the other day. I was quite interested. Checkered flag, though, for Staffordshire. And they crossed the line, too, to finish their first stint. Driver 1 complete for Staffordshire. Onto the driver change for them. Oxford Brookes go through to complete another lap. Their best time is a 1:03.79. Just set then. They're onto their 4th lap now. The Oxford Brookes racing team.
So that's 5 teams, actually no, 4 teams that completed endurance so far. That's going to be huge confidence for them, but we're right now watching Oxford Brookes.
Getting a bit squiffy through there. I was interested in the torque vectoring, because bear in mind, you've got 4-wheel drive and you've got electric motors here, so the computer can decide where to send the power on a 4-wheel electric drive car, as what you see there with Oxford Brookes. I was talking to them about the start, about acceleration, because it looked to me, come the end of acceleration, that it was like crawling along with its front wheels, but actually they set it up with 70% power at the rear, 30% power at the front. We'll be interested to know what setup they're using for this event here at Endurance. Are they using dynamic torque vectoring? Have they got one standard setup? Oxford Brookes do let us know. They're so determined to do well in this event. They didn't even want the added baggage of the camera, what we've been using to get a driver's eye view here at Silverstone. Absolutely stunning then.
Ooh, 1 minute 3.78 for Oxford Brookes, their best lap time, which is really comparable compared to Leicester and Cardiff. So Oxford Brookes are already setting the benchmark at this early stages of their endurance event. It's not about how fast you are, it's about the consistency for the elapsed time. And as you can see, looking very calm. And here we go, we've got the
Strathclyde are here.
Strathclyde are here, they are racing. Strathclyde looking very good yesterday.
This is their first lap. They're coming up to complete it across the line then with a time of 1:04.51. That is rapid from the Scottish Electric team. Right up there with some of the fastest laps we've seen today, and that is only lap 1. As they said in 1997, things can only get better. Round that hairpin, characteristic of the electric car is the squeal you get out of the tyres under hard cornering. These cars just rapid with that instant torque. Strathclyde then passing the abandoned Wolverhampton car.
And I believe it's not that long before Staffordshire are about to do their final 12 laps of endurance. It looks like the car is ready to go. So that is very good news. But Strathclyde right now going past the slalom through the hairpin, very tight. Not clipping any cones, which is great to see. Around the final corner, Strathclyde, what's it going to be? 1 minute 4.51 for Strathclyde. No, 1 minute 2, sorry. The 1 minute 4
That's
was
the
their
fastest
first lap.
time then. Meanwhile, Staffordshire return to the track with a stall. With a stall for Staffordshire, instantly back on the power, and off they go with driver number 2 behind the wheel for the next 12 laps. The team going mad here at Copse Corner. Keep the noise coming, guys. We're loving it, I can't lie. Hello, Staffordshire. Oh, hey, there we go.
Nice to see a lot of
Brooks.
people here today for the supporting as well. Make sure you can check us out at FS 2023 if you want to get involved or on the live chat. Helga saying go Strathclyde. Trey saying yay, look, Leicester. Kelly saying go Oxford Brooks. Antonia saying let's go 92. Joshua Morris saying this is Leicester's first ever car on track. It is, and they're doing a great job as well. There's certain teams that didn't make it this year. Shout out for Team Boost.
Yes, Boost not able to make it this year. Strathclyde getting a lot of love in the chat.
More love for Strathclyde in the chat as well. We've still got a few more teams to go after this one, including Modena and Coventry, who were the fastest 2 teams at the sprint yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Strathclyde looking a lot faster than Oxford Brooks. That's what we saw yesterday. And Staffordshire setting a 1:11.71. They've done 14 laps so far in endurance.
Staffordshire going mad. Meanwhile, I'm talking rubbish. No torque vectoring on the Oxford Brooks car. A simple case of 4 electric motors in each wheel. You can do a torque vectoring, but not here at Formula Student. Staffordshire, meanwhile, taking it old school with an internal combustion car. They're getting a lot of love here at Copse Corner as Yui enter the fray. Car number 2 are out on track as well. You're on board with Staffordshire at the moment. Their best lap time is a 1:04.59. 14 laps completed, the 15th in progress. The last lap time was 1:11, and oh dearie me,
that
the
is
Scottish
Strathclyde.
electric car has stopped, and they were looking so promising. They set the fastest lap of this session with a 1:02.52, but they're not going to set that now when they're not going anywhere.
There will be yellow flags in
Heartbreak
this
for the
area.
Scots. The marshal running towards the car in the orange jumpsuit.
60 seconds, remember. The marshals will be telling them what they need to do. And a reminder of the rules. We got UWE out on circuit as well. The number 2 looking also brilliant in the sprint yesterday in the top 3. Looking to get much higher than that in the endurance. Staffordshire cross the line again for 15 laps completed. 1:18.5 for their Conservative. Oxford Brooks 1:14.0. So yes, a lot of people taking it Conservative, which is, oh, Strathclyde is going again, it looks like. Yes, they are. So they got the car firing again. That's what
Brilliant stuff from the Scots. The electric car is back. Really glad to see that. Well done, Strathclyde. They're getting a lot of love on the chat, and I'm very pleased to see that. Oxford Brooks, meanwhile, driving their damnedest. They know they need to complete endurance. They are desperate to win not only endurance, they want to win the event. Modena, who qualified in 2nd in sprint, an unexpected result with Coventry finishing in 1st, benefiting from a later start time as the track had dried out. Not a lot separating the 2 cars, Oxford Brooks and Modena, except the powertrain. The most distinct difference, electric for Oxford Brooks, internal combustion for Modena. Staffordshire across the line. Let him in.
Staffordshire looking very clean currently, but we go running with Oxford Brooks once again up past our commentary box.
Big concertina of cars go past Oxford Brooks, go past Strathclyde, followed by Yui, electric, IC. We are seeing a real mixed field here, and I am loving it. 25th anniversary of Formula Student UK, and it is at the cutting edge of student-led engineering. Staffordshire, meanwhile, they are on track to be finishing endurance quite possibly, and the team will be desperate for them to do so, as Strathclyde and Uwe are held up by Oxford Brookes. There is traffic building there. We don't often see this, a three-way traffic jam out at Copse Corner. Will there be a blue flag? Surely.
There's got to be. We're near the blue cones.
And in go Oxford Brookes, past go Strathclyde, past go Uwe. Staffordshire complete yet another lap with a time of 1:04.54. On to lap 18 are Staffordshire.
Staffshire's fastest lap time as well. The lap just gone. Oxford Brookes and Strathclyde, and maybe UWE may be hampered a little bit, but at least Strathclyde is still going.
Strathclyde not blue flag, but under pressure from Uwe. Who is the faster car then? The instant torque from the 115 of Strathclyde, but Uwe seemingly keeping up nicely. So the question is, are they going to get blue flags? Are Uwe being held up behind Strathclyde? Or are they both at an equal pace? Because one's lap time will affect the other. Oxford Brookes on the chase, squealing round that top hairpin here at Copse Corner.
Strathclyde finished 4th, UWE finished 3rd, and they were so close with their lap times yesterday.
They're getting very close now. The front wing of Uwe inches away at one point from the back of Strathclyde. No coming together, please. Let's not have a repeat of 2 years ago. As Staffordshire complete yet another lap. They are well on their way to finishing endurance. The team willing them on behind us here at Copse Corner, as Strathclyde managed to hold on to a lead over Uwe. Doesn't really matter, we're not wheel-to-wheel racing, it just looks intense because this is a time trial and there's no blue flag there.
They're the same pace, the two of them.
Let's look at the lap times then. Strathclyde, they crossed the line barely half a second apart. There is nothing separating them.
Blue flag.
Blue flag for Strathclyde. They are so consistently close in their pace. Uwe go past Strathclyde. Strathclyde pulling into the blue, overtaking Bay. Round the hairpin, go Uwe. Little bit of torque steer at the rear there, stepping out. Well controlled by the driver.
Final lap for Oxford Brookes before the driver change.
Meanwhile then, Oxford Brookes ahead of that all-important driver change. The red light flashing on the roll hoop above the driver's head. Staffordshire getting a lot of love as they go for a 1:04.54, the third fastest lap of this session. 19 laps completed, the 20th in progress. Can they get up to 24 laps? Is the question. The answer coming to you very shortly. Uwe coming past the commentary box now. Tight left-hander, little bit of torque steer coming through. Strathclyde, hang on, have they stopped?
Yeah, they have.
Strathclyde have stopped.
I can't believe it. They've stopped on track yet again the second time as Oxford Brookes passes them.
They're good to go again.
They're good. Don't panic in the live chat. They're all good.
I definitely wasn't worried at all for Strathclyde.
And here we go with Oxford Brookes then. The flag is about to be waved for the driver's first stint. And it's driver swap time for Oxford Brookes. And speaking of Oxford Brookes, let's have a quick word with Monty.
Oxford Brookes coming in for their driver change. What can you tell us, Monty?
I was just going to talk about actually their story so far this weekend, actually, Giles, because it's been fascinating to watch them. To me, this has been the greatest comeback since Elvis, frankly. We were just having a chat with their faculty leaders before. They've gone so simple this year with it. You know, it's EV, so they haven't gone for anything extravagant with the design. They just wanted to make sure the whole thing works so they can come in, get the dynamics and rake in the points. This is the first time they've passed scrutineering since before COVID. So that in itself has been a great achievement for them. Then now to come
60 in 0.0 seconds, not even completing scrutineering last year to being in with a shout of winning this year.
Absolutely, because everything they've taken part in so far this weekend, top three in everything. This is like if this was F1, this is basically Brawn we're looking at the moment. So as far as I'm concerned, this is theirs to lose just now. If they finish endurance, surely they've got to be winning this one overall.
That's what I've been saying throughout the day, and I completely agree, Monty. This is Oxford Brookes' to lose. They are the hot favourites right now. As Strathclyde with a slight oh no, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Uwe stopped on track. Staffordshire go through to complete lap 21.
They got back going again. You've got back going again. That is crucial. Keep it going, guys. Every lap that you can do, that's one lap. Obviously, that's one lap closer to the end there, but it's so crucial to get the full points out of this. Just
cars
finish.
in our vision who have not had consistent power. The question is, will it be consistent enough to get to the end? So far in this session, we've seen 2 cars complete endurance. Car number 5, Cardiff CR19, nicknamed Basil Faulty, and car number 95 from Leicester, numbered in tribute to a rather famous red car. Kachow, go.
Oh, Strathclyde stopping in front of us again.
Oh no, that's
they've got
right.
going.
Just braking suddenly and then getting back on the power, making us a little jittery here in the commentary box.
There's a definite power regulator issue going on there. They just can't. I'm wondering if it's sensor-like. It's as if the throttle pedal's just not responding. Sorry, whilst we're speaking, we've got Cardiff walking behind, heckling Giles, of course.
Staffordshire, meanwhile, cheering like there's no tomorrow.
They must be coming to the end of their stint
now,
surely,
heading
Giles.
towards the last couple of laps for Staffordshire. I really do hope they finish for the sake of the team behind us. They are on tender hooks, cheering with every lap completed. 2 laps left for the number 4 car.
Absolutely.
4th last year. Can they go better? Can they get on the podium of FS UK 2023? Can they return to this hallowed tarmac with the number 3 on the side, or even better, the number 2? Time will tell. Uwe going past. We saw them stop earlier, but they're back on the power now. Strathclyde coming past again. Little squiffy through the left-hander off the line. Staffordshire getting a big cheer from their team as they head through that last chicane, round the hairpin.
And out come Brooks again, Giles.
Oxford Brooks returning to the track for their second stint, absolutely crucial to their hopes of winning FS UK 2023. Across the line goes Staffordshire. 1 more lap to go for Staffordshire. Their best time 1:03, their last time 1:05. They are flying.
We have got the whole of the Staffordshire team right behind us, Giles, and I tell you, they're going
The whole of Staffordshire is looking at me, the
final
nerves on their faces. You can see the anticipation, praying, hands held against faces. Not long to go. Can they make it through the last corners? We saw it with University College London last year. They had a magnificent car and they didn't make it on the last lap. Can Staffordshire avoid doing that? Uwe go past. Their time, a 1:02.23. Rapid from Uwe. They're getting on with it now. Whatever gremlins they've had, they've gone. Meanwhile, Staffordshire going through that last slalom. Only a couple of chicanes and a hairpin to go for the team with the shark on the nose.
Whilst this is happening, Strathclyde coming into the pits as well to make their pit stop.
Staffordshire on the approach. We can see them in the commentary box. 1 corner to go. Across the line, the team goes wild. Staffordshire have completed endurance at Formula Student UK 2023.
29 minutes, 57 seconds, Giles. We have our new fastest time of the event so far. Congratulations,
Absolutely
Staffordshire.
Brilliant. And the team just instantly gone, running to congratulate their drive team.
Quite rightly, off to go and congratulate their driver. And do you know what, Giles? I think I'm going to go and do a bit of the same and find out how they found that drive. Jess,
Brilliant.
back over to you.
Thank you. Oh, that was absolutely fantastic from Staffordshire, but we still got more teams to go.
All eyes on Uwe now, the car number 2. They came second last year, consistent across the board, just didn't have enough to beat Glasgow. And away go Modena. Modena are off. Hot favourites against Oxford Brooks to take the win here at Formula Student UK 2023. And talking of Oxford Brooks, they cross the line here in front of the commentary box, setting a time of 1:08. Lap 14 complete, lap 15 in progress.
And I think the driver of Staffordshire, I think, is going to be absolutely delighted when he gets out of the car. He's not even out the car yet. He's so excited. But we've got Modena.
Turn it on your screens then. Now this we know is a fast car, but it's not looking to me like a massively exuberant lap. We saw it from their hybrid team, some of the most exciting driving we've seen all weekend, but that car's looking
A lot slower than yesterday, it looks like, even though we were in the wet conditions. So I wonder, cycle lap?
Yeah, I was going to say potentially the driver getting accustomed to the conditions, the car, the circuit layout. Through that final chicane, down the last straight, round the final right-hander, across the line, with a time then of 1:05.64. Looks slow, is fast from
Faster than
Modena.
some of the other teams, though, so still, it's probably going to be even quicker and quicker yet, as we still got more teams on the circuit. They could be blue flagged soon.
Little bit of torque steer, well held from the driver behind the wheel of the number 2 car from UE. They had a little bit of a power problem earlier. It doesn't seem to have come back to haunt them as yet. I really hope it doesn't. Based in Bristol, the University of West of England, a fantastic team. It's getting a bit twitchy through there. The tail out, well held by the driver, down past the tyre wall, through that last straight, round the right-hander. What time can UE post now then? They're in for their driver change. In for their driver change come UE. Absolutely brilliant.
And speaking of driver changes, Strathclyde, they're about to go on the track again with their second driver.
Modena going through first. Modena need to get that right. I'm not Italian, I'm from Somerset. And away goes Strathclyde for their second stint, the electric car from Scotland. Their best time thus far, a 1:02.52. The power issues they had earlier twice had our hearts in our mouths here in the comms box.
And in the live chat as well. I think there was a lot of hearts in people's mouths, I think. Aren't these Oxford Brooks going past our commentary box a bit slower than we would expect him, but again, keeping conservative as they want to complete endurance, but it's about the total elapsed time. Sharman saying, let's go, Brooks. A lot of support for Oxford Brooks in the chat, and Modena as well. And let's go, Strathclyde. Scotland's first EV putting the laps in, that is true. I would like to see more Scottish teams. Glasgow, maybe in the future, in a couple of years, we would like to see a team from them, as Strathclyde taking it very nicely through the slalom, a bit slower than expected. But they just want to get a team across the finish line up to the end. Helga saying, come on, Strap, you can do it. And Tony says, go Tor, go Brooks. So it is Tor in the car for Oxford Brooks. You can tell with the helmet that they've got on the car. Strathclyde comes up to the line. And it is a 1:02.5. No, that was their best lap, 1:23.58 for them so far. Not long to go. They've done 13 laps so far of endurance. The closest time to get to finish endurance so far will be Oxford Brooks. They've done 17 laps so far, but Strathclyde looking to do what Modena's hybrid car doing and keeping going. That's the important thing. You get points just by keeping going, and don't forget you do get points for the efficiency side as well. Oxford Brooks, 17 laps done so far, 1:14.9 for them.
Not the news that Oxford Brooks would have wanted. They've got an inverter issue. They're effectively on two-wheel drive.
That's why
and the green light is on for Oxford Brooks Racing.
That's
the hands are in the face. Vito has hands over his eyes. I don't believe what I'm seeing. Jess, is this real?
They were looking so good all weekend, no problems at all for Oxford Brooks.
And there are their closest rivals. There is Modena having a whale of a time.
Sub 1:59.31 for Modena.
The driver climbing out of Oxford Brooks's car.
That means they're
walking away. It's all over for Oxford Brooks Racing.
They've done 17 laps, so 17 points for them. Strathclyde has stopped as well. What on earth's going on?
No, they're just as an overtake. It's an overtake, I think. Is it an overtake?
No, it's not.
UE back on track. It's all happening here. Strathclyde have stopped. Oxford Brooks are a DNF.
Modena's fastest by
some way on Modena the fastest by 3 seconds. Then again, what did we expect?
Exactly, as UWE passes Strathclyde, this is not good so far. A lot of support for Wolverhampton as well, even though they didn't complete endurance, they're still proud of that There's Liz Fox. Modena, not much pressure now, but they still got to beat Staffage's time. That is the fastest time so far, 29.57. Modena looking insanely quick in that number 37, but it's got to be consistent.
Modena then, you're looking at the car that if they finish, Endurance will win Formula Student UK 2023. The Italians are flying across the circuit. Their time there.
1 minute 4.23. Their last lap before that was a 59.7, so they had 2 laps in the 59. Strathclyde's going back on circuit, that's always good.
Strathclyde back under their own power then. A car that isn't the shock of the weekend. A team that have been looking so strong. That's cones gone for Buey. There's a smattering of cones gone. 2 marshals needed to pick up the cones that Buey have just left strewn across the track.
4-second time penalty for them, BWE, but yeah, Oxford Brookes finished in the top 3 in all events. This could be the first event where they DNF, which it is, but they still going to get points anyway. Will that affect their podium position?
It really will. I really will be interested to see the results here. Oh, that's a bit interesting. Strathclyde holding up Modena. Modena unwilling to give them any space. That's a little much, isn't it? You know you're going to get the blue flag. There we go. Strathclyde in. Modena flying past like a bat out of hell. But it's a little aggressive, I think, from the Italians when they know they've got the pace. Even I can see that, and I'm no driver.
We were just chatting to Monty, and even Monty couldn't believe that Oxford Brookes were out of this.
7. We're just having a conversation with the media officer from Strathclyde who's trying to work out how many laps his team's got left. We've got the lap times here, somewhat wasted on us because no one else can see them, so we've got all eyes on us. We're trying to do our best in keeping you informed. Modena flying round, knocking on the doors constantly of the minute. That's another sub-minute time from Modena, 59.89. They're on their 8th lap, 7 complete. Meanwhile, Strathclyde have completed 15 laps. They're on their 16th currently. They need to complete 24. Modena flying around with complete and total commitment, unwilling to give a hair's width to anyone else on track. We saw them get right up into the rear of Strathclyde as they went for that pass. Blue flagged immediately by the marshals.
Where's Coventry?
It's a good question. Buey we're looking at right now.
I saw them waiting, but they're not there now.
Buey on their 15th lap, looking to cross the line, going through that final chicane, past the tyre wall, round the tight right-hander to complete lap 15 for the University of the West of England with a time of 1:05.95. Not quite their fastest, but still a very, very good pace from the University of West of England. Talking of pace, Strathclyde, I'm winning them on, Monty. There have been a couple of power issues. What's going on?
Well, Giles, to the outside world, it looks like power issues. Inside the cockpit, it's driver issues, not power issues at all. There's an inertia switch inside there, and they keep on bouncing off it, so they're essentially switching off the car. That's why we've been seeing them stop. So they're not actually worried at the moment with the car. It's just it's purely just the driver knocking that switch and they're having to turn it back on. And I wouldn't be surprised if what we've just seen. Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if what we've just seen happen at the second part of this is a repetition of that, and the driver just having to remember, there's a switch there, quickly back on again.
Yeah, thank goodness.
They're not panicking, so I don't think we should be either.
That is a relief for Strathclyde. Not a car issue, a driver issue, so they're still able to keep going.
Buey on their way, Strathclyde coming past here in the commentary box. I care about everyone at this point.
So do I
really
want them to finish.
Crossing the line go Buey for another lap. Onto their 17th lap, that time 1:06.33. Knocking on the door of finishing endurance yet again for the second time in 2 years. Modena flying past.
58.550.
They are in a different league, are the Italians?
They are.
What is in the water in Italy, and how do I get hold of some?
Honestly, I found out about what they were doing this weekend, and it's absolutely insane. This is the FS class that you're seeing right now. And also
Meanwhile,
the AI
we've
class
got a
has
bit of
happened.
traffic here. Sorry to interrupt you, Jess, but Strathclyde pulling in as Modena and Uwe go past Strathclyde, but we know Uwe are also slower than Modena, and we also know Modena give no quarters, and they, oh, hang on a minute. Modena trying to get past in a place that they can't, I think, and I think they may have missed a cone on the slalom there, in impatience to get past Uwe. I could be wrong, and do please correct me if I am, but that looked to me, there we go, that's where you overtake in the blue zone.
100% confirmed, as we just been told.
That's a little bit hairy from the Italians, isn't it?
They've been so consistent all weekend.
Modena then, missing a cone in the slalom in an effort to get past Uwe in a place where they can't. You know, to paraphrase the old joke, you can't pass there, mate.
No, you can't. You really can't. Oh, Strathclyde has stopped again. I wonder if it's about the switch as well.
Come on, Strathclyde.
Come on, Strathclyde, get the car going.
Fingers, toes, and all other appendages crossed in the commentary box as Modena prove they can do the slalom correctly when there's not a car in front of them. Going round that hairpin, look at the racing line. They know exactly what they're doing, these
It's
Italians.
amazing. Checkered flag.
Checkered flag for Modena then. In they go. Driver 1 out, driver 2 in.
And I think it is a drive issue once again for Strathclyde, so they are going again. They do not have long to go until they complete an endurance. UWE is on the same lap as them, I believe.
See, the thing is with these cars is they're really tight. There's not a lot of room in the cockpit, so any vibrations and you feel it in your body and your elbow goes out and it hits a switch, that's completely understandable. You're driving around in a glorified bathtub on wheels. There's no room in these things. Then you've got to wrestle with the controls.
Starts to worry.
And the best thing to do is get your elbows out, and Strathclyde clearly can't because of the position of that switch. Strathclyde then, not worried. We are in the commentary box. I feel like an anxious mother watching all of these cars go past, but more to the point, they are on their 19th lap. Their best time is a 1:02, currently set a time of 1:21 on the last lap through the slalom. Looking a little slower are Strathclyde, just trying to, I imagine, keep off that switch with their elbows.
Yep, it looks like it as well. So they have been told to do so by the marshals, and it's about, I think it's about the 4th time that their car was stopped, but hopefully this is the last time as UWE crosses the line.
So we've got an update from Monty. Be very interested to hear this one.
Issues.
Right, Joe, I was just having a read through the books there and just got it confirmed by one of the dynamic team members there. So when you miss a cone on the slalom, that technically counts as an off-track. So that's a 10-second penalty we've just witnessed with Modena.
10-second
penalty for that missed cone on the slalom.
10-second penalties if you miss a cone in the slalom. That's huge.
10-second penalty for missing a cone on the slalom. Laps to go for Strathclyde, looking to me to be about 4, I think.
Yeah, roughly about 4-5.
Strathclyde then, plenty of anxiety going around here in the comms box. Plenty of anxiety on the pit wall as well. Can they get across the line with an ill-placed switch? That's all that stands between them and finishing endurance as things stand.
I want to find out what's happened to Coventry, to be honest, because we were expecting them like 10-15 minutes ago and we haven't seen them.
Coventry were indeed
They were
a
fastest.
team that didn't even expect to be in the position they were when they completed sprint. There goes Uwe past the commentary box. University of the West of England, a time of 1:06. Very close to finishing endurance are Uwe. Strathclyde not far behind them as they go past the tyre wall through that tight right-hander and across the line with a 1:19.78.
They've done 20 laps so far, 21 in total, and if they can keep this up, they will be on course for 25 points, as Modena is going to be starting very soon. That is good news. Green light is on. Oh, this is still a little bit, are they going? The second driver is there. This is odd. This is way quick off the line.
Full
Very
send
quick.
from Modena. And Uwe stopped.
Oh,
I can't
no!
believe what I'm seeing. Uwe have stopped. Marshall's guiding the car round the track. Strathclyde going through there. It won't be long before Modena arrive as well. This is at the top end of the course, right past that first hairpin. The yellow flags are out. Modena will have to slow down on what was a monumental start off the line for driver number 2, guided past the stricken Newey car by the marshals. I get the feeling, seeing the Modena car behind you must be what drivers feel like when Max Verstappen's lapping them in the Formula 1. Absolute intimidation.
I can see that currently, yes, but don't worry, we're not giving you any spoilers for Formula 1. We can watch that later on.
Forget the Formula 1. I'm far more interested in this. And Strathclyde have stopped blocking Modena. Got a funny feeling Modena will not be happy about that.
Modena will be allowed to go off circuit just so they can get past them. That's in the rules.
It is in the rules. What wasn't in the rules is missing a cone on the Silverstone, the slalom, but there we are. Anyway,
yeah, exactly,
back on a time that the driver won't be happy with that time. That time is a 1:15, which is nowhere near as quick as we know that car can go. And Newey just stuck.
Yeah, they literally got the car going and then they stopped. Strathclyde stopped as well.
It's a great place to stop for the cameras, but I don't think the teams want to be stopped. Strathclyde moving again.
There we go.
A yellow flag out for Newey. I don't believe what I'm seeing. A team that's been so consistent.
Please get going. Come on.
They completed a full distance of endurance at one of the European Formula Student events. They were disqualified on a technicality, and it's looking now like they will fail to finish FS UK. The marshals getting close to the car, slowing down the Modena car, really telling them the marshals slow down. There we go.
Uh-oh. Happened again.
The marshals having a conversation, trying to guide Modena around the Newey car onto the grass. Go Modena.
It's been my thing. It's getting close at 60
They're cutting that hairpin,
Giles.
which is. Are they going to cut the hairpin? Yes, Modena will cut the hairpin in order to get past the stricken Newey car, which is currently in a rather difficult position. Through that final chicane, go Modena.
And they touch the car.
Yeah,
they're
that's
out.
all over for the University of West of England. Second place finishes last year. I really thought at the beginning of this week that Newey would have this.
That is a shame, but bravo for them doing 21 laps. The Strathclyde has completed 20 laps.
Strathclyde on the 22nd lap currently. Modena flying around. Interesting then that the hot favourites Oxford are out, other favourites Newey out, and Modena not exactly winning themselves any prizes with a 10-second penalty for not completing the slalom correctly, having grown impatient, stuck behind Newey. Strathclyde crossed the line to complete lap 22. On to lap 23 with a 1 minute 32.30. Round the final hairpin already are Modena. They go past the tyre wall and round. Black flagged. A black flag for Modena. The internal combustion car from Modena has been black flagged and disqualified, and that is monumental. This blows FS UK 2023 wide open. Not been disqualified. I stand corrected and can only apologise. I was misinformed. Not disqualified, but only black flagged.
So do they have to wait by the pits then?
I've never seen a black flag at FS, Jess. I've never seen a black flag.
I've never as well.
Not black flagged, but certainly getting a stern talking to from the marshals.
Must be about the cones.
There's been some aggressive driving from Modena. Meanwhile, whilst that's all going on...
Strathclyde's about to finish.
Exactly.
They've got 2 laps to go.
Exactly. Strathclyde about to finish their penultimate lap, whilst the drama of all dramas, hot favourites Modena have been black flagged and are currently in discussion. I was told by Monty that meant a disqualification, but no, I'm reliably informed in my ear that is not the case as it stands. Modena have not been disqualified, but have been black flagged and are currently having a chat with the marshals. Wouldn't want to be part of that, but anyway, Strathclyde coming across the line then to start their final lap of endurance.
The Modena car, it was the hybrid car, had exactly the same problems as Strathclyde, and they still keep going. I think everyone in the crowd is just anxiously waiting to see if they can do it. And we are in the commentary box. Come on, Strathclyde, finish this endurance. You will do amazing. I think
they really will get a huge haul of points.
Huge haul of points. Strathclyde are looking good anyway.
Remarkably well across the week, but just kind of gone under the radar compared to some of the top teams like Oxford, Brookes and Modena, and all of a sudden we're seeing a team here who have just been quietly getting on with it, and that
like UMD
is
earlier
how
on.
you do it. That is exactly how you do it. Modena allowed to restart. I wonder what that black flag was for.
I wonder what time gets deducted. We'll find out soon. As we will find out in the commentary box, but Strathclyde past our commentary box. Modena is getting out on circuit once again. Through the slalom, looking really nice. Even though their time might be slightly better than everybody else, they have at least kept going.
Garage
Strathclyde.
12E pit lane for Glasgow and Birmingham for the historic car parade. 12E for Birmingham and Glasgow.
Checkered flag,
Right now,
checkered
though,
flag
the
for
checkered flag is
Strathclyde.
out for the Scots. The electric car crosses the line, and University of Strathclyde, car 115, finish endurance with a time of 36.5943.
Oh, they just missed out on the podium by 3 seconds. But that does mean I think we just have one car out on the circuit. Well, tip one car out on the circuit, don't we, Modena?
Modena left out on circuit following that black flag.
So it's between Modena
Strathclyde over the moon with that result. The fastest car on track all the weekend is still here. Their endurance time will go up, I believe. Someone correct me in my ear if I'm wrong, but I believe that black flag time, the time they spent having a chat with the marshals, will be added to their
3 minutes
endurance
too.
time. They spent 3 minutes having a conflab. Oh, kicking the tail out. They're trying to make up for lost time here. Coming into the view of the commentary box on the other side of the course are Modena. Flying round.
Really, it's between Modena and Staffordshire for the endurance total time win. Provisional.
It is. Even with that black flag, can
I mean,
Modena.
it could still be possible.
Yeah, I think it might be. 29.57, the time set by Staffordshire, currently top in endurance. Flying past the tyre will go Modena. Across the line they go with a time of 55 seconds. Rapid, rapid, rapid. Go Modena through the chicane, headed towards that first slalom. All eyes on the blue and gold of the team.
Andrew saying Coventry didn't show. Yes, Coventry did not show.
No show for Coventry as yet. The event has got 25 minutes left to go, though. We will also have that historic run. Meanwhile, Monty has returned. It wasn't a DNF. I went out and said it was a DNF, and it wasn't a DNF. It was just a black flag. Why, Monty?
Yes, well, firstly, my apologies for that. That's false information I gave to Giles there, because it was MSUK. I thought black flag meant disqualification. Nope, they're using it in a different context here. In short, this is what they call an old-fashioned British bollocking. Driving standards is the reason they were brought in, to come have a chat and just make sure that the team are a little bit more respectful when coming into yellow flag zones, as it was putting unnecessary danger on other competitors and the marshals. But as you've seen already, guys, they're back out on the track. They're now catching up for lost time. And my goodness, how 55.8 is their fastest lap. My goodness, hope my ravioli, watch this.
They're the only car on track. They mean business. They want to make up for lost time. Staffordshire, I think, must be clinching everything.
Various parts.
Yeah, and so is Modena as well. Those two teams, I don't want to be sitting in anywhere if I was either one of those two teams.
Modena then, from the region of Italy that gave us Ferrari, the University of Modena, on track, car 37, their fastest time, a 55.8, flying past the tyre wall, round that tight right-hand corner, across the line, absolutely pegging it, a 55.36. On their 20th lap are Modena, 4 to complete. They're on their 21st lap. And all that stands between them, victory, possibly, in endurance, Staffordshire, with a time of 29.57 seconds in total. It all comes down to these 4 laps. A black flag of 3 minutes will have affected what was going to be an outrageously quick time in endurance, and the driver is just throwing the car through the corners, holding it steady as the tail kicks out. A fantastic line round that second right-hander, through the chicane, towards the tyre wall, round past that, the timing bed, past us in the commentary box. The time there, a 55.03. This is rapid from the Italians. The prancing horse doesn't know what's hit it. Maybe these guys should be giving some advice to the Ferrari F1 team.
If they finish, it looks like that we could see Modena win this overall. So even if they don't win at this event, they could be winning this overall, which is huge. Obviously, Oxford Brooks is out. Coventry, no show.
Yui out as well then. All eyes on the Modena team. Pronouncing that right, finally, through the chicane they go. Round the final hairpin of the circuit. Up towards the chicane, heading back towards the commentary box, coming into our vision now, past the tyre wall, through the right-hander, across the line. The time then, 54.97. It is just tumbling down. 22 laps completed, 23rd in progress, 24 to complete. Modena chasing the stopwatch, knowing, just throwing the car through the corners. The control the driver has here is undeniable. 29.57, set by Staffordshire, the time to beat.
We've been at it for an hour and a half now, which is absolutely insane.
Are we about to see the comeback
Of all comebacks.
Of all comebacks, from a black flag to what could be the fastest time in endurance? Round the hairpin again, up towards the chicane. Through the chicane they go, past the tyre wall, through the tight right-hander at the top of the course, across the line. They are onto their final lap, I believe. A 54.73.
Two more laps.
2 more laps to go then.
Where? I swear that these drivers are putting a lot of practice for this. This car looks rapid. I don't know where the pace was in the run-up, but in the acceleration and in the sprint, they were looking good. They were also looking good in the Skidpad as well.
We've heard things about this team. They nearly won FS Italy. Didn't finish endurance. They're looking like they're going to now. Through the slalom, the second and final slalom on the course, up round the final hairpin.
Brilliant. I think, do we start?
Round the hairpin they go, through the chicane. They're headed towards their final lap. The foot is planted.
One more lap.
With a 55.25, slower for the first time in many, many laps.
But they don't care. It's about the consistency that's going to help them. 29.57 to beat. If they want to be on the podium, they've got to beat at least a 33.14 for Leicester. It looks like they could beat them comfortably, but they've been looking quick all weekend. If they complete this and be on the podium, they'll be looking like to win the entire event of FS UK, which you can find the results for in the awards ceremony later on tonight. For the final time, going through the slalom, they can't afford to hit any cones. They've got to enter as many cones as they possibly can.
Round towards the final hairpin, the all-important corners left. Through the chicane, then past the tyre wall. They've got a right-hander to do. This is going to be quick. We already know it. The checkered flag is out. But what is the final time for Modena? 29.20! 37 seconds faster than Staffordshire with a 3-minute black flag. And a 10-second penalty to add to that. Oh my days, I've not seen anything that quick.
They were pushing, even with the black flag, even with that 10-second penalty, your provisional...
Winners of FS UK.
Your provisional winners of FS UK and your provisional winners of endurance. Modena, the internal combustion car, the number 37, the team are delighted. Staffordshire in P2 and Cardiff Racing for competing their first endurance in 2 years. They take the final spot on the podium.
The Italians over the moon. You can see them there on Copse Corner. You're on camera. Give us a big wave. Give us a big cheer. The engineering in that car is something else, and the talent behind the wheel is godlike.
That was quick.
Yeah, Monty does raise a good point, though. we're saying provisional winners, but the fastest in sprint haven't actually made an appearance yet. That would, of course, be.
But they do get a penalty for not showing up on time.
Well, we've got 15 minutes left of the event. Bear in mind that the fastest team took 29 minutes 20, so it doesn't look
I
like they've
did
got
see
enough
their
time.
car queuing up, though. That's the thing, and then they went back.
So something's gone awry with commentary. We'll bring you the latest as soon as we can. Do stick around here on the stream if you're watching us online, because we'll be bringing you some coverage of a celebration of 25 years of Formula Student UK. Do stick with us at Cops Corner as well. We'll be seeing examples of cars from both the past few years and, of course, from the event's origin in 1998. We've got the car from Birmingham making an appearance round the track. And the fact it's still working from 1998, given that it was made by students before Facebook was even a thing.
I did see the car as we were going past to the commentary box this morning. It does look quite incredible, the amount of progress that's been made on all the FS cars. And also, we will see soon the winning car from last year, the University of Glasgow. So we'll see them going around the track soon as well. And we've got also the University of Huddersfield that will be taking to the track too. So that will be our final on-track action. But for the dynamic events, we are done. I believe scrutineering is done as well.
Scrutineering will actually need to carry on for those that have completed endurance. You get a second scrutineering for everyone who has finished endurance. So that will be Strathclyde, that will be Leicester, Cardiff, Staffordshire and Modena.
And UMD and Modena hybrid team as well.
Indeed. I imagine they will have got through those in the time since we saw them earlier.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true.
But interestingly enough, it's been an absolutely cracking day. I have not seen anything like that. Last year, Glasgow stormed to victory in what was a very decisive manner, but it was cool, calm and collected. Today, winners dropping all over the place, black flags. Sheffield and Wolverhampton, two casualties of endurance being wheeled away, as you can see there. Heartbreak for those that didn't finish endurance. Trust me, I've been there. 2021, Cardiff on track for overall victory until a bolt came out, oil leaked onto the exhaust, and there was blue smoke everywhere. And I remember walking down the old pit straight, heartbroken, and nearly broke my toe kicking the Armco in frustration. So trust me, I know what it's like. And I genuinely, if you're here at Cops Corner, can we have a round of applause for everyone who's taken part in endurance, because that was absolutely monumental for everyone involved. To have come here in a year and built a car. Remember, the cars have to be brand new each year. You have to have a significant change, a new chassis. That's brand new every single year, and the teams rotate. You're not always a student. I mean, some are, but you know, most aren't. And they have to rotate every year. So to have completed endurance, to even got a car running, is a huge effort. Talking of huge efforts, a big round of applause and a big thank you to all the dynamics and marshals involved, whether they're in purple shirts or your big orange boiler suits. They have been integral in putting this event on. Without them, this would not be possible. So thank you to all of them. They've been magnificent all weekend.
And also thanks to all the other volunteers that have made this event happen. It's been around the paddock that's helped all the other events as well. Thank you everybody for helping, because without those volunteers this wouldn't have happened. So thank you very much to everyone that's been involved with FS UK this year, and to all teams that took part. And thanks to everybody that bared with us yesterday in the wet weather, because we got soaked.
Every single one of us was affected by the rain in one way or another, but from experience, don't go to a team of dynamics marshals in purple and complain about being wet when you've been in the commentary box all day. You will get some interesting looks, suffice to say.
As we found out yesterday.
Yes, cheers, Mike. Anyway, we're going to be bringing you the historic event from here live very shortly. Classic cars from 25 years. Clerks of the course on camera. Robin Lynn, clerk of the course, you can see there. A huge effort by everyone involved to put on Formula Student UK 2023. 25 years of what is the Glastonbury of engineering, as far as I'm concerned. Big thanks to our sponsors and partners as well, ANSYS, MathWorks, Red Bull Engineering Academy, fueled a lot of us with a lot of caffeine and a lot of Red Bull, Bentley, Polestar, Marla Powertrain, the Faraday Institution, Babcock, Mercedes, AMG High Performance Powertrains, IPG Automotive, who are integral to the lap time simulation, which was a part of the statics competition, new in the past couple of years. Newton, RS Grassroots, OnShape, AB Dynamics, McLaren Applied, the Aston Martin Formula One team, I mean, come on, for Formula Student cars. Now, you can see there on your screens, we're expecting the historic event. Yes, we are, because I can see the car from Glasgow that won last year. But in the front there, right there, is a car from the very first event, Formula Student UK. It wasn't even here at Silverstone. It was an airfield. And that is 25 years old, from Birmingham. That car is older than me, Jess.
That I have to say is quite incredible. And I believe, as well as Huddersfield, Birmingham and Glasgow, I believe we will have Aberdeen taking part as well in endurance. No, not endurance, in the historic events coming up as well.
Whilst we wait for those to head out on track, those who've had their equipment impounded by the scrutineers, if you'd like it back, come down to the paddock now to collect it. I've been reliably informed by Motorsports UK.
And also, as a kind reminder to all the competitors, now that the endurance is done, unless you're coming out for the wacky races, please don't forget to remove and hand in your transponders again, please. They need those transponders back.
The more I do this, the more I feel like a mother. We're there telling everyone what to do. We're there getting nervous about them doing exciting stuff. Is this what it feels like to be a parent?
Absolutely, Giles. Next we'll be cooking dinner for them as well.
I wouldn't trust my cooking if I were you, but there we go.
I don't like cooking either, so...
I can do a spaghetti bolognese, I can do a carbonara, and I can do mushrooms on toast. Anything else, and you're out of luck. Meanwhile, there it is. 25 years of Formula Student. 25 years, UE being wheeled away. Guys, can I just say, just personally from myself, you've been absolutely fantastic all week. Huge love to UE. Great friends of Cardiff Racing, great friends of Formula Student UK. Heartbreak for them in the last throws. Nearly finished endurance. They came second last year, so close to finishing this year. Look on the inside of their right wing. You can see all the stickers from the various teams that competed at their event when they went over to Europe at FS. If you look on the inside of their left wing, there's nothing there. You need to get stickers. Get your stickers on. Get your stickers from all the various teams that have competed here. Get them on the UE car. They want to commemorate FS UK 2023.
It looks like only 3 in the queue, so I think Aberdeen has not passed scrutineering. And just bearing in mind, for the historics show on the track, they have to pass scrutineering too, because obviously it's a live track. It's one of the most iconic circuits in British Motorsport. 1950, the first Formula One race was there, and safety is very paramount at Silverstone, so if they don't pass scrutineering, they're not able to show their car on circuit. So it looks like we won't see Aberdeen.
Brilliant. Meanwhile, we've got to give a shout out. Dinky from the Cardiff Mafia has asked that we give a shout out. So could Wolverhampton come and collect their car, please? Could Wolverhampton come and collect their car from Driver Change? That would be much appreciated. Gutted that you guys didn't finish. It does need to be picked up. It can't just be left there, unless you want it to be an historical example in the next 25 years' time, where we're celebrating 50 years of Formula Student. I hope we will be here for 50 years of Formula Student. Right now it's 25 years of Formula Student.
Big shout out also to the team that's provided the stream today and yesterday.
High Vis Media, they've been absolutely fantastic this week, last year. It's been a pleasure working with them. Thank you ever so much to Matt and Cheryl, who are our in-vision presenters across the weekend, doing a fantastic job. They've been wonderful, as have High Vis. I really do want to big up High Vis, because bear in mind we had torrential rain yesterday, and there was short-circuiting in the electronics that allows this stream to go live, allows us to go out on the tannoy. They were here until 10 o'clock last night. Bear in mind, it didn't stop raining all night. They were here until 10 o'clock trying to isolate the problem. They found it. It has been seamless today. Absolute and total professionals. So thank you ever so much to everyone from High Vis Media who has made today possible, a partner of Formula Student. They're here every year, making sure you at home can see what's going on, and you in the stands can understand what we're trying to say.
Yes, and And also another special shout out as well for being involved throughout the whole weekend as well with the simulators and with the sim racing series on Friday. Massive shout out to the guys at Williams Esports for supporting Formula Student through their sim racing series and providing students and a lot of us a chance to go on their sim rigs around the virtual Silverstone circuit. I found that a lot of fun actually, so a big shout out to the whole team at Williams Esports for partnering us as well. They're going to be partnering for us in the sim racing series next year, so looking forward to that. So we hope we didn't forget them, but we haven't now. So thank you to Williams Esports for all your support throughout the event as well.
I had a message from Chris talking about my cooking ability. He's pointed out I can make a crumble. Yes, Chris, I can. I made Chris and his girlfriend Amy a crumble a few years ago. So yeah, if you fancy a good old Somerset dessert, then I'm your man. Meanwhile, we're waiting to go on track with a display of cars from the past 25 years here at Formula Student. Lining up in front is from Birmingham from 1998. At the back is the winning car from last year, Glasgow's entry. A lot of love for the Glaswegian team. They are absolutely fantastic, all of them so positive and bubbly. They turned their gazebo into a club a couple of nights ago. I was lucky enough to end up in there. There was a conga around the campsite, and of course their simulation racing team won the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2022-2023. So taken home silverware consistently for the past couple of years, not necessarily in person on track this year, but they're a first-year EV team this year, and they've already gone better than they expected, getting some stickers in scrutineering. So massive hats off to all the team from Glasgow. Wheeling away there, Wolverhampton is away. Thank you very much to them for picking up their car. It's easy to forget.
It is, especially when you have to go and visit your car after not finishing endurance. That must be very heartbreaking.
Yeah, I can just really sympathise. I'm stunned. Oh, dearie me, is that us on camera? It really is. Hello.
Hello.
There we are. I can see you spying on us there. Whose idea was that to put us two on camera? What's one of the advantages of doing this? You can't see us. I don't have to...
Well, they saw
dress
us
up.
yesterday for a little bit. We were absolutely soaked, but
Yeah,
there we
we
go.
were. Yeah, we were. Not as soaked as the marshals, though. So once again, thank you to the marshals who stuck around all of yesterday, some of whom were sat out there on the track in the pouring rain for a good 3 or 4 hours. Some of
So it'll be Cameron Ross.
Yes, Cameron Ross will be behind the wheel of the car from Birmingham from 1998. 25 years of Formula Student. I think we've made the point pretty clear. Interestingly enough, it's giving me IndyCar vibes.
And we've got Jordan Pitt from University of Glasgow. They'll be driving that car. And Joel Reed will be driving the University of Huddersfield. So those are your 3 drivers. They'll be taking their way around the track. And if you want to share your pictures, by the way, go on to FS2023 hashtag on Twitter or Instagram, and make sure you follow Formula Student as well. You can also follow us on Instagram as well if you want to.
I do wonder how long it's been since this gentleman here was behind the wheel of a Formula Student car. I imagine 25 years.
There we go.
What a throwback. How many of the drivers here today will return not only next year's and in the subsequent years to volunteer? Many of them do, a lot of them from Cardiff, hence the phrase Cardiff Mafia. A lot of the Dynamics marshals in the purple shirts are from Cardiff University. But interestingly enough, where will we be in 50 years of Formula Student? Where are we going to be as the driver gets behind the wheel of that Birmingham car from the very first Formula Student? You can look at that, look at that. It's a
trying to get in as well.
You can see it on the big screens here at Cops Corner. You can see it on the stream. If you're in the stands, just grab your phone out, put it on mute, and you can see what we're seeing here. It really is something special. Formula Student started in the late 80s, early 90s, I believe, in America. And a few British students thought, that's cool. Let's do that. So they went over to the US a couple of times and brought a car over, which is no mean feat. I mean, this is the 90s after all. And they thought, right, we're going to do this in the UK. And it started in 1998 at an airfield, and it grew and grew and grew. And now we're celebrating 25 years at Silverstone. We're sat on Cops Corner, for goodness sake. It's brilliant.
It is brilliant, and we are able to offer 100% sustainable fuel options for the first time as well at Formula Students. So it shows how much is evolved, and the AI has gone from strength to strength too. 20 teams have competed in Formula Student this year in the FSAI category. That's going from strength to strength as well.
To round up from our point of view, where would you stand, Jess, on the most exciting driver today? I don't know where I stand with Moderna, because it's not exactly like we want to reward a black flag, but that was the most exuberant driver, more so really from the hybrid team than from the internal combustion team. But where would you say you saw the most exciting driving?
I really don't know, to be honest. It has to be, I think, obviously Moderna in the acceleration as well. We didn't think they would be quicker, but they were. And I think I have to say, obviously, Oxford Brookes looking good in the acceleration. I really don't know. They've all been really, really good.
Cameron Ross there, behind the wheel of the Birmingham car that I believe he drove back in 1998. 25 years later, he's getting back behind the wheel. Is it like putting on an old pair of shoes, slipping back into a Formula Student car that you drove? I've never actually driven a Formula Student car. I've been commentating on it for 2 years, been involved in Formula Student for 5 years. I've never driven a Formula Student car. Probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. Getting the balaclava on is Cameron.
I think the closest I've ever been to driving the car is on a sim rig.
I do have a driving license. It was hard-earned. I took 2 attempts to pass my driving test. That is the one thing you do need to be able to drive in Formula Student. You don't have to have a motorsport license, but you do have to have a driving license.
That is true. So if you don't have a driving license, you can't complete in Formula Student.
I don't know what I've ever heard of anyone trying to learn to drive just in order to be able to drive at Formula Student. But there we are, Cameron Ross and the team from Birmingham having a conversation with the Dynamics Marshal, getting ready for the parade lap celebrating 25 years of Formula Student. We usually in the commentary box, there are unofficial awards from the commentary team. In the past, it's been Sam Collins and Andrew Mather, who are just, you know, goats when it comes to commentary. Sam now with Formula One. Andrew, a familiar face around the UK in various series and also commentating on the FIA Karting Championship. They do things like the Celtic Cup. The best thing we've been able to come up with thus far is the Fashion Award, which we're awarding to the young lady from UCL who wore double denim in the pouring rain. Meanwhile, you're on board then with the Birmingham car from 1998. Cameron Ross behind the wheel, 25 years of Formula Student. This car from the very first event looked really well put together. You would have thought it would look ropey from the early days of the competition, but no, it's got everything going on. Side pods, wishbones, full-on, you know, pneumatic. You can see the shocks there as well. The bodywork nice and tight. Gives me IndyCar vibes. I'll be looking forward to seeing this go round. Other cars are there as well, including last year's winners, Glasgow. Just securing the GoPro to the roll hoop. Very high roll hoop on the Birmingham car from 1998. Doesn't look too dissimilar to some of the cars we've been running today. It's almost got a Leicester vibe to it in its simplicity. And I will always say it time and again, if you want my advice, in everything in Formula Student, don't overcomplicate it, keep it simple. But don't take my word for it, ask people who really know what they're talking about. They're ones in the paddock. All the teams have been amazing this year. The car being revved now by Cameron.
And I think they are allowed a few people in the near the car anyway, just to help them a little bit, including the Dynamics Marshals as well, making sure that the car driver is suited and booted correctly. See the other 2 drivers in the car, I believe, as well. One of them has already been suited and booted, the other one just getting into their car. I believe the Glasgow one is the last car in that queue, as far as I'm aware. Because I see quite a gold car in the back, and it's the number 1. So I think Glasgow are the last car to go out on circuit. And for those of you that just joined us, welcome back to Formula Student. The dynamic events are over, but the on-track action is definitely not. The University of Birmingham, 1998, 25 years of Formula Student, one of the first ever Formula Student cars, and we're about to see it live on track.
You are? I'm not. I'm going to go and get a photo with Cardiff because it's the first time we finished Endurance. I've been a part of that team for 5 years, my final year this year, so I'm going to go and celebrate briefly with Cardiff. I'm going to leave you in charge, Jess, in your capable hands. Monty, if you can hear this, if you can get back and get on the second mic, I'm off to celebrate briefly with
Go for it.
my
Go,
team.
go, go.
It's not often you get to do this. I know it's not professional, but I will be back shortly. Do stick around and enjoy this because you've got examples from right the way through all 25 years of Formula Students history, and here comes Monty now. If you want to take the microphone off my head, sir, I will pass over to you and Jeff to celebrate 25 years of this magnificent competition.
Yes, whilst Giles goes off and celebrate, which I think is a very good reason to celebrate as they're on the podium. All the cars up close. We even saw the Birmingham one up close as well. It just looks so different compared to the cars that we saw back in many years ago, and even today as well. And even the engine noise sounded a bit different as well.
Absolutely. This is evolution of Formula Student that we're looking at here, guys, and I'm so happy to see that we've got a nice range of cars from last year's winners Glasgow there, all the way to, well, one of the first ever competitors there. We've got the University of Birmingham's car from 1998, driven by Cameron Ross, the original driver of that car back in 1998, reunited with the car which he helped to build and drive. And we get to go and watch him drive it on the circuit in a couple of minutes' time. This is the equivalent of a football fan getting to meet Maradona, I've been told, watching this combination. So
This is very special moment. If you are watching in the grandstand or situated by Cops Corner, make sure you take everything in. And if you can, take loads of pictures because it's not going to be around forever, these cars as well. Just take every minute, and then you can say, oh, I've seen a Formula Student car from 1998.
No, it's fantastic to see them back. A lot of these cars, they are kept on a stand, so hopefully they'll last a little bit longer. We may get to see them again in the future. No illusions, though. We aren't going for hot laps here. I've been told this is very much a demonstration run.
Parade laps, I believe.
There we are, parade laps. Parade laps. If any of the drivers do decide that they want to go a little bit quicker, well, that's entirely up to them, but we are not expecting them to go quick at all. However, there's a wonderful shot. I believe we've got
Glasgow, we've got Birmingham.
Yes, now I need to go and do a little bit of my history here.
Oh, I've been trying to find that, but I literally couldn't find any information about it. It's been quite tough, but I think the first ever Formula Student team was the UK University team was Leeds. So I wonder if there was. So 3 US cars and 4 UK cars competed in a demonstration event, which was held in Warwickshire. And then on into the overall winners, with the University of Birmingham taking the top spot.
Who we're riding on board with now, so that was a fantastic shot just to see before, guys. The first ever winner of Formula Student, side by side with the most recent winner. UK, well, yes, Formula Student, beside the most recent Formula Student winner as well. Here comes the pace car out onto the track.
Oh, look at that.
Here comes the cars. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the circuit. Well, actually, in the case of University of Birmingham, this is going to, well, for Cameron Ross, this is going to be his first time on this track because the competition used to take part at Myra. So they used to take over all of the testing grounds and put on a Formula Student track there. And over the years, as the contest built up and built up, they moved to Silverstone, which is quite poignant because that is the home of motorsport. And what better place to connect the future engineers of motorsport with the current industry of motorsport, Jess.
And bearing in mind, most Formula One teams are looking for experience, and the perfect experience is taking part in Formula Student. We've seen that with the likes of Red Bull. We know one person from Formula Student is going to work for Mercedes in a few months' time as well, so best of luck to them. I've seen a few people work for McLaren as well, which are top Formula One teams, and just look at this. We've got Birmingham, Huddersfield and Glasgow all in one shot.
Round the hairpin, the car made it through the hairpin. That's a good steering lock on there. And now all the FS cars going through as well. Beautiful.
Bearing in mind, Glasgow, they were very calm and collected with their first win last year. They did exactly the same layout last year. This will give them a bit of deja vu. This is not timed, by the way.
Absolutely. Listening to the noise of the Birmingham car is, it's just beautiful. It's so deep, throaty and grunty, and 25 years of evolution going on there. And I see there's a Mini Cooper coming up on the back.
I love Minis, my favourite car. Love to go in that car. I think my dream is to be a passenger around Silverstone, even if it's through the national circuit. That will be amazing. Maybe next year.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now I have to give a mention as well to the University of Huddersfield. They are kind of there in a sandwich between modern and classic at the moment. They have also brought their car onto the track as well. So that's Joel Reed in that car that you see in the middle there, the black and red car. I would love to be driving out there just now, not going to lie.
I wish I would have been able to drive with them, but I'll probably be installing the engine, to be honest. The sound of all three cars together just sounds absolutely incredible. 25 years of Formula Student, all wrapped up into 3 of these cars as well. We have so much history.
For a demonstration run, there's a lot of tyre squeal, I have to say. And there we are, guys. That's 2 laps done.
I think I'll say a huge round of applause to all the teams and all the drivers taking part in the historic. That was incredible. Something that I will remember for the rest of my life, I think.
Wow.
I think Cameron, probably was smiling the whole way through. He'd done those 2 laps, absolutely smiling and waving and all that. That was brilliant.
Absolutely. I'm sure that rode back the years for Cameron there. 25 years ago, he would have been driving that car, as I say, at the Myra, not showgrounds, but the Myra testing grounds, making that one happen. Out of the car he comes now. Gosh, I hope you had fun out there, guys. That looked mega. Thank you very much for allowing the audience to go back down memory lane and looking at some of the old cars there who have competed in Formula Student in previous years.
And I have to say, thank you to the dynamic engineers, marshals, once again, for helping those cars get onto the circuit. And again, they had to be scrutineered as well. And I'd say Cops Corner has been absolutely perfect to take part in for the dynamic events yesterday and today with the sprint and the endurance. Luckily, the weather has been nice pretty much all day. We had a slight shower in the morning, didn't we? And you said to me, Monty, do not jinx. But we had no rain. Kind of wanted a little bit of rain, to be fair, not too much. A slight bit of wind, which may have not helped some of the teams, but... And with endurance, we've had 7 teams, Monty, that have completed endurance. That's 5 teams this afternoon, and we've had 2 teams this morning that completed it.
Absolutely. Yep. No, it's so great to see the teams are being able to complete thus far. We still have one more endurance challenge to come, the wacky races, as they call it. So these are for teams who may have not been able to complete it earlier on today, starting outside of their running order. Perhaps last-minute scrutiny passes as well, though, from the best of my understanding, that close.
Oh, that's Maribor.
Sorry?
That's Maribor.
Was that Maribor?
Yeah, they didn't have a go earlier on, and they're going to have a go right here and right now.
Fantastic. That's great to see that they're coming back onto the track. Welcome back, guys. I also understand Coventry have the option of being able to take part in this.
Oh, brilliant. That's fantastic. So what does that mean, and in terms of do they get any penalties? Because they didn't show up in their allotted time. Do they get penalties for that?
Correct. So they will. Anyone that we see taking part here, I will probably be correct for this by one of the dynamics.
Unless they haven't done it before, unless they haven't done the sprint, then they won't get it. I don't think, 'cause they haven't had a time.
Exactly. So to the best of my understanding, their runs will count. However, they will incur a 2-minute penalty for running out of order. So provided that they can get this one done, that should be hopefully okay.
Bearing in mind, Moderna had a 3-minute, as it were, penalty plus a 10-second penalty because they were black flagged, and they still went on and won the endurance, so it's still not over.
That's a very good point. So if Coventry do take part in this stint and they go like the clappers and they have no issues whatsoever, then even with that penalty, oh, wouldn't that be ironic if they were to turn up and to do that? That would be very fun.
Yeah, we thought there was going to be no cuts. I thought they were going to do the wacky races before the historics.
Yeah, no, it looks like they wanted to get the classics in as a nice little filler there, and to be fair, that was a very welcome break. It was nice going back down memory lane.
It was. So if you're in the paddock as well, we still got more action. Few more cars to take to the circuit. University of Maribor will be the first car. One of two teams that could potentially steal it off Modena, sorry, not Moderna. I keep saying it wrong. It's been a long weekend, but I have to say, for my first weekend at Formula Student, really enjoy it. And I think we're going to have a quick video coming up soon before we get to University of Maribor. So here we go.
Yeah, let's go and talk about scrutineering.
Hello, we are with Sam at Scrutineering, and he's going to tell us a little bit about like what's going on here, like the process of everything. And we heard that not many cars getting through this year, and we're just wondering what's actually stopping them at the moment.
Okay, yeah. So we're at Scrutineering. Our primary thing here is safety and compliance. So we're checking cars to make sure they are, as I say, no one's going to get hurt. We're really keen to make sure the drivers, the marshals, the teams, everyone is safe. That's our absolute primary concern. But we're also checking for compliance to rules. So we're looking to make sure that it's a fair competition, as it's a Formula racing. Lots of things stopping cars getting through. I mean, generally, more cars getting through this year than last. I think, I say, the wake of COVID and knowledge leaving the teams, there was a definite decline in the preparedness of cars coming to scrutineering, but it's definitely back on the up. Still a long way to go till we get back to the glory days, as it were, I think. Lots of common things letting people down, but generally nothing game-changing, nothing sort of show-stopping. Lots of teams coming with things that is obviously bad news to them to hear that they can't go forward, but nothing that they can't fix over the course of the week. A few cars turning up knowing there's no way they're going to get all their stickers, but happy to have the education of that. We love it.
Welcome back to Formula Student, the final of the endurance. We've got the Raki races, so ones who didn't have a chance to take part this morning or this afternoon will get to go first. Is University of Maribor, and just a reminder, they have, it's a 22-kilometre circuit, and then we've got 11 kilometres that each driver's got to do, 12 laps in total, and the driver swap 3 minutes minimum, and they have to restart the car within 1 minute. Potentially two teams that could stop our current leaders as well. Oh, we lost it on our screen, so we can't tell what it was. I think it was a 29 something, wasn't it? So.
Yes, correct. It's about 29 minutes we're looking for as the winning time at the moment, guys. That was, of course, done by Modena. That was in very dramatic circumstances, wasn't it, Jess? But they're still there. They're on top of the leaderboards at the moment, and we will wait and see what happens once we have post-race penalties. The time factor for their pit stops as well needs to be taken into consideration as well, because essentially that 13th lap needs to be cancelled out, provided that, of course, they got through the allotted 3-minute driver swap time and 1 minute to restart the car. Listening to Maribor as they go past our commentary booth, sounds like it's running a little bit better compared to yesterday. Kind reminder to those that this was the car which was using Mario Kart tactics yesterday and dumping oil all over the track to slow down the competitors. Not going to work here. They're the only ones on the track just now, but it's nice to see them on the track, raking in the laps, and so far so good. Nicely handling those corners. From a dynamics point of view, it is at least biting, and a lot of front-end bite on this car, so it's very nice to see as it's coming back past the window again now through the next set of slaloms around to the back part of the circuit closest to the grandstands there. Hello guys, all in the grandstands with the shade again. Very nice, very nice. Here we are through the back straight onto the back hairpin, Jess, and back towards to complete the end of their second lap.
Very tight from the University of Maribor, and they're going to see the time to be They've got to get sub 1 minute in order to beat Moderna, but they've got a 1 minute 8.65. Don't forget, fuel efficiency is key as well with endurance. 100 points are on offer there. Have we got the 67? No, is it 67?
Yes, whilst we're looking at that, we can also see there's another car waiting at the pits there.
We've got quite a few cars waiting on the pits as well. Oh, we got the Portuguese team waiting in the pits, it looks like.
Oh, fantastic.
Porto, who won an award yesterday as well.
Okay, fantastic. We're just having a quick look to, just getting our entry sheet back up, and that's not going to work because Giles's laptop has locked itself. So never mind, we're going to have to wait for the car to drive past us so we can see the name on the side of it. So we
I will get the entry list up on my phone for you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jess. Whilst we do that, that is Maribor stopped on track, however.
Oh, no.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear, not again. I have to say, though, it was sounding a little bit rough, the engine, as it came past that last time. I'm a little bit worried that perhaps they've fallen into the same mechanical gremlins which they had last time. Of course, as a kind reminder, guys, so they've got about 60 seconds to get the car going again. After that, it will be marshal intervention, and hopefully this won't be the end of their endurance event, but we will see shortly. Frantic, okay, we can hear life in the engine, and away they go again. Fantastic, right off they go, and hopefully we'll complete their third lap. Universe.
Bath, who DNF'd yesterday in the sprint. They've had troubles as well in the sprint, did not finish, but they are wanting to complete endurance. They want to score as many points as possible. Maribor's got the car back going again. 1 minute 44, so they lost about 20-30 seconds there.
It does not sound like a very happy car, though. If this gets to the finish, I think this will be a miracle at this point. There is a definite grinding noise coming from it, Jess, but never mind. You know, miracles do happen. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it, when we say endurance event and it's only 22 kilometers, but bearing in mind these are essentially prototypes built by students. This is why it is an endurance event for them.
67 is going really slowly through the slalom. I think there may be a problem with the car. I think there will be blue flags potentially waved in the blue cone area to pass.
Yep, this is holding up a Maribor's lap as well now. Blue flags coming up to wave. Eventually, as they get there into the blue flag section now. Yep, Bath moving out of the way. Maribor on their way onto their next flying lap. Alrighty, so that's 2 done so far. I don't see any other cars in the pits just yet. Of course, kind of reminder,
yes, we do.
Do we?
Yes, I think it's Porter. I'm not entirely sure, but we do see the car being wheeled into the pits. Car 22.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So car 22, I can see they're also getting a GoPro mounted onto it. So
that's brilliant. By the way, the onboard shot we saw earlier was incredible, absolutely incredible, and obviously some teams didn't have it on due to the extra weight of the GoPro, which they didn't want to have, and extra weight means that they may lose a bit of time as Bath completes their first run, so they are going to get at least a point. 2 minute 3.4, so that's a lot faster from them going through the start-finish straight then to start lap 2.
Yep, all systems correct there, so hopefully that's Bath getting into the swing of things, and we're going to watch that pace come tumbling down. Very nice. There's car 135 coming back again, Maribor. Just on a side note, Jess, because I realise I haven't spoken about this yet, what happened to Coventry earlier? I did go and do a bit of finding out, a bit of research, see what was happening. Apparently they had a fuel leak whilst they were waiting for their original run, so they had to pull the car back to go and get it repaired. So, because of that, they are essentially out of sync. They are, of course, welcome to take part in the wacky races here. As they are now out of their position, they will incur that 2-minute penalty, but if they can get that fuel leak repaired, Coventry do have an opportunity to come back and make amends, which, as we saw earlier with Modena and all of their calamities, maybe a 2-minute penalty is the lesser of 2 evils compared to a black flag.
Yeah, exactly. So, Modena had 3 minutes plus the 10 seconds and still won, so it is still possible for Coventry to get back, and it's 67 still going very slowly. It's their fastest time currently, 2 minute 3.43. Going towards the hairpin now goes the University of Bath. They made it a lot longer than yesterday, which is always a good sign.
Someone want to tell me what's going on? I've been a bit busy.
The wacky races, the teams that didn't manage to compete earlier on today, they get a chance to compete again to see if they can win endurance, but they do get a 2-minute penalty.
So it is worth points then. I was going to say, can someone remind me, is this actually, this is worth points?
This is worth points, yes. So they still get the 25 points if they finish.
Right.
And any team that has passed scrutineering today or yesterday didn't manage to get into the event for whatever reason, they can still take part. I do believe they have a time window that they can have to queue up.
Maribor are headed to the pits.
They do have a time
only
window to
completed
queue up, but we still have a
6
few more
laps.
teams queuing up as well.
Sounds
we'll
like it's
see if we
stuck
can
in
get
first
to
gear, according to Monty. Let's get back into the swing of things. Thank you guys for covering for me. It's not every day that your team finishes endurance. Trust me, I've been here for the last 3, and it's only just happened now.
How were the celebrations?
Oh, brilliant. There's been tears, there's been hugs, there's been a lot of disbelief, and there have been a lot of photos, most of which won't
I was about to ask that,
most of which won't be getting shared. Anyway, University of Porto. Now, they are a brilliant team. I've been following their progress here at FSUK, and I'm delighted to see them heading out onto the track. They are over the moon to be out on track. They had a puncture half an hour into their journey from Portugal to here at Silverstone, and I'm delighted to see them end up on track after so much effort. They're through scrutineering now and into wacky races. The question is, can they go the whole distance?
Did they travel by car, like over the Channel Tunnel?
Sorry. Meanwhile, here comes car number 67. That will be Bath Electric, a team that's had great success in the past with an internal combustion unit, and now out on track with their electric vehicle for the first time, their only entry into FS UK. Previously, last year, they competed with an internal combustion unit and an electric unit. Last year was the last throw of the dice for the internal combustion car.
I think it's the final bit of the dice for some other teams as well to make sure that they can put everything they can into making sure they can get as many points as they possibly can as well. And this is some sight laps for the number 40 because he hasn't driven before. A lot of cheers in the grandstands, it looks like. And Andrew saying University of Bath, nice to see them out. Yes, nice to see them out. Apparently I sound a lot like Natalie Pinkham. You're not actually, Daniel, you're not actually the first person that actually said that. Connor Diamond, someone wants to chat for Connor Diamond. Jack says, come on, Thomas, fight and win. It's Connor Diamond's 24th birthday from Queen's Formula Racing. Car stopped on track.
That's not exactly what they will have wanted.
That is not good, but considering that they managed to get their car through scrutineering today, to be honest, I'll be happy with that anyway, but it's annoying that they're stuck out on circuit as the number 67 passes to number 40. Still
Did you guys
very
give a shout out to Connor Diamond for his birthday?
I did say that.
Excellent. Shout out to Connor Diamond for your birthday. Bath going on by, and unfortunately for... Is that Porto stuck there?
Yeah, it is Porto.
Porto are stuck on track. Meanwhile, another team lining up to have a go, have a crack at endurance. Maribor being wheeled away. Queen's University Belfast, I can see in the lineup. The distinctive British racing green nose. Although then again, they are Irish. Should I say the word British? I feel nervous. Cool, okay.
Northern Irish is British.
There's a lot of cheering going on for Porto as they complete yet another lap. Their first lap completed, I believe, crossing the line. What is the time then? 8. It is a 2:57. But they're driving. They're moving. They've come all the way from Portugal. It's brilliant.
Come on, let's see if they complete 24 laps. Let's hope. We've got, I think, quite a few supporting coming for them in the chat. Is Kingston University coming out? I don't know. We only know as much as you do.
We've got half an hour or so left of this event, at least as scheduled. We may overrun, don't know at the moment. And that looks to me to be Porto on the move, and here comes
and
Bath.
Coventry
Is
still
that
to
there,
go.
you see? Coventry.
That looks like Coventry
on the line, quite possibly. But in the queue are Coventry. It's been a while since we've seen them. They will already have a 2-minute penalty.
They got is it 54 seconds per lap or something, 56 roughly?
Sprint winners yesterday here at Copse Corner, pouring down with rain for most of the day, began to alleviate towards the end of the day, and they'd had an issue with their front wing during sprint. They caught a cone that had ripped off the right front wing element, and as a result they had to go back to the pits. It took an hour to fix. They had approximately a minute to get out onto track, did Coventry. They got in there and set a time that was just under a second faster.
Oh, so there's one car being pulled away. That is Uni of...
Stavanger have been protagonists previously at FS UK.
So
they were lining up to make a run of it, and they've been taken away. Coventry, meanwhile, I can see them there, and I'll be interested to see what time they can post. They seemed very shocked this morning when I caught up with them in the pits that they had one sprint, and they put it down to the conditions getting better throughout the day and doing it at the very last moment possible.
If you want to see the reaction, it's on my Instagram at JessGames95. I'm gutted we didn't get it on stream, but you can see our reactions at JessGames95. Giles, I think, reposted it on his Instagram as well, at Giles_Cosgrave. Is that your Instagram?
That is indeed my Instagram. To be honest with you, it's just a bunch of photos of me at Glastonbury. But yeah, feel free to give it a follow. I get the feeling after this and after doing a year of sim racing with Monty, there may be more commentary to come. I'd like to think so. Lining up on the start line, you've got Queen's University Belfast, the electric car from Northern Ireland, taking off, the red light flashing above the driver's head. A slow controlled start as a cheer echoing around Copse Corner.
Very slowly, mind.
A lot of teams very excited to see their cars on track. At this point, when it's taken them this long to get through scrutineering, I think a lot of teams are just happy to see their car in motion. Certainly I would be. I mean, the fact that Cardiff finished endurance has not settled in. I made a bet. I will stick by it. And that's all I'm going to say. Going to keep it nice and PG. Meanwhile, we're on board with Porto, I believe. No, it's Queen's University Belfast you're on board with. They've got the camera strapped to their roll bar. You can see it there on over the driver's right-hand shoulder, giving us an excellent view of the track. Porto looking like they're going to catch up with Belfast, so you may get an on-board view of what an overtake looks like here at FS UK. It doesn't look like how Modern tried to do it. You do go through all the cones. Queen's University Belfast coming down the chicane. A nice leisurely pace, but the car is in motion, and that is exactly what counts. To get an electric car moving is no mean feat. So to all those involved, a huge congratulations, and to all those graduating this year, the very best of luck. What do teams have in store? What do team members have in store when they graduate, Monty? What's next for them? You've been there. I've only just started. I graduated literally this week on Tuesday. You've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Quite literally, it says Formula Student on it. What is in store for these teams when they graduate?
Gosh, so, well, I mean, the most important thing to mention here is, to the best of my knowledge, almost every single student and their university, they do this as an extracurricular project. I'm not aware of many universities actually doing this as an actual part of their degree. This is
Cardiff
something which the student...
very few. Cardiff have got it as part of the master's course, as part of a module called automotive design.
Oh, really?
But that is one of the very few. I don't know a lot of them. Like, I know for a fact UE definitely do it as an extracurricular activity.
Interesting, interesting. Well, I know certainly when I did it at University of Hertfordshire, so my final year thesis was based on Formula Student because I was part of the team then. But it certainly wasn't a fully fledged module. This was something which I did in my spare time. I had to be assessed, interviewed, and made sure that I was willing to stay on for the whole of that academic year to commit to the team. And I know that's similar to other team situations as well. Once they finish Formula Student, well, it's really up to the students and what they want to do as a career. What I can tell you is that this is probably one of the best opportunities students will have to put theory into practice.
Yeah, it really is.
Everything over the last 3 years, all the maths, all the science, This is an opportunity to put that into practice in a real-world problem-solving environment. What students learn here is relevant to what they're going to find out in industry, to the point that, well, Formula One teams, this is a prerequisite for most of them. You go for a job interview with any of them, first thing they'll ask you, have you ever done Formula Student before?
If you haven't, they're not interested. In fact, I'm fairly certain from experience they won't give you an interview unless you've got Formula Student on your CV.
Absolutely. Well, it is very unlikely, but there are obviously some occasions, you know, everyone's got their own background.
Every rule. Exactly.
Exactly. Everyone's got their own background.
So what would your advice be to someone who's in their final year, they've been doing Formula Student throughout their entire time at university, and they're weighing up their options? What would you advise? What's your advice from having been there and seen it all?
I think there's two ways that students can go about this. A lot of people, irrespective of how your team has actually done in here, whether you won it or not won it, there's so many lessons to be learned from this whole experience. And I think that's really what the teams are more interested to hear about, is what have you learned and what have you gained from this experience. So the most important thing I would always say to any student is, irrespective of where you end up after this, be it in Formula One, automotive engineering, or maybe going off into
academia,
aeronautics, navy, trains, everything, yeah, exactly, like that as well. So the more you can talk about what you've learnt, the lessons learned from your project, that's what the engineers in the industry are more interested in finding out. Because, okay, it's great to say I was part of a winning team, but as I'm sure many students have also heard, yeah, but all you did was clean the car, so whether, you know, how can you go and gloat about that on your CV? Obviously, no one does things like that. Everyone has a very important role within a Formula Student team, but you get what I mean. They want to hear what you've learnt about this, because it comes back to what engineering is about. What have you learnt and what can you apply into the next project? So my recommendation to anyone that's looking to get a career after, or are graduating after this, in your CV, not just talk about what university you've been to and what grade you've got, give examples of what you have achieved in the projects with your Formula Student teams here, because that gives you a fantastic talking point to have a discussion about with the engineers as you go for your job interviews. I think a lot of people think a job interview is supposed to be you on one side of the table, 2 or 3 other people on the other side quizzing you on X, Y, and Z. No, turn it into a conversation. It should be nice and relaxing. Get to know what you're like as a person, get to know how you think, how you solve these problems.
A nice and relaxing interview. There are a few recruitment parts of some companies I could send you to maybe change their minds from experience in interviews I've had. But anyway, that's a different matter entirely.
I've been to one job interview where we had a discussion about what the job was about, and then the other half was talking about setting up an a cappella team. So, honestly,
what job interview was that for? I'd like to be in on that conversation. Meanwhile, just to keep you posted, whilst we're here lamenting about the merits of Formula Student, as if you already don't know about them, having either been involved in Formula Student yourself or got people you know involved watching this. Team Bath Racing Electric have set the best lap time so far with a 1:25. Actually, no, that's Maribor with a 1:08 have set the fastest time. I believe Maribor have gone now. I don't believe they completed.
Correct, yeah.
Endurance. Bath are still on track. Queen's Belfast are still on track. Their best time of 1:57.57. Taking a leisurely place. You're on board with them now.
Absolutely. I have to say, though, Giles, fair play to Queen's Belfast for getting that car back on track, because I was having a chat in the pits yesterday, and from my understanding, because we saw them in the acceleration yesterday, and they did start in sprints but didn't last very long. Apparently, their battery cells got waterlogged, and apparently 30 to 35% of their cells were waterlogged, gone. So the fact that they've been able to get the car back going again, I have to say, mega achievement from the team. Listen to that cheer from the crowd there. I think we've got a lot of Porto supporters here, Giles. It's
absolutely wonderful. It's great to see, because at the end of the day, it's not about winning. Honestly, I'm on the verge of tears permanently at the moment, because Cardiff have finished endurance for the first time in my 5 years of being at the university. We haven't won. We know we haven't won. We don't stand a chance of winning, but we finished endurance.
But this is the raw emotion that you see in Formula Student, because the student, back to my original point of, you know, a lot of people doing this in their spare time. You have dedicated your spare time to this. There's a lot of raw emotions going on, and I mean, we've seen it already, like the Wolverhampton team were literally crying in the pits because of what had happened before. That's a horrible sight to see, but I feel it because you put a whole year of effort in just to see it die like that on the track.
it's not just a year of effort, it's the sleepless nights, it's the late nights, it's the constant grind of submitting your design work, making sure you hit the deadlines, this, that and the other, making sure your car's rules compliant, making sure your drivers have had enough time to practice behind the wheel. Chances are they probably haven't. It takes every ounce of strength out of you. University of Bath crossing the line there.
There we are. That's them heading back into the pits then, so that's their first stint over, so driver swap. We'll see Bath back out shortly. And just as we say that, here comes Ain Shams University.
They're from Egypt. They've come from Egypt and they share a pit lane with us.
Fantastic.
Their shelves nearly collapsed on my head.
Ah, that's not fantastic.
Myself and Morgan were getting changed following Cardiff's business presentation in the pit lane, whilst the car was out doing some testing or in scrutineering, one or the other. And we were stood there getting changed, and all of a sudden out of the corner of my eye something's moving, and it's a shelf full of screws, bolts and various other components. About a metre racing team, car number 75, out on track and already on the approach to Queen's University Belfast. It was somewhat inevitable. They're pulling in already into the overtaking bay. Nicely done, nice and smooth. Very well done. Handled well by all, politely.
Yes.
And in the spirit of the event.
Honestly, watching this wacky race just now, this to me is really what Formula Students is about. It's about the miracles, just going back to what we were talking about before. It's about all those sleepless nights that you've done, giving up all of your spare time, because we all know that engineers don't have social lives. It's fantastic to see them out on track and these cars actually working, irrespective if they're going quick or not. Oh, and just as I say, that's Ain Shams knocking over a cone there.
Whoops a daisy.
That's a 2-second penalty there. Never mind, but they continue for another lap. Yeah, it's a weird feeling being a Formula student. Students or, well, alumni, yes, Jess, but as an actual student, you get so vested into this. Irrespective of if you win or not, you are emotionally invested in this. So I can completely understand how, one aspect, we had the Wolverhampton guys crying earlier, and then, well, look at the other examples we've seen over the weekend, Brooks in particular. The camaraderie.
Yeah, they have been like almost American in their enthusiasm and support and gelling as a team. It feels like an army descending on Silverstone every morning, because they're not in the campsite. Because Oxford is so nearby to Silverstone, they go home, they come back in every morning, and they have been it's undeniably a well-knit team, completely in awe of themselves and their achievements and adoring every moment of success they can get.
And it's been fantastic to watch, from stuff like the award ceremony last night, as they knew that they were about to be announced. They did their own drum roll with their feet on the floor. It was fantastic to see. They go and do the cheers. They go and do the cheers together. It's been beautiful. I know some of the people I've been listening, speaking to over the weekend, felt it was a little bit gratuitous. But do you know what? Given that the team haven't physically been running in Formula Student for the last 4 years, not only have they finally got through scrutineering this year, but they've turned up with a competitive car. Why not? It is a team event, this, so go crazy, guys. And I've been so happy to see them come together, support each other and rally each other through. And yes, I'm gutted what's happened in the endurance event, but the way that they've all handled it as a camaraderie together as a team, that is one unified team.
To have gone from last year not getting through scrutineering to ending up in the running to win, up until the last minute, to be completely honest, is a huge deal.
Yes.
I reckon they'll be back with a vengeance next year.
Oh God, yeah. Without a shadow of doubt. They've got a working car now.
What I want to know is, Oxford Brooks, if you can hear me, why aren't you with us in the campsite? Why aren't you in the campsite? It does surprise me, a team that is so passionate and excited about Formula Student. Why aren't you in the campsite with us? Plenty of comments coming in. Eddie William, wish Jess and Giles covered Formula One much better than Crofty. Eddie, you are far too kind, and also talking rubbish. Elsewhere, let's go Ain Shams. Plenty of love for the university from Egypt on the stream. Let's go Ahmed.
There's plenty of support for them in the stands as well. They were doing a mini Mexican wave up there just now, Giles.
They're all proud of you, the Egyptian team. Elsewhere, plenty of love for Porto as well. Lots of international love for these teams who've come so far to get here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go. Traffic jam, Giles.
There is a traffic jam. Is that a... Oh, hello. What have we got here?
That's Ein Shams. That's Ein Shams stuck in the middle of the road, and now the teams are having to...
Well, we've just been talking about them, the two international teams on track. Porto coming past Ein Shams. What on earth has happened to the team from Egypt, who looked to me to have collected some cones in that stoppage? Can we get a replay on that, perhaps? Coming past is Queen's University Belfast.
They've all got moving again, thank goodness.
There's Ein Shams, followed by Bath. Bath, the quicker car, will need to pass the Egyptians. There's a pun somewhere related to the Bangles song, but I will refrain.
Driving like an Egyptian.
You had to go there. You had to go there.
Of course I
want to shout out to Noah's mum, who says... who bumped into me when we were celebrating with Cardiff. She said, you know what, Giles, you've got a real talent for talking rubbish. Thank you, Noah's mum. I agree. The fact that I've been let in here is something of a miracle, but let's not question it. We're going to get a replay then on that stoppage, and it was all... Okay, so they ran a cone over on the chicane, the last chicane, got stuck under the... Two cones.
Nice.
And that meant that they were just unable to drive. They just lost drive because the cone jammed up that front right wheel. Also catching one on the wishbones there of the front right outer suspension. The Egyptian team back under power now. Queen's University Belfast there on your screens. Looking very good in the green. They've completed 7 laps thus far. On their 8th, their best time of 1:24.81. The last time of 1:55.3. Bath have completed 14 laps thus far. You're on board with the team from Belfast, Northern Ireland, as they come past the commentary box. Hello.
So, Giles, just before I hand back over to Jess, let's just finish off what we were talking about career talk and stuff like that before, because I'm going to go for a nose in the pits and see if there's any more news I can bring for you guys. But, yeah, no, for any students who are out there at the moment, the future's good for you guys. Formula Student will always give you the opportunity to give you a challenge as to what to expect in the real world in the industry. Be it here in the physical contest, if you come to learn to win, if you've been taking part in the FS Sim Racing series. Engineering has so many different disciplines now, from data analysis to traditional mechanical engineering. Means there's so many different varieties for you to get involved in that, as I say, even if you don't want to go down the motorsport route, the experience you will get from this contest is a fantastic talking point to discuss to your future employers. They want to find out what you have learned and what you have achieved from these. So gloat about it on your CV, because you put in a year of hard work to get here. Some have been doing, yes, some have been doing this for 3, 4, 5 years. So go and talk about it and let people know what you have achieved, because honestly, you've all achieved so much here.
I joined Formula Student when Corona was a beer. That's how long ago it's been. Talking of long to go, Bath quite possibly haven't got long to go before they finish endurance, which would be utterly wild for a team entering at this late stage. Meanwhile, plenty of traffic ahead as the Egyptians are holding up Porto. Porto remaining calm behind the traffic, just waiting for that overtaking zone to come, and it will come very, very soon. The blue flag surely will be out to allow Porto to pass Ein Shams. And there we have it. And that's how you do an overtake at Formula Student. Nicely done by all involved.
There we go. Someone slow moves pretty much out of the faster driver's way, and then the faster driver overtakes, and then the slower driver carries on, and then they all go in their merry way.
Both teams in for their driver change. Fantastic stuff from them.
The 75 has hit some cones.
Oh dear, what on earth has happened there? Ein Shams looking like they were coming in for a driver change. Looking at the screen, they ought not to have, because quite clearly they weren't anywhere near having covered the necessary distance. They've hit the cones, they're headed back out on track. That will definitely be an off track with a 10-second penalty. Hopefully they haven't incurred any damage. Do we have a replay on that? What on earth occurred there? It happened off camera, I've been reliably informed, so it will remain a mystery unless someone over there can let us know. Screeching tyres. It's all happening yet again.
Typical. I joined back in the commentary box. I joined back in the commentary box, and that happened. Oh.
Yeah, there's some cones. Hang on, has the driver actually jumped out of the car or is that scrutineering it? That is one of the marshals.
Oh, yeah, they're out.
Trying to get no, I don't believe.
They touched the car. Or is it not a marshal? It's not a marshal. Yeah, okay, it's not a marshal. Panic over.
They've been back and forward by the marshals. Something. They're struggling for drive, Iron Shams.
There's still a cone that's just fallen over.
So, something's happened there to the Egyptian team. We take our eyes off it for 1 minute. It should have happened. It happened right in front of us, and we were looking elsewhere. We would be, wouldn't we?
Yeah, the 67, the Bath team's going a lot faster than we've seen throughout the...
On their 18th lap at the moment, could Bath complete endurance? It would be brilliant if they were able to do so.
17 laps of endurance. This is great effort for the whole team. They must have had sleepless nights worrying about the car, and here they are on track, ready to get some crucial points which could make a difference in the overall standings. They may not win the thing, but they may get their best ever result.
They are definitely on the pace. The driver becoming more and more confident as they get to grips with the track and know that the consistency is there in the car that only recently got through scrutineering. They're now doing another lap. They've just crossed the line with yet another brilliant lap of 109. Not quite their fastest, but enough to rest assured that Bath are back.
They are.
19 laps completed, 25 to get to. The Egyptian team backfiring as they come past the commentary box. You're on board with the University of Bath, number 67.
Driver swap coming from Queen's Belfast very shortly.
Porto currently in for their driver swap. Queen's Belfast, as Jess says, going to follow suit very soon. They're not too worried about a fast lap. They're just wanting to get the car around. You're on board with them right now as they go round the chicane, headed down towards that last, I should say, hairpin, into the overtaking zone. Through go Bath. Green flags out for Queen's University Belfast. Through the chicane, headed towards the slalom at the bottom of the course. Round they go. Look at that car. Look how planted that looks.
That's amazing. Where was that confidence yesterday?
That's almost liquid in its smoothness. Hats off to the team from Belfast for that great line round the hairpin, close to the apex on entrance, away on exit. Through the chicane they go. And a checkered flag is showing for Queen's University Belfast as they come in for a driver change.
I am very delighted for Queen's University Belfast. They've done one stint in their car, and shout out to all involved, because I've seen in the paddock the camaraderie that the team was having right now. They've got 12 more laps to go. Fingers crossed they could do it. This is what rookie races is about, Giles. Getting to the end. They may not want to finish first, they just want to finish.
Absolutely, and it would be wonderful for all involved if they did. And is it me, or is Queen's University Belfast done a fantastic job? And is it me, or is Bath looking absolutely rapid all of a sudden?
106 was their fastest lap time.
Really, really quick suddenly from Bath. They just found pace where it doesn't initially look like it was, but
could it be driver or car
two
related?
Really does know the car by the looks of things. Going through that final chicane, past the tyre wall, towards the right-hander that will take them over the start-finish line. Their time then, a 106.53, their best time from the University of Bath. 21 laps now, they need to complete 25. Looking very good from the blue and yellow, weaving through the corners. Little bit of roll there. Quite a soft setup then by the looks of things.
I'm bearing in mind this is the final lot of Formula Student action we're going to get this year in the UK version of the competition, so these teams have got to make it count.
Hang on a minute.
Oh no,
hang on a minute,
no.
Bath have slowed to a cruel.
Surely not. They were doing so well.
Surely they can get it going again. If we can get a different angle on that. There we are, fantastic.
A lot
Team
of cheers.
cheering from Cop's Corner. We're rather pleased about it in the commentary box. University of Bath back running once again. The lap time will be slow as a result, but at this point we're not worried. The Egyptian team, Ain Sham coming past. They had an off. They had not quite a crash, but I can see debris from a cone trailing underneath their car. They've clearly got something wedged under there. So.
Oh, they stopped again, Giles.
Oh, dearie me. Squeaky bum time. Bath.
Still got the red light on.
There we go, back under the power. There is that distinct electronic beep that comes from these electric cars once they're under their own power, followed by the red flashing light. And the green light is showing on the roll bar, which is not what Bath want to see. Back to red again. Can they get it moving? Can they get it rolling is the question. They can indeed, but there is something wrong with the Bath car, and they're not far off completing endurance. There's 4 laps to go.
Come on, Bath, just
Nodding their head forward,
oh, they stopped
willing the
again.
car on.
The driver is looking in shame, trying to understand what's wrong with that car, but I think they're still going. They're like,
Well, he's reassuring the marshals there. I can get it going. It's fine. You don't need to worry. Just leave it with me. I've got it under control.
they've got a minute. They've got a minute every time they stop. They've got a minute to make
There's
sure
that
the car.
distinctive beep again.
This is going to be an agonising last 4 laps of, I think, Bath's life.
Come on, Bath. You can do this.
Ah,
The green light showing. Red again. Just watch for that flashing light above the driver's head on the roll bar. It will let you know
oh,
where the power
75
is.
stop.
And Egypt have stopped. Have they sustained more damage than it initially looked like in that off on the first corner, that first left-hander of the circuit? If you can't see it on this angle, we've seen it earlier. There is debris. There is an X-cone, an executed cone wedged under the Egyptian car. Meanwhile, Bath having drama of their own, unable to sustain power consistently.
Queen's University Belfast is on for their second run. They've done well to survive so far. Bath still crawling in that car. Come on. And the marshal, I believe, has he touched the car from
No, there's no marshal there.
the Indian, the 75?
Marshals may have chosen to... No, the marshals are surrounding the Egyptian car. The driver looking...
Oh,
down
yeah,
the
they touched
dashboard.
it.
That's it.
That's them out of endurance. But fair play to the Anshan's team, who did well in the awards ceremony last night. But well done for them getting through scrutiny and completing 8 laps for endurance. That is 8 points in addition to what they've got so far in this competition so far. Where is Bath? Currently. So I don't see them in the shot. I see Queen's University Belfast still going. Bath is still stationary. You can see Queen's University Belfast going past. I think this is nail biting. I think this is more nail biting than Modena's lap time early on, because you never know if they're going to finish the race or not. This is huge. Oh, there's one car being wheeled away. I think that is the Ansham car.
On the line, we've got another car lined up, and it's got a camera on it, and I think that...
Yeah, if someone could confirm what number that is, that would be lovely.
I've got a funny thing.
87, that's Coventry.
It's Coventry. It's Coventry. It's all good. Coventry are here. They've arrived.
They've arrived.
Good news. And it's not the new Dacia Sandero. It is Coventry. 67 has stopped. Oh, no.
But bearing in mind, we've seen that for many teams today. They keep stopping and stopping, but they've just got points for finishing. And with only 7 teams finishing the endurance, if they complete endurance, they will be in the top 10 in endurance, which means really some points. Queen's University Belfast looking so good out on circuit at the moment. Have done 14 laps so far.
Queen's last lap was a 2:01. Bath have been posting really rapid times up until this point. Their best lap was a 1:06. Their last lap was a 2:17. You can see on your screens there, having an absolute mare with the power system, which has clearly got
problems.
The driver reassuring the marshal, don't touch the car, I've got this, it's okay. Clearly, whatever gremlin is afoot within the power system of the Bath car, the driver knows what it is and knows how to deal with it, but it just keeps rearing its ugly head every 30 seconds or so.
It's like
I reckon Bath can get round, but this really will affect their time. Willing Bath on, their best time was a 1:06. That last lap, 3:29. 23 laps completed. This is their last lap.
No, it's not their last lap.
Two laps to go, I should say, sorry. They've got 2 laps to go, and can Bath just edge it round? Queen's University Belfast, nice and consistent, if a little slow, but at this point you can see slow may not be the worst thing in the world. At least it's moving. Coventry about to get underway. We've got the onboard camera with them. Bath are underway yet again, having stopped for however many times.
A lot faster compared to what we were doing before, so they must have found something, but you
Talking
never
of
know.
fast,
Here's
here comes
Coventry.
Car number 87, named Rachel, after one of the team lead's mothers, a tradition over at Coventry. Queen's University Belfast coming past the Coventry box as well, so they're still running. You're on board with Coventry. Now, they won sprint, and they've clearly had something of an issue somewhere, because they didn't actually end up doing their session in endurance. They won sprint thanks to conditions, they said. Now, they've lost their front wing as a result of damage incurred during sprint. They lost the front wing element on the, I believe, left-hand side. It meant the balance on the aerodynamics was completely affected, and as a result, the best thing to do was remove the aero. Could it possibly be a bin then? They've had to spend the rest of the day trying to get through scrutineering and re-scrutineer the car because they've made a change to the car. I'm not sure. Someone let me know if you got that information. Coventry then finally on track here, winners of sprint, going past
67 has stopped
Bath,
once again.
who have stopped yet again. Coventry, what can they do here with the car? Not exactly as they designed it or was intended. You're on board with them now. You can see there they've got the big rear wing, but as you can see from this view, from on the roll hoop, no front wing. Coming past the Coventry box, they come through that right-hander across the line with a time of 1:24.36.
Final lap for Bath, final lap for Bath.
They come across the line to set a time of 2 minutes 13. The power's gone again. Queen's University Belfast have got to slow down because Bath are blocking the way. They edge round to Queen's University Belfast. The Northern Irish team away then as Bath fight for control. That red light is flashing, so the power is there. They're underway. A little nod of the wrist, a little thumbs up sort of from the driver. Meanwhile, you're on board with Coventry through the chicane. There's Bath. Now, watch this. They're on their last lap. Can Bath finish endurance? They will already have a 2-minute penalty for taking part in this session, and there's the green light.
No, they won't, because they weren't in the running order for earlier on, so I don't think they have.
No penalty for Bath then. Just a powertrain issue, and they're on their last lap. The driver wrestling with the dash, head back,
I think
hand
that's it.
up, taking the visor up, getting a look, buttons being pushed left, right and centre. No.
No.
It's
green,
no.
it's green, it's green.
It is green indeed, and the driver looking absolutely exhausted, pained expression on the face, leaning back against the headrest in frustration. And the marshals have come over, they've said, now that's time, they've called it, and that is Bath, so close to the finishing line. They think it's all over, and I'm afraid the rubber gloves are on the marshal. It's an electric power unit, that's why. Watch the switches on the left next to the driver. If the marshal switches those off, it's all over. They're having a conversation. Are the gloves coming off?
Come on.
The driver begging the car. No, I think that's over. Oh, the Bath team sat on the edge of their seats in Cop's Corner. We're on the edge of our seats here in the commentary box. They were doing so well, wrestling with that power unit all the way around for the last 4 laps.
That's
the
even
scrutineers in green just looking on, begging the car to get going. Queen's University Belfast go back. The 2 marshals in discussion. You notice the yellow gloves required to interfere with an electric car, and Bath are looking beside themselves with disappointment, and I feel their pain immensely, and that is all over for the University of Bath. They're beckoning one of the cars around as Coventry go past. At the top of the circuit, that first hairpin is where it all finally gave up for good for the University of Bath, and that is absolutely gutting for everyone involved. Guys, I am so sorry. You're on board with Coventry there on the stream as they head round. Their lap times, their fastest lap is a 1:10. We can tell you shortly what's going on. I'm just wanting to confirm then that is, yes, I can see it on one of the cameras here, CCU2, one of the second camera here at Silverstone. That's Bath being wheeled away, absolutely gutting for the University of Bath, who have been one of the most successful teams in the past FS UK. Now fully electric, just couldn't quite get over the line. Meters to go, meters to go. Heartbreak for the team from Bath. Monty, you've got news, hit us up.
Thanks, Giles. Yeah, so I've just been down at the pits finding out what's been happening with a couple of the other teams. So Porto came in for their pit stop. They couldn't get the car turned off, so the scrutineers could do their checks. Because they couldn't get the car turned off, the scrutineers wouldn't touch it. It's an EV vehicle, so the red light needed to be off because it was essentially live. Because they couldn't get that and they couldn't prove, that's them done. So one half done. It's a shame, the car seemed to have been running well at that point, but rules are rules, so that's what's happened to Porto there. Coventry, great to see them out on the track then, so I've been having a chat with them. So yes, the reason they didn't take part in their allotted slot for the endurance event earlier was because of a fuel leak. Now they've got the fuel leak sorted, they're back on track, minus their front wing after the damage they sustained yesterday, of course. But so they will be taking part in the wacky races, as we can see. Of course,
This is still...
It's worth points.
yes, correct. So everything which we're seeing here, guys, this is still an endurance event. So everyone that you've seen out at the moment, essentially, we're just treating it as they are endurance competitors, but they're participating out of slots. So they will pick up a 2-minute time penalty at the end. Coventry included, being one of them. Which is a shame for them. However, it does create an interesting dynamic because they were the fastest in sprints. If they can replicate that pace, then given that Modena essentially lost 3 minutes through the black flags, through missing slaloms and stuff like that, don't rule out Coventry yet. However, they do have an Achilles heel. Their shifter's not working, so they're doing this whole run in one gear. Correct, so yes, Giles, they're basically doing a Senna. Having said that, they were telling me they also had to pull this trick yesterday in their fastest lap in sprints, so it is doable. They've got a very nice torque range on their engine.
And then that time, Monty, that they did with that gear, 1 minute 10.7. That's still quite competitive.
Yep, this is very comparable lap times for them. Their priority now is just get it to the finish. But yeah, if you don't hear Coventry changing their gears, that's why, because the shifter's not working anymore. They're just going to bring it to the finish now. And fingers crossed for them that they can do so. But as I say, as our current fastest people have got big penalties themselves to be handed out afterwards, and we don't really know what the true times are. It's a mystery as to who's actually going to win this endurance event overall.
That is a good point, Monty. Thank you for your insider information about Coventry. I think I could tell from the engine that they were only running one gear anyway, as Monty was talking.
It is then all to play for, and it's all open.
I think I've just been informed we got driver names, I think. No?
I should also add, we've got a shout out to give. We're supposed to give it about at 1:30. It's now nearly 4:10. I may have not been checking my phone properly, but a shout out to Molly from Surrey, University of Surrey, who's been watching from Cop's Corner. Coventry go through for another lap. Lap time of 1:05. Lap number 7.
That is impressive. With one gear. Imagine what they would have been without that. And if they would have done it normally. That is, I have to say, very impressive from Coventry. Just shows that you do not give up in these stages. The final few moments of endurance. We've done 51 minutes already.
Queen's University Belfast headed towards their last lap. Bath have proven it
not
is
their
not
last
over
lap yet.
until the checkered flag.
Oh,
looking very squiffy there all of a sudden for Coventry. They nearly lost it. The driver just hanging on. Some very exciting driving all of a sudden from the team from Coventry. We're very pleased to see them. A fuel leak has been fixed. They're doing this in one gear. It hasn't let them down previously. They set that fastest lap yesterday in one gear. It is manageable round that last hairpin. You're on board with them now. Through the final chicane they go. past the tyre wall and the overtaking zone, through the tight right-hander, up towards the commentary box, across the line.
1 minute 8.58.
Not quite as fast as their 105.89, but looking very solid are Coventry as they head towards their driver change. Queen's University Belfast on their 21st lap. Round the hairpin, go Coventry. Commiserations to the Aero team. I know they're gutted about the front wing. You're on board with Cambridge there. You can see not Cambridge, what am I talking
Queen's
about?
University Belfast.
Cambridge are here somewhere, they just haven't been on track. They did compete in the sim racing, but that's an entirely different matter. Queen's University Belfast coming round past the commentary box to finish onto their 22nd lap with a time of 1:28. They've picked up the pace of Queen's University Belfast.
And we see Sheffield lining up as well. I think they tried to get started earlier and they couldn't. So hopefully we will have time to do that as well. Manuel saying, Bath, you deserve that finish line, got it for you as well. As Coventry's last lap was a 1 minute 9.73, still not comparable to the 1 minute 5, but again they're running with one gear, still all to play for Coventry. They can still gain quite a few places, so should be interesting. They're on Queen's University Belfast, still got 3 more laps to go until they've completed endurance. This will be a huge achievement for them because they DNF'd in the other 2 dynamic events.
Keeping an eye then on the university from Northern Ireland. Another to keep an eye on is Sheffield. They didn't even complete a lap of endurance earlier. They started and then they finished quite quickly. Not sure, they're lining up for another run at it. They're lining up for a hot lap. That would be the wacky races we've been talking about. This is the tail end of endurance where points still count.
They do get a penalty, 2 minutes time penalty.
Do Coventry. Queen's University Belfast coming past. Looking forward to a hot lap from Sheffield. That car looking really, really promising. Not sure what happened to them earlier on in endurance. As Coventry go past with a time of 109.33, headed towards that all-important driver change. Plenty of awards to give out tonight. I've been reliably informed Sheffield suffered from a BPDS failure, which is something that was introduced a couple of years ago and through a lot of teams. So it's all about it's brake over travel switch essentially, which means if you stomp too hard on the brake, or if you push too hard on the accelerator and the brake simultaneously, it kills the car. Wiring that up, not an easy feat as Coventry go past Queen's University Belfast. That played up for Sheffield off the line at the start of endurance, and it was all over before it even started for the team from Sheffield.
I can see the Belfast team cheering on their driver. They've got almost 1 lap to go. The end is in sight. They've been in misery all weekend. And the most important event of all, endurance. Fingers crossed.
It has come together for Queen's University Belfast. Coventry sounding brilliant as they head past the commentary box. Through that final right-hander, the last corner, onto their last lap are Queen's University Belfast. Can they do what Bath couldn't? Can they be an electric team to finish endurance is the question. Let's stay with Queen's University Belfast now as they're in the final throes of their final lap. Through the slalom they go, headed towards the top hairpin.
That looks a lot faster than what we saw previously. They're going full guns. They want to make sure they get it to the end, but it's the last time they're going to ever be on that track, so why not make the most of it?
Leaving it all hanging out on Copse Corner. The red light flashing just as we need it to do. Plenty of applause and cheers coming up from Copse Corner. Their best lap on your screens, a 1:24.37. Their last lap, a 1:30.23. Laps completed, 24 out of 25. They're on their 25th lap now. I can see them from the box. We can see them in here, into the final throws, headed towards that final chicane, up towards that hairpin. First, they've got to do the slalom. Here's the chicane. Next up, it's the hairpin, barreling on down there. looking fairly quick from what we've seen from them previously. A great line through there, the right entrance, the right exit. Just past the tyre wall, they've got to go. The team are going mad. This is gonna be it. I think they can do this. They do. The checkered flag is out. They are over the moon. Queen's University Belfast, complete endurance. A round of applause erupting from Copse Corner with a time of 43.2281. Congratulations to the team from Northern Ireland. They are over the moon, and so they should be.
It may not be in the fastest time, but who cares? They have finished. They've done a lot better than some other teams today, and it's their first dynamic event that they finish, and one that's worth the most of all. Congratulations. You're not going to DNF for the whole of the session. You completed your first endurance. Good confidence for next year. Very proud of them. Meanwhile, we do have a...
That is them finishing, the team over the moon. Hugs all round, smiles all round.
Driver swap for Coventry as well.
Coventry in for a driver swap then. I reckon we'll finish up with Coventry, and then we'll be on to some hot laps here at Silverstone, so do stay tuned with us here in the commentary box. I'm going to crack the door open, Jess, because it's beginning to get a little warm.
Yes, I'm actually going to check what degree it is, because it must be absolutely boiling in the commentary box. 22 degrees Celsius in Silverstone currently.
A marked change compared to the conditions yesterday.
Well, it was cold and we were shivering, but now it's quite warm. For those of you that just joined us,
dried out, Jess. We are in success.
it is.
They're belting in that second driver for Coventry. Driver number 1, along with one of their volunteers, one of the team members in the pink high-vis, strapping in driver number 2 for Coventry. They've had a mixed bag, have Coventry. They've won sprint. They reckon themselves just down to the fact they did it at the very last minute. And when I say at the very last minute, it finished yesterday at 4 o'clock. They did it at 3:59. When I say the last minute, I really do. There's the view from the gallery, who have made all of this possible, giving us a big wave there. Wonderful stuff. Thank you ever so much to everyone involved today who's been making all the pictures look very nice for you.
And to the cameraman as well, the cameramen and women as well, that have been on the circuit, making sure that the cars are captured in every way possible.
So Coventry got their engine fired up, car number 87 ready for stint 2 with driver 2 behind the wheel. One sprint, but lost their wing in the process. Damage sustained meant that it was unviable to run with. On the track they head. Sounding fantastic. Can someone please tell us in the box, what is the Spotify code that is linked to? What song would you get if you scanned that with your Spotify app? I really would love to know.
I don't know, to be honest. I'll have to have a little bit of a think about that, but Coventry...
I reckon that'll be never going to give you up. Come on, that is just a brilliant idea.
I think a few people would be disappointed with that, but I wouldn't.
To be honest, unironically, I love that track. I saw Rick Astley at Glastonbury, and it was absolutely stone cold brilliant. Also stone cold brilliant are Coventry, who unfortunately have got a gear shifter issue, meaning that they have to just stick in one gear and then go for it. Thus far, it's worked for them. They won sprint with it. They've completed one session of endurance with it. The team going mad for their car at Copse Corner on their second session. 13 laps out of 24. Can they get across the line? Now, they will get that 2-minute penalty for not running during their allocated slot. Am I right, Jess?
Yes, that's correct. 2 minutes added because they didn't turn up to the slot they were going to do earlier, as there's many other teams that ran earlier as well. Pretty much everyone.
Coventry are going so quick, the camera can't keep up. Love that.
It looks very quick. That hairpin, they just look like they absolutely sent it.
Looking very good, very consistent here. Coventry, no signs of mechanical problems and no need to worry about electrical problems beyond the circuits they do have. Depends on whether they're using an e-throttle, an e-clutch, anything electrical can and invariably does go wrong. Trust me, we've been there at Cardiff. There's Coventry headed through that final slalom, round the chicane, up towards the top of Copse Corner, bottom of Copse Corner I should say, where the stands are, around that hairpin. The team going wild. Make some noise, Coventry.
Up to the line.
This is looking very positive. Round the corner, across the line then. What is the time?
1 minute 4.25. That was with just one gear, that Monty was saying. And 1 minute 4 is sensational. I think they could go much faster than that, and the team were absolutely delighted with that as well.
Well, they might be able to with a gear shifter, but currently, when you're stuck in one gear, 104 is remarkable. Bit of tyre squirrel there, locking up through the hairpin.
Can I just say, you know, we were talking about one of our favourite drivers as well. I have to give it to Coventry at the moment for driving in one gear.
Yes, and it's third gear, Jess.
Third
Just
gear.
been having a chat with them during the pit stop there again.
At least it's better than first or second.
Well, to watch them take off the line from third gear, that was a lot of riding on the clutch to get that. So absolutely, how they managed to get off and not stall. 10 out of 10 to both of their drivers for being able to do that, and 10 out of 10 to their powertrain team for developing, well, basically a torque curve which allows them to do this whole lap purely in third. It looks so drivable, actually.
1 minute 4.03. They've improved yet again, does Coventry, and they on course be finishing endurance on lap 15 out of 24.
Some fantastic times coming from them there. They were joking they had this similar issue last year. They were stuck in second gear, so at least they're going a bit,
Better gear than they were before.
Exactly, going a little bit better this year, so that's all great to see. But no, fingers crossed for them. It's a shame that they missed one of the slaloms earlier from when I was having a look, so they would probably get a penalty for that. But
I think
stonking.
someone knocked some cones over, but that might have been a team that didn't finish.
The other bit of pits news as well, so was down there as Queen's Belfast finished their run. I tell you what, this is the kind of positive stuff which I love about Formula Student, because the stadium erupted into applause and lots of cheering. There were team members running through the Cops tunnel as well at the time, and just echoed. Honestly, it was an orgasmic sound to listen to, and just so beautiful to hear. So congratulations to Belfast. That was wonderful to be right in the middle of your celebrations there.
I think, to be honest, everyone will be delighted with Belfast's performance, because they finished.
They did indeed, in the words of Phil Collins, against all odds. Meanwhile, Coventry saying, take a look at me now.
Oh.
Wonderful stuff from Coventry.
Last lap, 1 minute 5.96. And I think we are just still waiting for Sheffield to potentially go out on circuit. I think we saw it like last year. Last year, even though the time was allotted and it was over, they were just keen to get some cars on track. I think we're getting the same here, it looks like.
Just about a second off of their fastest time at the moment are Coventry. They're on their 17th lap out of 24. Stuck in third gear. This is Senna levels of effort. And we may have just found our most exciting driver. It doesn't look fast, but just the amount of effort that's going to take to stay in a straight line and keep going in third the entire way. How the hell do you send it off the line in third and don't stall?
I know one answer to that question. It's the driver having that confidence, that experience as well from previous Formula Students events. Basically, it's like someone driving a Williams being 2 laps down, but they're still outperforming the car. Like George Russell did, for instance, with the Williams as well. Alex Albon as well in that Williams. It's like that.
Not entirely sure as to why Ella's asked this. Ella says, has Coventry stopped on track during endurance at all? I don't believe they have.
I can't remember, actually.
It's
been a long
play
day.
havoc for them, because getting off the line in one gear is very difficult. Coventry going nuts for the team now. They're stuck in third and they're doing a heck of a job. The car 87.
Wow.
The team have put so much effort into this entry this year, as they always do. They've been protagonists for a number of years, famously involved in the incident back in 2021. This may just send that into the history books, because this is history in the making right here at FS UK, to complete endurance without your front wing when you design the car to have a front wing, and then to do so in one gear. Come on, Coventry.
I think we were
The
all
dynamics
rooting for the
officials are
likes
looking
of
at me
commentary
and
there.
are a bit confused. I'm just excited about everything.
I think,
They let me out of the cell for once. It's great.
I think as commentators we all get so excited. I think with any underdog story, I think this is one of the most exciting things. Any underdog that does well in endurance, he will score some decent points. Of course we get excited over the smallest thing. It's his commentary, for goodness sake.
Plenty of cheering coming round Copse Corner. The team egging on their driver behind the wheel of car 87, currently on lap 19 out of 24. Coming past the commentary box to start lap 21. Onto lap 20?
No, it's lap
Onto
19.
They've finished lap 19, they're on lap 20. 24
Yes.
laps to complete.
They've done 19 laps with only third gear and still doing a decent job. Last lap, 1 minute 10.58.
You can see the tensity of the media man from Coventry just sucking violently on a lolly. Just anxious to see the car get across the line.
I think I could see more of the commentary team in the Copse Corner grandstand. I think there was only a few just before, and now there's like loads of them.
Wonderful stuff to see this car being egged on so vocally by Coventry, who never expected to be in this position. Sprint winners, and now after a fuel leak they managed to mount a comeback, and they're looking on track to finish endurance if the car just holds together for the next few laps. Over the line they go with a time of 1:07.37, another 1:07. The driver finding consistency, finding their sweet spot and finding that comfortable place to be in the lap times behind the wheel. Coventry, what is the sign on the back? What is that song on Spotify, or is it a playlist? I want to know, I want to know. And I don't like not knowing. There you can see the team wrapped with anticipation, some dancing, some having a very good time, some looking a little more tense at the prospect of just waiting for this car to cross the line. You're on camera, guys, do give us a wave. There is the car that all eyes are on here at Copse Corner, car number 87, Coventry, minus the wing, in third gear. A monumental effort undertaken throughout the day to fix a fuel leak and get the car back on track. The crowd going wild for the blue car.
Through the
Round the
hairpin once
hairpin.
again. I think we're all anxiously awaiting. Thank you for joining us. This is the last few moments of FSUK for commentary.
So I should point out there's a comment here from Drew. These quote-unquote underdogs are sponsored by Bugatti. I should point out that's actually the Bugatti Trust. And there's a number of teams sponsored by the Bugatti Trust. It's a museum at the Prescott Hill Climb. They gave the teams £1,000 each, were very lovely, and we put the Bugatti Trust logos on the side of the car. Had a great time at their museum myself with Cardiff University. We went there alongside Coventry for the Prescott Hill Climb. It's just £1,000, which is not, you know, it's a really, really helpful sum of money to get for just putting a logo on the side of the car. But that's not, you know, that's not engineering knowledge or anything. That's just goodwill and help and support from a lovely museum over at Prescott. Just to clarify that. They're getting a huge cheer at Copse Corner. They're on their feet, watching as the lap times stay very consistent. These 1:07s keep coming through. The driver clearly knows what they're doing in that third gear. 22 laps down, 24 needed, 2 to go then, onto the penultimate lap with a 1:04.47 set behind them.
Well handled, Coventry, very well handled. Now, Giles, I can see there's someone else in the pit, so I'm going to go and do a quick bit of investigation to see who's joining us next. I will report back shortly. Thank you. Very, very hot in here, however, so here, Giles, have a can of Coke. Cheers.
Cheers, darling. There we are then. It's getting a little warm.
It is getting very warm as well.
Who'd have thought it?
23 degrees. What is that?
That is Coke. It's definitely Coke. Meanwhile, car 87 on track on their penultimate lap through the final slalom. A few corners of this penultimate lap left before they are in the final throes of endurance. Can Coventry do it? Their last lap, a 1:04.47. their best at 104.03. Which is interesting because I thought they've been doing 103s consistently, but I could be wrong. Anyway, there we go then, past the commentary box. Coventry, University, Phoenix Racing. Phoenix by name, Phoenix by nature. They are on the last lap with no front wing and 1 gear. They've managed to win sprint in these conditions. Can they go one further and finish endurance as well? Round the first hairpin, through the S's. Brake light showing, just got to keep it going. It's been consistent thus far. It's nearly done the distance. It's the final few corners to go. The team just chanting, clapping away. They must be, I don't know what they're chanting, but they are clapping away in unison, begging the car on through the final slalom. The team cheering as loud as they can. Let's hear you, Coventry.
Go as loud as you can, Coventry. Going through the hairpin for the final time.
This is it.
This is it. Coming
Through the final chicane, the final straight, and one last corner. And there it is. And they know they've done it. Coventry going crazy, hugs all round.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. This is what it means to them. We saw what Queen's University Belfast were feeling like. Now we saw how Coventry were feeling like. Coventry have done it. That is a competitive lap time, but with that 2-minute penalty, that's a 32.54, which is, I don't know where that would put them in terms of overall, but this will be confirmed by the overall results later on. But that's, with a third gear, that's pretty impressive, that kilometre time. Show you about that penalty, but we've got one team still to go. University of Sheffield are on track.
There's something, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, just been having a quick chat. So, as we saw Sheffield, they had a DNF earlier in the endurance. What we are seeing here is essentially a thank you run in the true spirit of Formula Student. So, what happened earlier with Sheffield was their BSPD failed. As I discussed earlier, that's essentially the sensor for their brake and throttle pedals. What's supposed to happen is if it sees that you're on both the throttle and the brake, it will cut out the ignition to make sure that there's no crashes. That's cut out when they were on neither the throttle or the brake pedal, and so the ignition cut out there. Unfortunately, it's a DNF. However, it's transpired that they've been helping out so many teams over the weekends who have been having similar issues. And as the old saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. They helped out every other team, and then it went wrong on their car.
So does that mean they get another run then?
So this isn't a times run. This isn't going to be for any points. However, because they've been such a good spirit, the university, in helping out all the other teams throughout the weekend, the officials have kindly allowed Sheffield to come and basically do some demonstration runs to show what could have been.
Oh. That is very sweet. Round of applause for the University of Sheffield for not just designing their own car, but helping other problems as well.
It is thoroughly deserved, because not only have they been absolutely fantastic looking, I mean, look at that car. Look at it. Even without its rear wing, which meant it couldn't pass noise.
1 minute 8.23.
Even without it.
1 minute 8.23. I know it's not time, but
it's clearly got pace in it.
It has.
Amy Jurgen, I follow her on Instagram. Very talented karter, a member of the team. Quite possibly behind the wheel in this instance. Couldn't tell you. I've got a thumbs up from Monty. Amy is behind the wheel there. A very talented driver. Slowing down there a little bit. Oh, hang on. Oh, Amy, what's gone on? Pulling in there.
Looks like the sensor's cut off again.
Looks like
look
the
indeed
sensor.
like the sensor has cut off. Joined briefly in the commentary box by Dan Jones. Nice to see you, Dan. Would you like to jump on? Dan Jones in the box with us, and there, I believe, is Sheffield. Sheffield, I just want to say, you lot have been absolutely brilliant all week. So hats off to you. Not only has your car been fantastic, not only does it look gorgeous, but you've had also the barbecue and the pint puller built into your old chassis. So hats off to Sheffield. Fantastic team. Dan Jones, sir. Lovely to be joined by you here. Here's a microphone.
Thanks very much, Giles. Welcome, Paddock. I just wanted to come down to say thank you very much for everyone out on track. It's allowed everyone to complete the endurance today, particularly yesterday, and sprint and the other dynamic events in the horrible wet weather we had. Congratulations to all of our runners today, whether you completed the endurance or whether you stopped part way out. it's still all part of that FS experience. And now, yeah, sad to see Sheffield not get to the end again on their demonstration run. And I think that's the call to the proceedings for the end of the endurance. Thank you very much to Giles and to Jess for your wonderful commentary today, and yesterday, of course, as well. But it's yeah, another year nearly done. I can't believe it.
It has gone so quickly that the fact that we only got here on Thursday, now we're here on Sunday, and it's all done. Thanks to all the dynamic marshals involved. Without them, this event couldn't happen. And thanks to all the other marshals as well.
Give us a wave, Mike.
The Silverstone marshals.
Come on, Mike, give us a wave.
And also thanks to all the other scrutineers, the judges, to all the volunteers at FS UK. Without that, the events won't happen. Thank you to Hive-Biz Media for supporting us with the live stream, and also to our lovely people on the cameras as well. And also thank you to our host as well for going around the paddock and giving their insights to FS UK. But it is not over. We still don't know who the overall winner is.
We have a feeling.
We have a feeling it could be Modena, but they still got to tally all the results with all the penalties for some teams. But Moderna, we know provisionally, have won at the endurance with their fastest kilometre time.
Even with that black flag, and it really has been a tale of extremes here at FS UK 2023. We've gone from the pouring rain, some of the most appalling conditions we've seen at FS UK in recent years, back to ideal driving conditions today with some of the most exuberant driving, some incredibly fast times, a black flag even. It's all been happening here. So for you at home, thank you ever so much for joining us. Stick around here on the Formula Student UK YouTube channel, where awards will be live streamed later this evening. And of course, if you're here at Silverstone, come to the awards at the pavilion. Why not? For now though, thank you for joining us for the 25th anniversary of Formula Student UK. It's been the 2023 event, and it's been absolutely wonderful. She's been Jess Bull, I've been Giles Cosgrove, and we'll catch you next year. Thank you, and good night.
Remember being a kid, waking up elated. Remember the littlest things were so fascinating. That doesn't have to end. I know it's been a little bit crazy, but we made it. And today's another day to find our way. It's gonna be amazing. It's a wonderful world. It's a wonderful world. It's a wonderful world. Baby, lately I've been thinking about things that make you wonderful. Baby, lately I've been flying without wings. Makes me feel wonderful. Baby, it's so elating. This life we're making so wonderful, baby. What we're creating, it's for the taking, so wonderful. It's simple. Turn up the joy and drown out the hurry. Remember to run out the door and forget your worry. 'Cause you're dancing in the wind. I know it's been a little bit crazy, but we made it. And today's another day to find our way. It's gonna be amazing. It's a wonderful world. It's a wonderful world. It's a wonderful world. Baby, lately I've been thinking about things that make you wonderful.
Oxford Brooks, but they should be so proud of what they've achieved this weekend. An incredible performance of consistency across all 3 days. And on the flip side of that is the joy and the entertainment that was brought by our friends from Italy and Modena with an amazing last gasp victory. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us for Formula Student 2023.